I'm hoping my mic is working, and thank you everyone for waiting. I've I'm glad that the trial hasn't started yet. I can see the feed. We're still good. We're still good. Oh. Ah. So, good morning, everyone. Sorry, it sounds a little rough. I'm just getting the mic going. I was like, yes, thank you, Beck. Nope, not missing anything yet. So far, see? Hopefully. Um, Thank you. Hi. Hi. I saved this stream in myself. Thank you very much. So, how is everyone this morning? Morning always grateful. Lots of coffee, donuts, and others there. Sandra, Anna, so nice to see you. Michael, nope, not hangover. No hangover yet. Not a hangover, Michael. I've got no luxuries excuse for that at all. Oh, mm. Good morning, Paul. The turtle moves. It's nice to see you. Mm. Thank you all for hanging and waiting. I see movement, but nobody yet. Should be any moment. Good morning, Beck. Good morning. Oh, he's muted. Oh, so
Sorry, I didn't have.
yeah, no,
I was so half asleep. I didn't even have my headphones on, and then I was trying to listen to you, and I'm like, shit, echo. Good morning. Oh. So what do we think? Oh, by the way, Claire, I want you to know I watched your the rest of your stream yesterday that I missed, and watched it in 1.75 time because some of it too, because man, Southerners talk slow. So yeah, I got caught up on all the stuff yesterday. So I was wondering what you guys were thinking about that testimony, since I missed it all.
The testimony that almost put me to sleep. Well, you mean Mike Sutton? Like that?
Oh, was it Mike Sutton, the guy with the I'm an expert, but I've never done a crime scene?
The expert, the non-expert expert. He was an expert, but he wasn't really an expert for this. I don't think. I think he knew what he was talking about, but not. Did you read the back of my video? Because Dr. Silkman was on there about trajectory. he was on there. And we decided that, okay, well, if trajectory really doesn't matter, okay, and we really don't have to use the science of it, then of course it's ninjas.
Nope.
Let's vote for ninjas. We're gonna vote for little ninjas in the trees, little tiny ninjas too.
I feel like that just hurt their case, hurt the defense's case in a way, because the guy was like, "Oh yeah, one shooter could have done it." Well, that just killed it. That just killed the whole thing they were hoping for, that somebody would think it was two shooters. I'm like, that's just, you guys just let that out. Good job. What was the other thing that stood out to me? Oh yeah, that's the other thing with all those trajectory lines and stuff. That's nice and all, but you're like, he's almost like he's saying that tall people can't stumble, fall. Oh, are we starting?
Wait, I know what's going on.
Oh no, they're showing old shit from yesterday.
Oh,
filling in space. Shit, what was I gonna say?
Oh gosh,
I'm half asleep too.
Reverb coming back in now. I'm gonna have it's gonna be one of those days. But for everyone that's right now sending me messages, I see a ton of them that I haven't got to yet. I'm sorry. I was late, and thank you all for trying to get a hold of me. I'll get back to y'all one by one, but I'm not ignoring you.
About 20 or so after, I started getting concerned. I was like, okay, she's not usually this late.
Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding.
Here we go. All right, everybody. Good morning. Let's do it.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Judge.
I think he just has one of those faces of an honest, like, nice guy, you know?
I do, but I wouldn't want to piss him off.
Good morning.
Oh, no.
Ready for the jury?
Mr. Griffin has a matter he wishes to address with the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. We are discussing with Mr. Murdaugh his right to testify or not testify. And one of the issues that has come up is the scope of cross-examination that the state would be permitted to go into should he testify. And the basic rule is when the defendant takes a stand, he waives his Fifth Amendment privilege as to matters to which he testifies on direct and relevant matters subject to cross-examination. Your Honor has let in, over our objection, evidence under 404B of financial misconduct. And what we're asking is for an order excluding the state from being able to question Mr. Murdaugh on cross-examination matters related to the financial crimes that's been put before the court under Rule 404B if we don't testify about those on direct examination. We need a ruling from the court at some point in time today before tomorrow. We're not putting them up today, but we're asking that we be able to advise him of what the state will be permitted to go into on cross-examination should he choose to testify. In order for us to adequately advise him and for him to adequately waive his right and his Fifth Amendment privilege and testify or not. And that's what we're
Would
asking.
you like for me to review with him at this time his right to testify or not testify?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor. We have to, we're trying to get a understanding from the court as to the parameters of the waiver of the privilege. Is he waiving, if he testifies about the murders, is he then subject to cross-examination about the financial crimes? That's what we're asking.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. First of all, obviously the general rule is that cross is generally wide open, and that goes for a defendant who testifies. Your Honor, Rule 611B on the scope of cross-examination expressly says that a witness may be cross-examined on any matter relevant to any issue in the case. And of course, Your Honor has ruled through 404 and 403 the financial matters independently relevant. But the rule goes on to further say, including credibility. So even if that had not happened, these matters, which go right to the heart of the credibility and frankly, the extensive dishonesty of this defendant would be relevant if he took the stand anyway, regardless of the 404. So independently under that rule of the credibility aspect, it would be admissible under Rule 611B. But again, Your Honor has ruled these matters as relevant in the case, and so that clearly within the scope of cross. Your Honor, citing State v. Gilbert and Colleton, 273 SC 690, they said right there, as I think the defense recognized, when the accused takes a stand on his own behalf, he waives his privilege against compulsory self-incrimination and must answer all proper questions. Your Honor, Taylor v. State, which I believe may have been overruled on other grounds, but 258 SC 369, when the appellant elected to testify, he waived his right against self-incrimination and became subject to cross-examination like any other witness. And then finally, citing the U.S. Supreme Court, Brown v. U.S. 356 U.S. 148, it says, it's talking about a defendant in a criminal case. It says if he takes the stand and testifies in his own defense, his credibility may be impeached and his testimony assailed like any other witness. And the breadth of his waiver is determined by the scope of relevant cross-examination. He has no right to set forth to the jury all the facts which tend in his favor without lying himself open to a cross-examination on those facts. Those are the general and well-established rules, Your Honor, and they're particularly relevant in this case. And so we believe that those financial matters would be well within the scope of this particular matter and authorized by the rules in the case law.
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, with regard to credibility, I mean, the rules are pretty strict as to what evidence of criminal conduct can be used to impeach a witness's credibility, and there are limited to convictions, and that's Rule 609. Your Honor has let the financial evidence in under theory of motive, and you've done a 403 weighing test. And Your Honor, I think when you get to cross-examination of a defendant, I think Your Honor has discretion under Rule 403 to prohibit the state from further inquiry in this case on the financial evidence, which they contend is a motivating factor for the crimes. And that's, and so that Brown v. US and all the, I don't disagree that that's the black letter law, but the question is, what's the scope of cross-examination? And here he's charged with murder. He's not charged with financial crimes. He's charged with murder. And we're asking the court to limit, the waiver of his Fifth Amendment privilege to the murder charges.
Yes, sir.
Again, moving back to 607, of course, the credibility of the witness may be attacked by any party. 608B allows examination, cross-examination of a witness concerning their aspects of truthfulness and untruthfulness, which this clearly goes to, as well as 608C, which talks about bias, prejudice, and any motive to misrepresent. And again, we're not just talking about purely dishonesty and credibility, which I think is alone more than enough. We're also talking about examination on issues that are specifically relevant to this particular case based on the 404 ruling.
Rule 607, Rule 608, particularly the portion of 608, see evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness, either by examination of the witness or by evidence otherwise adduced. Rule 611 and 609 also addresses the issue. I am not going to issue an order in advance limiting the scope of cross-examination. Any objectionable matter must be addressed as the evidence is presented and not based on any advance ruling by the court.
Your Honor, the request for the ruling is not an evidentiary ruling. It's the scope of his privilege. And so would he be permitted to assert the Fifth, for example, if they're permitted to ask questions such as they intend to on cross? And that's,
I can't give you any advisory opinions about the evidence and the scope of cross-examination, the scope of his privilege. I'm willing to review with him the scope of his privilege against self-incrimination, if that's what you're referring to.
we will certainly need to have that colloquy at some point at the end of the day, perhaps. But
for the court to issue some blanket order limiting the scope of cross-examination, that's unheard of to me.
again, Your Honor, I'm not, the question is the scope of the waiver of his privilege when he gets on that witness stand. That's what we're asking for, not an evidentiary ruling.
Mr. Waters has some cases there that I assume he'd like for me to look at, and if you do, I'd be happy to look at what you have as well. Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury.
Oh,
I can't believe he just tried that.
well, of course, because, here's the thing. I understand why. Don't forget, Creighton Waters has 18 other indictments sitting there that he can get information on. Like, if he asks the right questions, then all of it would be usable in court.
Yep.
So, it is a precarious position for Murdaugh, but that means that they know that only Murdaugh's own words, the things that he said, are what being held against him, and he's got to try to counter his own statements and actions. They want him on the stand. That I'm shocked about. They obviously want him on the stand, but they want him on the stand their way. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning.
Oh boy.
Madam
Yeah,
Four Lady.
good.
How's the jury doing? Doing great. Well, that's great news. Well, we're now in day number 22. Defense's case. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Calls Mark Bal.
Okay.
All right, who's Mark Bal? Anybody know yet? I don't think I've heard that.
I'm gonna
name
go.
yet.
I'll go look. I'll be back.
Okay.
Do you swear affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat on the stand. Since it does have a microphone, you can speak into it. Just state your full name and spell your last name.
Mark Bal, B-A-L-L.
Mr. Bal, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? What do you do?
I'm a lawyer in Hampton. I practice with the Parker Law Group now. I've lived in Hampton for 20 plus years. I now live in Rum Gully here in Colleton County. Have for about 9 years. I practice mostly
How
civil
long
law.
have you been a lawyer?
33 years
And where were you born and raised?
in Ballantyne, South Carolina, up above Columbia, about 20 miles.
And when did you move down to this part of the state?
I started with the law firm 34 years ago. I moved down. I was a law clerk at first and have never left since 1988.
Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do,
How long have you known him?
34 years.
And did you practice law together?
We did, about 20 something.
Did you become personal friends of his?
Yes, I mean,
And were your family friends with his family?
yes, our children grew up together, as did everybody in the firm.
And your wife, Lisa, would she become good friends with Maggie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the, you remember the evening of June the 7th,
I do very well.
2021?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn about the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul?
It was about 10:30 and one of my partners, Ronnie Crosby, tried to call my phone, and before I could get to it, he called my wife's phone, and he said, hand mark the phone, and he said Maggie and Paul had been shot and get over there. And so I scrambled and got over there. I live about 8 or 10 miles from there. I live over in Rum Gully, and that's Moselle.
And why did you go over there?
To find out what was going on, to, see what I mean, we're out in the middle of, nowhere, and, somebody calls you and says, your law partner's, wife and child have been shot, you go. I mean,
And who did you go with?
I went with my wife, Lisa.
And when you got there, who was on the scene? Do you recall?
Yeah, I came in by the cabin, what's referred to as the cabin side of it. And there was ambulance was pulled up next to what I would call the hangar building. It was pulled up there, and then Barry McRoy's vehicle, he drives a SUV of some type. And then there was a police car pulled off to the right-hand side, probably 50 yards before you get to them, and I pulled in right behind them on the left hand or the right-hand side of the driveway coming in, and then walked over.
Will you remind the jury who Barry McCoy is?
Barry McRoy is the chief of the fire and rescue here in Colleton County.
So when you arrived, I think so Barry McCoy was present?
He was there. He was standing there speaking with a deputy, and there were 2 EMT paramedics standing over near their ambulance.
And when you pulled into the lower driveway by the cabin, had any roadblocks or barriers been put up to stop cars from coming in there?
None. I got there about 10:50, 10:52, something like that.
Did you have a conversation with any law enforcement officers about the need to block the entrance?
I did eventually. I was talking to Barry about, I had found out just before I got there, somebody had called me and they work with sort of the maintenance side of fire and rescue, and they had come across the radio that there were 2 dead. So I suspected that Paul and Maggie had passed away. So when I got there, I was talking to Barry and asking him some questions. I could see Randy kind of through the alleyway between the dog kennel and the sort of wing shed that comes off of the hangar. And then Buddy Hill, the sheriff, came over, and then I spoke with him.
And did you talk about the need to block the entrance into the Moselle property off Moselle Road?
We did just briefly. He said, I need to get this blocked off. And I think he took a phone call or something. And I walked back to tell my wife what was going on. And I saw another deputy coming in. So I walked out to the head of the road there, and I said, I think the sheriff wants this blocked off. And then I walked back to where Barry McRoy was. And then
did that entrance get blocked off?
No.
What happened?
People just kept piling in. It was just more and more people kept showing up.
Roughly how many cars you think piled in?
I don't know, because shortly thereafter I walked around to the other side, but there were a good many. When I walked back over there an hour and a half later, there were a good many cars over there.
And when you say you walked around the other side, I don't think we need a diagram, but just tell the jury what you're talking about.
Well, there's a dog pen. From where I was standing, the dog pen would be to the left. The aircraft hangar with 2 wing sheds coming off of it would be directly in front of me. There's a skinning shed that would be to the far right. And then directly across from the hangar shed, probably 50 or 60, 75 yards, would be another storage shed, equipment shed. And so I walked down almost to where the skinning shed was, and then back around in front of the far shed, the equipment shed.
So you did not walk directly between the shed and the kennels?
No, sir.
You walked around the shed?
Correct.
Before you walked around the shed, did you stand and observe what was happening within the taped off area?
I did. People were walking between the dog pen, and the law enforcement and responders had walked between the 2 areas, the wing shed and the dog kennel. And I could see where Paul was, but he was covered up. Barry had covered him up.
And what was the weather?
It was misty. It wasn't really raining, but it was one of those kind of foggy days or nights that it's more than just a fog. You get wet. And eventually it got where it would drizzle off and on. And later on, it didn't rain hard, but it was intermittently sprinkle in that kind of floating heavy fog.
Did you make any observations about water coming off the roof of the kennel?
I did later on when I got around to that side.
Okay, and what observations did you make?
Eventually the water was running off. That dog kennel is built with a small cantilever on the front of it, and then a longer part off the back. And water was dripping off of the front of the shed where Paul was.
Was water landing on Paul?
It was.
And could you see where the water would then accumulate after it landed on Paul?
It would drain off. There's a cement apron right there in the front of that feed room. And there was water there. There was water in the gravel to some degree. The grass was wet. It wasn't raining so hard that, you couldn't just stand there without an umbrella, but it was drizzling enough that you were getting wet.
And the fact that you observed water dripping off the roof onto Paul's body, did that concern you?
It did. It did.
Why?
Well, one, I didn't think that, it's a crime scene. You don't want just water dripping all over the place. But more importantly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful. I mean, Paul was a good young man, and I, quite frankly, it just pissed me off.
I understand. Did you have a conversation with anyone about trying to prevent that?
I don't think I did about that aspect of it, but I just thought that they should have put a tarp or something. I mean, just out of respect.
Right.
They eventually did with Maggie put up what I would call a tailgating tent, very similar to the media tents that are out front, those little lightweight, and they put that over Maggie.
Right.
To my knowledge, they never did over Paul, at least while I was there.
When you walked around the shed to get on the other side, who was on the other side?
Well, I could see through the alleyway between the dog kennels and that wing shed coming off of, if you were standing in front of the aircraft hangar, it'd be the right-hand side where Maggie was. I could see Randy over there and Alec. Alec much more infrequently, but Randy was on the phone walking and I could see him. And I think he and I got there about the same time. He had come through the main gate.
When you got up, what did you get up to greet Alec?
I did. When I walked around, Alec met me about halfway where that equipment shed is. Alec came, as soon as he saw me coming up through there, he met me about halfway in front of that shed and just went to pieces. He's Alec's 6'4", 6'5", whatever he is, and I'm 5'9". He pretty well smothers you when he hugs you.
What was his demeanor?
He was devastated. I mean, he was crying. He was, just beside himself. And I told him we'd get through it. And go ahead.
Yeah, eventually did SLED arrived on the scene?
He did, but while Alec was
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
kind of, I'm trying to console him and patting him on the back. And, he said, look at what they did. Look at what they did to them. I mean, just right off the bat.
So during that initial encounter with Alec, he referred to they with what they did. Is that correct?
Yeah, they, which I didn't really think about at the time until I was taking my wife home. I just thought it was an odd comment.
The SLED arrived sometime later.
They did.
Do you remember about how long after your initial arrival SLED got on the scene?
I think they came kind of in, because I'm sure they were coming from various locations, but they were there probably within an hour and a half of me being there.
And by the time SLED arrived, were there other members from your law firm and family members out on the property where you were standing?
There were. By the time SLED got there, pretty much all the lawyers in the firm, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3, one of them had small children and one got forgotten, and pretty much everybody that was a lawyer was there. And family members, all of Alec's family was there.
Were you directed to leave the area when SLED started processing the crime scene?
Eventually we were. The coroner came over, Rich Harvey, came over and said SLED was there. They were ready to start processing the scene. He said, y'all need to, go over to the house and I said, are you sure about that? And he said, yeah. And I said, are you sure it's okay for us to go to the house? And he walked back over and asked somebody and came back and said, yeah. And I said,
did you have any concerns going to the house?
I did.
What were your concerns?
Well, it's twofold. One, this is a pretty big farm and I don't know who's over there. 2 people have been gunned down and, is it safe? So safety is one concern. And the other is that part of what went on here? And so where's the crime scene start and stop?
And when you got to the house, did it appear that the house had been searched and cleared in any form or fashion?
I didn't see any signs of that, but I'm not a criminologist. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a defense lawyer, but I mean, it looked like just a regular house.
But before you go to the house, did you have any conversations with law enforcement about, your knowledge of Paul receiving threats?
Yeah, I had asked, when I was standing where I had driven up, Buddy Hill had come over there, and he asked me if I knew, because I know Sheriff Hill, and he asked if I had any idea of who might want to do this, and I said, not really. And he said, do you know of any threats? And I said, I know Paul had gotten, since the boat wreck, that he had gotten several, threats and just people cranking off from all over the place, not necessarily local, but from everywhere. And I would hear it from, Alec from time to time and different stuff. And so I told him that.
Did, when you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you spoken to Alec?
I had not at that point. I hadn't gotten over to him.
When you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you listened to the 911 call?
No, sir.
That thought of threats, was that an independent thought of yours?
Well, it was response to a question.
Right.
From Sheriff Hill.
And your thought process was about the boating accident?
Well, that was the only threat that I knew of that Paul had ever encountered.
Right. When, do you remember who went to the house when you went into the Moselle residence?
Yeah.
Who was with you?
Well, I mean, I probably can't name them all. I'll probably leave somebody off, but it was myself, Ronnie Crosby, Lee Cooke, Austin Crosby, Neil, Alger, Randy Murdaugh, Alec.
Had Buster gotten there yet?
Buster had gotten there, I believe, but I'm not sure. He and Brooklyn, I remember when they came up, but I can't tell you whether it was over before we left over there. It seems to me that they drove up at the house, but I can't tell you for certain. And then there was Corey Fleming and Chris Wilson showed up, Lynn, John Marvin, just a host of people. Greg Alexander, chief of police in the embassy, who's a friend of theirs, showed up. There were
A lot of people in the house.
a lot of people.
What did you observe of the condition of the house?
When we came in the door, we obviously went to the den, and we're standing around. The den and the kitchen in that house are connected, and there were pots on the stove. So Lee Cope and myself and I think Austin got the pots. I think I set something in the sink, and they stuck some in the refrigerator.
But when you entered the house, it looked like there was food out that had been prepared for dinner?
There was food on the stove, yeah. I don't recall seeing any plates, but somebody else could have picked them up. I wouldn't.
But were folks cleaning up?
Sure.
And what time of day was this?
It was probably 1:30 or 2 in the morning.
Do you remember what time you left the Moselle residence on that night, early morning?
I probably left at 3:30 or 4. I left when Alec was leaving.
When did you go back to the property?
I had a deposition the next morning, and I ended up having to take it, and then I got out there about 11, I guess.
And was Alec there when you got there?
I went over to the dog pen over that way. I had gotten a call that morning about 8 o'clock from Randy, 8 or 8:15, and John had gone over there trying to clean up and couldn't do it. I mean, emotionally. And
Right.
Randy had asked me if I could see about finding somebody to come clean it up, or did I know anybody? And I called the coroner's office to find out if they had people that did that type of work or knew of people that did that type of work. And ultimately, the coroner called me back and gave me the names of 2 companies, and
Okay.
I gave those to Lee, and he started trying to run them down.
Okay. I inadvertently skipped over something on my outline. When you were at the house before you left, so you left about 3:30 in the morning or so, were you there when SLED agents came up and took custody of Alex's clothes that he was wearing?
I was. They knocked on the door. Somebody answered the door. For some reason, I got up and walked over there, and they said they needed his clothes and to, I think, swab his hands. I walked back over. Alec had been sitting next to me on the couch. There's 2 couches in the den that sort of face each other, and then 2 chairs that are headed towards the kitchen. He was sitting on the far couch, and I walked back over and I said, Alec, they need your clothes. Can you step back here with these folks? And it was a male and a female.
Okay. Well, before we go any further, let me ask you, were your clothes wet or dry when you were sitting on the couch?
They were pretty wet. They weren't soaked, but they were uncomfortably damp.
And do you recall whether Alex's clothes were damp as well?
I would assume they are. I didn't reach over
And did you see how the clothes were, I guess, collected? Were they put on a hanger, wrapped up carefully, or what happened?
The male went into what Alec's bedroom, at least I'm assuming that's Alec's bedroom, and he came back out, and then I saw Alec just kind of, the female agent or officer was holding the bag, and Alec dropped him in.
Okay. There was one bag, multiple bags?
I thought it was one, but I couldn't tell you whether it was 1 or 2 or 3.
All right. Went down, now I'm jumping back to where we were on the morning of June the 8th. After you got out of your deposition, did you go to the property?
I did.
And you went down to the kennels?
I did. I drove over there.
Had the crime scene been released?
It had been released, and because I asked Randy that morning, he said, yeah, they've released it when John was down there.
And what'd you do?
I just wandered around. There was a SLED agent there. I think at some point Duffy Stone and Sean, his deputy, Thornton, was there. And I think one of their investigators, they were over inside the hangar, and there was a SLED agent. At least I'm presuming he was a SLED agent. And I don't know who he was. It wasn't any of the ones that were working the case that I came to find out they were working the case later on that I can remember. And I looked around at different things.
Did you look in the feed room?
I did.
What did you see in the feed room?
Well, by that time, I think Ronnie had either come up or was over there.
Ronnie
Crosby.
Your law partner.
And I think Lee Cooke was there as well, but I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure. And I was looking in the feed room, and you could see, obviously there was still a pretty raw scene. And were
there still remains of Paul in the feed room that had not been collected?
At first, I didn't see it. I saw shot, on the floor, steel shot on the floor, number 2. Steel
shot. You mean pellets from a?
Yeah, like bird shot, except it was number 2, steel.
Okay, and you saw that in the feed room?
It was all over everything. It was on the floor. It was on the shelves. It was various places. Okay. And then I got to looking around, and there was you could see where a piece of buckshot had gone through, and you could see where it had knocked out, or shot through twice where the window was, or is. 2 had gone through that. There was some plastic crates or something, and you could see where one of the shot had gone through and had embedded in the window frame right there, the molding. And then there was a piece of buckshot laying on the ledge of the windowsill.
What did you do when you observed the shots?
I walked back out and asked what I thought was the agent. And
what was the agent?
He said, we've got all we need. And so I walked back over there and looked around, and then, looking around around the floor and all that, it just, there was a piece of Paul's skull about the size of a baseball laying there.
Did that upset you?
It did very much. I mean, it just really infuriated me. And I don't know who I was supposed to be mad at, but it just infuriated me that this young man had been murdered and there were still his remains there. And there was a large blood spot and tissue out right off of the apron of that area right outside the feed room that was there. And it's kind of like walking across a grave. It's one of those things you just don't do.
Right. After you spent time down at the kennel area, what'd you do next?
I ended up going back to the house. And I remember Terry Brandstetter, Maggie's daddy, was there, and several other people. And I spoke to them and went in the house and eventually went towards where the gun room was that afternoon.
Did SLED agents come up to search the house while you were present?
They did. They
And I think the jury's seen a video of it. We don't need to play it, but were you present in the gun room?
I was. I think they probably 2:30 or 3 o'clock, something like that. They showed up, and I had a discussion with that same agent, and I'm assuming it's a SLED agent. It could have been a sheriff's deputy, but I made the assumption that it was a SLED agent over at the kennels and the hangar. I asked if they'd figured out what kind of gun it was, and at that time I didn't know. I assumed it was a 223 based on the night before. Barry McRoy had said that he thought it was some type of assault rifle. And I just immediately kind of went there, and that agent had said that it was a three something. And I said, a 300 blackout. And he said, yeah. And I said, well, there's one over there in the gun rack. And he said, no, there's not. And apparently SLED had been there sometime that morning or whatever. He said, they already checked. There's not one over there. And I said, yes, there is. And so later on, when they got there, there was one there.
So, you located it for SLED?
Yeah.
The night, early morning hours, 2 or 3 o'clock before you left, had you seen the gun room?
I had.
Were there guns on the pool table and whatnot?
I walked in there. The door was shut. I think the door was shut between it and the sort of a transition hall. You go through there, and then there was a bathroom, and then where the freezers were, and then it exits out onto the porch. And then straight ahead would be, I guess in the original house plans, would have been a garage, but it was kind of a den game room that Alec had turned into a recreation/gun room, and large room. And I walked in there, and there were 3 shotguns on the table, pool table.
Right.
And some other stuff, some shells and stuff. And
when you went back the next day, the 8th, in daylight hours, early afternoon, where it looked like things had been put up.
They had been put up. There were no guns on the table. There were no shells, no nothing there. And so I asked what happened to that. And I was told that the maid had put them up. And so I went and asked her.
Was it Blanca?
And yeah, I went to Blanca, and she said, yeah, I was told to clean up the room. And so I put them up and put them in the rack.
And did you point out to the SLED agents the guns that were on the table that you thought you'd seen the night before?
I didn't point out the guns. I told them that there had been guns there.
When you're on the property on the, I guess the morning on the 8th at some point in time, did you observe an employee that had been working on the property for Alec, individual on the CB road?
I did.
And Did you take pictures of his vehicle for some reason?
I took pictures of a vehicle. I didn't know whose vehicle it was. There was a vehicle that had pulled up underneath of the, again, if you were standing in front of the hangar where the big door is, it would have been to the right. And there was a truck that had pulled up in there and it didn't have a license tag on it. And when I walked by it, there was a jug of Clorox and I can't remember what else was in there, but it was a jug of Clorox. And I just thought that was odd.
Where was the Clorox?
It was in the bed of the truck.
Okay.
And I took a couple of pictures of it and turned them over to SLED.
And why did you take pictures?
It just looked odd. You know, two people had gotten killed and, you know, there's Clorox around.
There's been I won't make a statement. Did you see any coolers on the property down there?
I did.
Where did you see a cooler?
When I walked around the bottom part between the skin and shed and the hangar and the other shed, there was a open cooler there, or looked like a Yeti style cooler. And I can't tell you whether it's a Yeti or not, but it was one of those thicker coolers. And there was probably a dozen beer cans around it that night. And the next day, when I walked by it, it was still there.
Okay.
I just thought it, with all the people and the hoopla that had gone on, that it didn't look very good.
Okay. Did you, I mean, was that the only thing that stood out about the cooler, the beer cans around?
The beer cans, yeah.
Um,
Looked like somebody had unloaded a boat or something
right.
and just kind of thrown them out of the boat and forgot about them and left it.
Did, what kind of law do you practice?
Civil,
Okay. Plaintiffs, defense?
mostly plaintiffs. Occasionally I'll defend a, small business or a farmer or something like that. But
Right.
for the most part, it's all
during the-
plaintiffs.
Course of your practice, have you had experience with getting cell phone records of, parties to find out information?
I have. It's pretty regular now. I mean, just about every defense lawyer asks and every plaintiff's lawyer asks, because so many people are texting and talking on the phone when they rear end somebody or crash into somebody or whatever. And you want to know if you ask them, were you on the phone? And they say no. And, it shows up on the bill, then they probably were on the phone.
And as, part of your, I guess, concern about Maggie and Paul and Alex, did you pull his cell phone records?
Well, I was asked to pull them, and yeah, we provided them to both SLED and to your office, I believe,
Right.
for Alex cell phone records.
And if you're trying to get information from an opposing party or something about cell phone records, are the records more reliable than the actual handheld phone device? In your experience?
402.
Did you hear the objection?
I
So as a lawyer, then you don't respond until the court rules. Response to the objection.
Been testimony about deleted call logs, Your Honor, and this addresses that issue.
Anything further? Objections overruled.
I don't know that aspect of it. That's a technical. I get the records because they're more accessible than getting a download and going through there are cases that you may want to get a download, but the run of the mill cases, truck wrecks and stuff, the records of the cell phone call records tend to answer the question that I'm asking.
You've known Alec for 30 plus years?
Yes, sir.
You recognize his voice?
Yes, sir.
And I think at one point in time, were you asked to identify his voice on a video of down at the kennel?
Yes, sir.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And you determined it was Alec's voice?
Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
And you told that to SLED?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to a tape that's been played in this courtroom about whether Alex said, I did them so bad or they did them so bad?
Objection. 401, 402, and beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge.
Objection overruled.
I was sent a snippet and asked the question,
Okay.
what it was, and
But hang on, I'm not getting your response. So let's, Your Honor, we'd like to play the snippet from State's Exhibit 153 for this witness.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I would object. I believe that this witness was not present for this conversation, and again, object under 401 and 402 in relevance to his commentary on that particular exhibit.
Objection overruled.
And sitting there talking today is just so, it's just so bad. It's so bad.
sounds like they to me.
Right.
I played the snippet multiple times, and
And is it consistent with what he told you the night of the murders?
it is.
You remember in, I think February 2019, that Paul Murdaugh was involved in a boating accident.
I do.
And you're aware that he was criminally charged.
I am.
And then Alec, and I believe Buster were civilly sued.
Yes, sir.
And did you work on the case formally?
Not formally, no. I was about to get in after the murders, along with several other partners.
Did but leading up to the murders, did you have conversations with Alec about civil case and the criminal case?
I did about the civil case to begin with. And then when the charges came out, I talked with Deanne Randolph.
What was Alex? If you know, what he expressed to you, his priority between the two matters was?
Well, obviously the criminal matter was much more pressing for him.
And in your conversations with him, did you gain an understanding of his concern about the civil case?
Yeah, somewhat.
And,
But it,
how concerning was the civil case?
well, I mean, obviously, anytime you get sued, you've got to be concerned about it. And, it was the whole boating accident as a whole was very negative towards him, towards Paul, and the entire family, or his entire family. And so, it was obviously it wasn't a nothing, but at the same time, I read the complaint. Several partners and my lawyers in my firm read the complaint, and at the time that he was sued, the causes of action against Alec were drafted probably to try to get as much insurance coverage as they could, which is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. You're looking for coverage. You don't want to make allegations that get you out of coverage. And it was very vanilla against him. And the allegations against Alec were that I sort of referred to him, and others did as well, as sort of bad parenting. You had a adult child that the allegation was that you allowed him to go out and drink. And when you're 18, you pretty much get to do what you want. And you've reached your majority. And so I thought it was very defensible as to those causes of action at that time, or that cause of action. And I think he did too, but I don't know what he thought.
Right. Did it, some point in time, Alec, was he forced to resign from the firm?
He was. September the 3rd.
What day was it?
September the 3rd.
And And after that, did you have an opportunity to look in his office?
I did. He resigned on the 3rd. Then there was the incident on the 4th. And I left the scene over there on Old Salkehatchie and went by the office. And I'd also been in his office on Friday after he resigned.
When you were in his office, did you find any paperwork that looked like he had been working on for the boating case?
Not until the 5th.
Okay, and what paperwork did you find on the 5th?
The 5th, I went in and started really, because we have an obligation to those clients that he was representing, and I didn't want files just laying around. This was Labor Day weekend, all this hoopla and emotion of, the murders, the issues with Alex leaving the firm, and then that Saturday. And so that Sunday, I went in to the office and went to his office and started going through to make sure that any client files were put over in stack, over there. And as I was going through, I found checks that he had deposited with his telephone that were some of the funds that sort of started all this mess with the Ferris case. They were laying, one was on his top of his desk, one was in a drawer. I pulled out one of the drawers and there was a tablet, a legal tablet that had numbers written down on it as far as debts and assets and, just kind of the scribblings of kind of what you owe and what you've got.
Would it be something that you would normally see on a net worth statement?
It would be the same information. When I think of a net worth statement, I think of the form that a bank sends you.
Right.
But yeah, it obviously, he was listing what he had and what he owed.
Is it something, the type of format you've seen in civil litigation where a defendant's required to produce net worth?
Not in the same form, but the same information.
I skipped another topic. After Maggie and Paul's death, did you collect her jewelry?
I did. I got a call on the Wednesday, I believe, after the murders on Monday from the coroner. His wife and my wife had worked as surgical nurses at Hampton Hospital together, and then my wife ended up being the supervisor over that area. And so I knew them very well, and I'd known Rich for 30 years. He called and said that Lori had cleaned up the jewelry and, whenever Alec wanted it. And I said, well, I'll come get it. And so I met him, Ronnie Crosby, and I came over to his office and picked it up, signed for it, and I carried it back to the house.
And within the jewelry, you remember the wedding ring and wedding bands and other jewelry?
There were rings. I can't tell you. There was a thing that sticks out to me was she had a diamond bracelet on and it was in pieces. And he said he tried to find all the pieces, but there was still some missing. Okay. But I wasn't paying attention so much to, it just didn't feel right looking and snooping around in somebody else's stuff.
Knowing Alec for 30 years, do you develop an assessment of his relationship with his family, Maggie, Paul, and Buster?
Well, I'll tell you this. The person I thought I knew loved his family, or appeared to love his family very much. He'd take their calls. He'd do all of those things. After, September the 3rd, I'm not sure I know that person. And so, but he always seemed to be devoted to everything. Their ball games, he would aggravate the hell out of me when you'd be in a deposition and they would call and he'd answer it, and, you'd be in a meeting or whatever. And he always took their calls. Whereas my wife and my children never called me unless it was a true emergency. And Alec took their calls, whether it was they needed, a gallon of milk, or, they had something important to tell him. I mean, always took their calls.
And did you see them together frequently?
I did. They went places. You'd see pictures of them. I think Maggie was a pretty prolific Facebook, text, whatever. I'm not on any social media, but my daughter or my wife would show me pictures of where they had been or ball games, different things like that. I never saw anything that indicated to me that there was anything out of the way with any of the relationships, including the drug stuff. I had no.
Yeah, let me ask you, were you aware that he had opioid addiction?
None.
And were any of the partners aware that he had opioid?
None to my knowledge. I mean, that was not a subject matter that ever came up. I mean, it was, and Paul, I think, has been sort of demonized by this whole affair, and it's just not fair. I mean, Paul, it's like a lot of young people I know, they kind of are trying to find where the fence is. Sometimes they get, going a little fast and, blow through some things, but Paul was a good kid. He was always polite to me. I never had one single solitary issue with him at all. And I knew he had done some things, that most kids, are mischievous do. And on at least one occasion, I went to Alec and told him that I thought Paul needed to be throttled back a little bit, that I saw some videos of him driving fast. And I don't know what Alec did, but that was, our firm was very much of a family. I mean, if you were a member of our firm, and it didn't matter whether you were a lawyer or one of our folks, I mean, our staff is family as well. And if they have a problem, we all have a problem. And so we look out for each other, and we did. Unfortunately, Alec betrayed that when he stole the money. Sure. But the outward things that I saw of Alec with his kids and his wife were just that. I mean, they were what I observed. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors, but they seemed to enjoy each other's company.
All right. Thank you. Court's indulged. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Please support.
Mr. Waters, could I steal one of your waters there?
Absolutely. There you go. He was pretty good at hiding who he really was, wasn't he?
Obviously.
You known him for 34 years?
I knew him for 34 years, or I have known him for 34 years.
Thought y'all were pretty good friends?
Thought so.
Interacted many times a week?
We had his son Buster and my daughter were in school all the way from kindergarten on, and I would see him at work early on. He didn't work for us immediately when he came out of law school. He worked for Jim Moss and Coon. And then he came to us about 5 or 6 years after that.
But you shared a business with him for how long?
Probably 20 some odd years.
He was your partner?
He was a partner.
You trusted him?
You have to. And I did.
And outwardly, to your appearance, he was a good lawyer. He was a partner to you. He was someone you could trust and rely on, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first
Outwardly, from what you observed.
Yes, sir.
He was a good partner. He was a good lawyer. He was someone in part of your business, somebody that you could trust and rely on. Is that true?
Yes, he was.
And outwardly, you thought that he had a good relationship with his family. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you have just testified that you didn't really know this man, did you?
Obviously, I did not. I mean, had we known the things he was doing, we wouldn't have been law partners.
You were asked about the kennel video.
Yes, sir.
And you've had a chance to review that kennel video.
A couple of times.
And you and I have talked quite a few times. Is that correct?
We have. I didn't see the kennel video until probably a month or two ago.
But you've reviewed it here recently, is that correct?
I have several times.
All right. And any doubt in your mind that Alex Murdaugh, Maggie, and Paul were on that kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, 2021?
None,
No doubt in your mind.
no doubt.
Do I need to play it for you again, or no doubt in your mind?
I played it all. I want to hear it.
Well, let's talk about that just a little bit. And we'll talk more in some detail, but I want to go ahead and cover this. You saw Alex the night of the murders,
I did.
and you knew Maggie very well. You knew Paul very well.
I did.
And you went to the scene where Alex was, is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alex or take Alex back over to the
I'm
house?
pretty sure he rode back over to the house. I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were impounded over there.
And did you eventually, as things started to move forward, sit down on the couch with him back at the house?
I did.
Fix yourself a liquor drink?
Probably a heavy one.
I get it. And did you talk to Alex about what he did that night?
I don't know whether it was, I know on the couch we talked, but I talked to him several times, including before the masses got there, as to trying to figure out, do you know anything? Do you have any idea who did this?
Because you were very concerned. You want to get to the bottom of this, right?
For a lot of reasons.
For a lot of reasons. For the family, for what happened to Maggie and Paul, for the law firm, for all the people involved.
All of it. I mean, it's safety of, if it was something to do with him and the law practice, we didn't want somebody to show back up at the front door and harm our folks. We didn't want them to harm any of the other lawyers' families. If it was some person that was deranged, we just didn't know. I mean, this isn't an ordinary occurrence in your practice of law.
You thought you were his buddy, been partners for 34 years. Y'all are sitting on the couch. Is that right?
Like family.
And you start talking to him. Is he responding to your questions appropriately?
He was.
Answering the correct subject matter?
He was. He was very upset, obviously.
Sure.
I mean,
but he was answering your questions. He wasn't unable to make sentences.
He
and that
was.
sort of-
Yeah.
And did you talk to him about what he did that night?
Yeah.
And did he deny ever going down to those kennels to his buddy and law partner of 34 years?
He said that he ate dinner, laid down on the couch, took a nap, and then left to check on him.
And now you know that's not true from seeing the kennel video, right?
I do.
And that wasn't the only time he told you that, is it?
No, at least 3 times.
At least 3 times. And this would be over the subsequent days,
Yes, sir.
subsequent conversations that you had with him.
Yes, sir.
And he was always clear that he never went down to those kennels after they ate dinner.
It was the same version of it, but it wasn't always just me.
Okay. And we'll talk about that. Who else was present at some of those conversations?
Well, I mean, there were other law partners, and I can't tell you exactly who all was there, but I mean, I know on that Thursday following this, I heard him say it then.
Okay. And there were other law partners there?
Yes.
Were their family there?
I don't know whether they were in the room at the time or not. I just know there were law partners there.
Was Griffin there?
I can't speak as to what, he was present on the property, but I don't know whether he was there.
And did Alec tell the same version of events, that he never went down to those kennels?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know whether Mr. Griffin was there. We were there before Mr. Griffin was there.
In his conversations with you, did he ever change his story about who he checked first at the scene, supposedly?
I've heard it both ways, and I don't know whether it's just I don't know whether it's just because of the trauma of the situation, but one time it was, the first time I remember, he checked Maggie first and then went to Paul. And then I heard him say at one point that it was Paul and then it was Maggie. It didn't really matter to me. It wasn't something I really was picking up on because it was horrendous either way. I mean, I can't imagine seeing my wife dead and my son dead in such a brutal manner. So I never put any real stock in that, but it oscillated.
It did oscillate from what he was saying.
From the first time I heard it, but
The story changed.
Well, yeah, as to which
Okay.
was which.
Over the days following this event, this law firm, as you said, was like a family, right?
Was.
You thought you were very close to this man, just like you feel close to your other law partners and their families and the staff and everybody else.
It wasn't just the lawyers that felt that way. It was, I mean,
The
the funeral, the
paralegals.
paralegals were there. The law firm shut down. They were also on, we had to go on a heightened alert. I contacted SLED about what we should be doing because there was a statement that came out about there was no, they didn't know of any danger to the public. And we're left with trying to make sure that the 60 or 75 people that work with us are all safe and they go home to their families. And SLED responded. I called the lieutenant over here and he called me back that evening and, was very helpful as far as trying to tell us, he said, I don't know of any specific threats, but, here's some precautions. And I think what y'all are doing is the right thing. And they were helpful. But there was still that undertow of, who did this and are they going to, and it just, people were just on edge all the time.
And you're not a criminal lawyer or prosecutor, I think you said.
I'm not.
But still a lawyer. And so you and your partners, including his brother Randy, were very focused on trying to figure out what happened here. What is wrong here, correct? What happened on June 7th, 2021,
Sure.
right? Very focused on that, were you not?
We were. I mean, it was taking a lot of time off.
But he was not, was he? You've
No,
said
Mr.
that before, have you not?
I have said that, but I don't know, Mr. Waters, how I would respond if I'd lost, and I've told you the same thing. I don't know how you're supposed to react when you lose your wife and your child in such a brutal manner. But no, to answer your question, I didn't see him on the phone like I was trying to call clients and did you hear anything? Did you see anything? Those kinds of things. So, I mean, the answer is no, I didn't see him doing that. I wasn't around him all the time, but no, I did not.
And you've already testified that you and other law partners and family and staff were very concerned about potential threats because of what happened on June 7th. Is that right?
Very concerned.
And you thought it odd, though, that he was not concerned about any threats, even to Buster, correct?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. The night that this happened, I asked Alec where Buster was, and he said, we've gotten a hold of him. Brooklyn's bringing him. And I said, are you sure he's all right? And he said, yeah, he's riding with Brooklyn. And I said, you think he needs any protection or something along those lines? I don't know that it was exactly those words. And he said, he'll be here in a little while. He'll be fine. But he was so addled. I didn't hang anything on anything Alec was saying.
But after that, in the days that followed, you continued to interact with him. He never asked for any protection or expressed any concern about protection for Buster, did he? And
Not
you said,
to me, he did
not
not.
to you.
And, the only thing I can tell you is the 4th of July, he came to Ronnie Crosby's house and he had a pistol in his bag, which was, to me, was unusual. And of course, in classic Alec, Buster, and Paul style, he ended up leaving the bag there when they left.
This law firm's been in existence how long?
1910
1910.
was.
And-
We're no longer.
I'm sorry?
We're no longer. We're now
It
the
was.
Parker Law Group
It was until he came along, right? Until all this happened, right?
until September of 2021.
September 2021. And was a relative of Alex, his great-grandfather was part of that initial law firm, is that right?
His great-grandfather was the beginning of that law firm.
And was he also the solicitor for the 14th Circuit for this area of the state?
He was from, I believe, 1920 until 1940 when he was killed in a train accident.
And then did the defendant's grandfather become solicitor?
Buster
The
started.
chief prosecutor for this area?
Buster took over in 1940 and was the solicitor until 1946. And then Randolph was appointed by the governor and then was until he was 72.
And his father became solicitor is what you just said, is that right?
Randolph.
Until about when?
Randolph was 82 when he passed away, so 10 years ago, maybe, around there. And Buster left the solicitor's office in 86 when he became 72. At the end of 86, beginning of 87, I think Randolph took over, and Buster became the assistant solicitor.
All right. And how long was Randolph solicitor?
Until about 10 years ago. And was still an assistant when he passed, I believe.
Do what?
I believe he was still an assistant solicitor.
Mr. Randolph was?
He was.
And so was the defendant too, wasn't he?
He was in some form or fashion.
He had a badge. Did you
Yeah.
ever see a badge that he had?
I did.
Where did he keep that badge that you saw?
Usually it was on the corner of his dashboard.
Driving around with it in the front of his dashboard?
A lot of times, yeah.
This family is very, very powerful, were they not? Very influential in this community?
I mean, they had a very good name. They had, they were known to help you with your problems.
How important was that family legacy to the defendant?
It seemed to be very important.
I think you've said that it was more important to him than anybody else that you observed.
It seemed that way. I mean, whenever there would be discussions of name changes or anything, he would be very involved in that, much more involved in that than he would be in other business matters.
And he even talked to you about wanting, that being the defendant, wanting to be solicitor as well.
At one time, yeah.
You talked a little bit about the scene. And there were, when you arrived, there were other law partners there as well. Is that right?
Not when I arrived. Randy was there.
Randy was there. Other law partners showed up.
They showed up over the next hour and a half or so.
Okay.
From Jasper County, from Beaufort, from all over.
And there were a lot of powerful attorneys at that scene as it was being processed, including the defendant. Is that right?
Obviously, Alec was there and the rest of us. And then I don't know of any other lawyers at the scene other than us being our firm members.
And was law enforcement always polite and respectful during this entire process?
Absolutely.
And when they came to the house that day, the video where the Jeff Croft came in and searched for those guns, were they polite and respectful?
They were very polite.
Did they have a long conversation? Because they knew family was in the house about trying to do this as delicately as they can without upsetting everybody and doing some big search and running everybody out of the house and all that stuff.
Katie, and I apologize, I can't remember her last name. She offered to take off all of her identification, her gun and all of that. And we told her that wasn't necessary. Okay, I can.
Speak a little louder.
Okay, sure. That's usually
Scoot
not a
up a little
problem.
bit, might help, so you don't have to lean forward.
Yeah. I mean, Katie offered to really, be very behind the scenes, so to speak. And everybody, I've not had, the vast majority of them have been extremely polite and very, very responsive to anything that we ask.
Because of all the family there and the tragedy that happened, they were very delicate and respectful of that when they came to the house that day. Is that correct?
In looking back, they probably were too much.
But they were.
They were very.
You said that Alec would always ride in his Suburban with that badge up in the front dashboard, to your observation, right?
I don't know that he always did, but a lot of the time.
He also generally carried a pistol in the car too, didn't he?
I didn't know that. I can't
But
testify.
you've heard that now, haven't you?
I've heard that, but I didn't know that.
What was Alec like with the cell phone? He was on it all the time, wasn't he?
He was on the cell phone all the time.
He would constantly be using it, constantly responding to calls in the middle of conversations, always had it with him, to your observation, being his law partner for 30 some odd years. Is that correct?
He was an obnoxious user of the cell phone.
And would it have been unusual for him to go down to those kennels without his cell phone with him?
I mean,
You've said that, haven't you?
I don't know whether I've said it or not said it, but I would think it would be unusual for Alec to go anywhere without his phone.
What was he like as a lawyer? Was he a very academic or type lawyer, or were his skills elsewhere?
Well, I mean, Alec was a very good lawyer. I mean, he got good results for his clients. He got, he could look at a set of facts and really do well with them, figuring out where to go with the issues, where to push and where to not push and pull. And he was very good tactically. I wouldn't say that I'm a great academic lawyer. I think I'm pretty good at figuring out where the seams are to figure out the solution. And I think Alec was much more like I am in that respect, as far as looking at facts and talking with people. Alec never met anybody that he couldn't talk to. He could talk to a fence post.
Talk to a fence post. I think you've said that people were his trade.
They were.
And he understood the emotion of the cases very well, did he not?
He did.
And he could be very convincing with people, as you've come to find out from all that you've uncovered. Is that correct?
Absolutely. He convinced us since 2006.
Effortlessly and easily lied to you for years, and you didn't know it.
Didn't
Is
know
that
it.
correct?
Didn't know it and didn't catch it. In fact, it just, the way he was doing it was very, very cunning.
Cunning. Remind the jury who Jeannie's second juror is. It's been a long trial, but remind them who she is.
She is our in-house accountant, CFO. She's the money person, but she goes beyond that. She did management stuff. She would be the person that at one time she was kind of managing the non-lawyer staff, but she could still rein in the lawyers as well.
And in the wake of all this financial stuff that came up on September 4th, she was one of the ones tasked with going through and figuring out the extent of what he had done. Is that correct?
She and I worked a lot.
And you worked on that as well. Is that correct?
Correct. One of the things that has come up, and there was this issue that happened back in 2017 where we had, at the beginning of the year, the law firm depletes all the money, and then you have to start off the year. Well, money's coming in, and you may not have enough to cover your bills in January and February. So we do a loan, and generally the partners, ones that wanted to participate, would put money in, and then they'd get paid back as soon as we got on a cash positive in the new year. And there was an issue in 2017 where Alec was paid. He didn't put the money in, but the check was written to him by mistake. And I've gone back and looked at it and made sure, but his name and Randy's name appeared one over the other. And it was just a fat finger or just a thing with the mouse, and the check was generated to Alec. And then there was a second check generated, one in March, one in April. The one check was negotiated in May, I think. The other check stayed on his desk and was negotiated the next October. Well, what that did was that threw out our, and this is in our operating account. It wasn't client money. So it threw our operating account balance. And when we started looking at it, then we realized that he wasn't the one that was supposed to have gotten paid. We had basically a powwow. Our president, Danny Henderson, went to him, talked to him about it, and Alec swore that it was just a mistake, and he paid back the money with interest because Randy had been out of his money.
Paid it back with stolen money, correct?
Well, I didn't know that, but I mean, he paid it back, and I think there had been testimony that somehow that got swept under the rug. It did not get swept under the rug at all. It was investigated, but everything seemed to make sense because the check was written to him. He cashed a check that was written to him. And well, I might know whether or not I had an extra 123,000 or whatever it was, or 21. Alec always seemed just sort of disheveled with his own funds. So it made enough sense, and there wasn't enough there to get in a brouhaha and terminate somebody or create more of a fuss than it was, but it wasn't swept under the rug. Everything seemed to fall into place at the time. Now, obviously, had we known any of the other stuff at the time that we found out in September, then it would have been a different story.
But bottom line is, it got discovered. Oops, it was a big mistake, he says. He pays it back, and people move on, right?
And that was in 2018.
That was in 2018. And we're talking about the check written that was supposed to go to his brother that went to him instead.
Right.
And he was never one to loan money for those operating expenses generally. Is that right?
I think he loaned once or twice, but
Once or
not,
twice.
it wasn't regular.
Right. And not around this time period, correct?
I didn't go back and look at that part of it.
It was $125,000 roughly, something like that.
121, 125.
All right.
I was more concerned about how it happened to begin with. Randy's initials are RM, and Alec's initials in our system are RAM. So that was.
And what he did was he gets that check, and instead of saying, this isn't $120,000 for me, he actually goes to staff a couple days later and says, I lost that check. Cut me another one, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he cashes that one, right?
He eventually cashes.
He cashes the
first
second one
Yeah,
in pretty short order, correct?
He cashes the first one in October the next year.
And
he
then
cashes-
sits on the other one for an extended period of time and then cashes that one, right?
He did.
Steals the same money twice, right?
Yes, sir.
What was the word you used before, cunning?
Very cunning.
And you mentioned that it wasn't swept under the rug, but he said, oh, it was a big mistake, and he pays the money back, and then people move on, even though because, okay, it's just Alec, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct.
But there are other instances like that too over the years. For example, using private planes for personal use and billing that to the firm, is that right? Or explain that.
Some of that, but the biggest thing was the credit cards using. He just wasn't a very good rule follower at all. But he
With other people's money, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, anytime you're in a law firm or you're working for somebody and you've got a card or a check that's got their name on it, then you owe them a responsibility to spend it properly. And
It's other people's money, right?
it's other people's money.
And he would spend personal use on the credit cards, and y'all have to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was going on repeatedly, correct?
Up until the end.
Put tuition on firm credit card for one of his children, correct?
He did.
I had to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'd pay it back, and then people would move on, right? And that had been going on for years, had it not?
It had, but there were other people that would
But not like him, right?
not to that
Not
degree.
like him.
Not to that degree.
Now, you talked a little bit about the boat case, but back in May of 2021, Jeannie came to you and told you about what Annette had discovered about them receiving the expense check in the Ferris case, but not the fee check, right?
Sometime in that time frame, yes.
And your initial concern was, and you were concerned that he was going to try to hide assets because of the boat case. That was part of your concern, and the firm was not going to participate in that if that was what was going on.
That's correct, that he was either going to structure them or leave them in somebody else's trust account until it had passed. I mean, we weren't going to fudge our books for that benefit.
And you were aware that in the boat case, they were seeking a personal recovery against Ellen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that caused you concern because this firm was not going to participate in helping him hide assets because of this boat case, correct? That was your concern.
He or anybody else.
Yeah, or anybody else. And you had continued conversations with Jeannie over the next few weeks about this because she couldn't get a straight answer as to what he had done with those fees, correct?
Myself and Jeannie and at least two other partners. Lee Cope and
another partner,
and Ronnie Crosby.
and Ronnie Crosby. And couldn't get a straight answer, could you?
Well, we weren't getting a straight answer, so we continued, but we didn't want to make it a big deal if it wasn't a big deal, but because we didn't have the information, we couldn't make a decision.
And then on June 7th, 2021, Jeannie went in there to demand that straight answer, correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't know that until June the 8th.
But you knew it was coming to a head, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, Jeannie's tenacious. I mean, she's going to get to the answer. She's not going to let go until, and it wouldn't just be this, it would be anything.
But unlike the other times, Alec didn't have the money to pay it back and make it all go away, did he? This time.
I didn't know that.
But you know that now, don't you?
Well, yeah, obviously, the whole world does.
Maggie was your friend?
Who?
Maggie was your friend?
She was all of our friends, yes.
Paul was your friend?
Sure. He was dear friends with particularly my youngest daughter.
He was a good kid?
He was a good kid. I mean, he had his issues like everybody else. I mean, I don't know anybody who's raised children. If they say they're perfect, then they need to write a book. But I mean,
I don't think any of us want to be judged by what we did when we were 18 or 19. Do we?
I don't want to be judged with what I did, or I really don't want to be judged with how I raised my children. But those are individual decisions. But Paul was a good kid. He was always polite. I could have picked up the phone and called Paul and said, "Hey, I need some help over here on my farm." That kid would have come in a heartbeat. He was just a good kid. Now, did he do some devilish things? Absolutely. I hear about him, and occasionally, if I saw him, I'd say something to him about it. But he was a good kid. I mean, he great outdoorsman. He grew a garden. I mean, Randolph, who they called handsome, I mean, he'd do anything in the world. And after the boat wreck, the two of them were almost glued together. And I mean, it's just a total waste of a kid that had never found his potential yet, but would have, I'm quite confident.
And after this tragedy happened to the family that was this law firm, everybody was focused solely on that, coming to support one another and coming to support Alex Murdaugh. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And the last thing on anyone's mind at that time was those dadgum Ferris fees when this happened. Isn't that right? And you've said that.
We actually, at least myself and one or two others said, well, we'll have to put that on hold. I mean, it wasn't just we're not going to subconsciously, but we consciously said we're going to, the man just lost his wife and child. There's no way we're going to be cruel. We'll get back to it later. And we did.
Got back to it later. A couple months later, right? Or a month later.
A month later.
You're advised that, oh, wait a minute. Chris Wilson says he has those fees all along, right?
It's what I was told.
Because in the wake of those murders, he had managed to borrow some money from Johnny Parker, right?
I found that out later.
And he had managed to have Palmetto State Bank through Russell Lafitte give him $350,000 in undocumented funds, correct?
I found that out later as well.
Just like
after he'd been
before,
terminated.
you get an email saying, yeah, I'm Chris Wilson, I got the fees. And that kind of put the matter to bed at that point in time, right?
That was in July, yes.
Paid it back again, or at least you think. And just like before, people move on because you're still dealing with the tragedy of this terrible set of murders, correct?
By July, we were dealing with that and still this idea of the boat wreck, and what he was going through. I mean, you rally around your family and your friends.
You rally around him, right?
Yeah. And that's not to any way throw cold water on any of the claims of the people in the boat wreck,
Sure.
but everybody deserves a defense, and you defend your friends and your family, but you do it morally and honestly.
It's what people who think their friends do, right?
You hope they do.
September 3rd, or thereabouts, Annette finds this Chris Wilson check in Alex office, right?
September the 2nd, I believe.
September 2nd. Right?
Yeah.
States 313.
I can't see that far.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take a recess at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
I hope this is just a short break. Well, that was really interesting. Very interesting. Don't you guys think? I mean, that was really interesting because it seemed like this witness is just going to be honest and look like Creighton could actually make it so that he got a lot of information
That's
after
your
that
testimony.
witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The courtroom, I want to understand, there's no disrespect to the court. We have our next two witnesses. We want to make sure we were ready to go as soon as this witness comes down. So as you see me coming and going, I'm just ensuring the witness is let in the front door and put somewhere. So I apologize. There's no disrespect to the court.
How much more you have for this witness, you think?
20 minutes, Your Honor.
And then you don't know. So we don't know. Okay. It'll be 10 minutes.
Okay, so we are on a 10-minute break. Wow, that was something. You guys, that is BCE turning everything to his advantage the best that he can. That witness actually gave a lot to the actual state instead of the defense, although he did do some damage as far as the SLED, the local law enforcement, and the SLED examination. I know, right? Oh, listen to this comment. Hold on 1 second. Yep. It was refreshing to see someone just being honest in this case. Well, does he not have a professional obligation as a lawyer? And did not his tune change as soon as the judge reminded him he was a lawyer? He said, "You're a lawyer. You know better," when he started to talk during an objection. And he said, "Sir, you're a lawyer. You know better." The defense does not look very pleased right now. I think they see the damage that was done. This was supposed to be a character witness, and it was supposed to mean something because it came right from his law firm. They are still friends, but he speaks kindly of Paul. He did a lot for Paul's character. He really did. He spoke very kindly of him, and he spoke about how he felt about some things on the scene. He did some damage there as to setting the stage, as to everybody walking everywhere. But remember, they were honest about that from the beginning. When Officer Owen was speaking about the scene and what had happened, he did speak about the rain. He did speak about multiple people being around. They didn't try to hide the fact that it was a little chaotic in the beginning, which is going to go hopefully in the state's favor with the jury, that nobody tried to hide anything that way. But it is the defense's job to point out all of these things. The sloppiness of the actual handling of the crime scene is one of the main reasons that they feel that they did not get the evidence that they needed. And they may even use that with a witness or two to say that that's why there's no DNA or anything of any other perpetrators. That not only do they not have anything on Alex, but they don't have anything on anyone else either. It could go either way. Yeah, always creative says there was some let's see, put it up. That was some telling testimony on cross. When BCE jumps out of that chair like that with that big Creighton energy, okay, this is how we got that BCE acronym. Like, he just jumps out of that chair ready to go. He's like, it's like somebody electrified him right out of there. And he was ready to go. He knew what he could do here. He seemed prepared. He seemed prepared this morning too, in regards to the defense's request to put Alex Murdaugh on the stand, but not let the state cross him like a normal witness. They wanted to limit the amount of things he could ask him on. Even though financial crimes is in there as evidence, they did not want Alex Murdaugh to be able to answer any questions in regards to financial crimes. Now, that's a double-edged sword because those cases are still active. They're still with the prosecutor's office. Anything that Alex says in regards to them is going to be used against him. So does he testify in his own defense for murder and sell himself up the river on the charges, like for the criminal offenses? It's double-edged sword. And I can understand why the defense asked, but I understand that it was a good ruling by the judge going, no, like, you don't get deference that way. That evidence is in there, and objections will be handled as they come up as far as how far the state can go. Because as long as it's in the scope of what they've already entered in, he should have to answer for it if he takes a stand. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Those financial crimes have been entered into evidence. You can't say, oh, you can see it, you can look at it, but oh, no, we won't talk about it. It doesn't work that way. Paul, does Walters remind anyone else of ADA Jack McCoy? Oh, yes, the charisma. Yes, when he really thought he had it going on. Yes, he does, actually. The attitude. I could see that, Paul. Thank you. And I do miss that show. Does anybody else miss that show? I really, really miss that show. Just Rhonda, I think you have something there. He has controlled, I do believe, this is just an opinion, but based on the size of the files that he's carrying back and forth with him, and based on 20 years of hiding financial crimes and trying to rule the crime scene and everything else, I do believe he is a bit narcissistic, and he is trying to control things, and he may want to speak just because he thinks he's going to be able to set it all straight. But it's very precarious for him to take the stand because it opens him up. I mean, yeah, it would be rough. Can you just imagine Creighton Waters cross-examining Alex Murdaugh? Ooh, like, that's a show in itself. That's just like a whole thing. Yeah, or like always says, he could always get up there, and every time they ask on the financials, he could plead the fifth. However, how bad does that look to a jury? Yeah, I mean, they know he's on trial. They know he has other cases that are involved with the financial crimes. He's been indicted 18 times. That's clear. Okay. I don't think they know the number. But they know he's been indicted on other crimes. They know he's admitted to other misdeeds. I don't know. Pleading the fifth can go either way. It protects him, but it does look kind of bad to the jury, doesn't he? Why is he up there? Why won't he talk about that? And don't forget, they will be able to address every single lie that he made. And the only reason that he will be able to come forward and say that he lied was the trauma of the event. He didn't remember things clearly. He misspoke and just thought it was better to keep carrying that lie rather than have people look at him. But what is he going to do when they ask him straight out, where's that blue shirt? Where are those shoes? Why won't you just provide the evidence that is necessary to totally clear you? Just as much as it indicates you might be the man, it also would totally clear you. So where is it? Where is all the missing stuff? And how did two guns just walk off your property like that? Murdaugh guns. Yeah. Obviously belonging to the family. That's another thing. What was very damaging is that this attorney says that the sled didn't even know that there was a blackout gun right there in the gun rack, and he had to point it to them. I don't know what's going to come of that. I don't know why Creighton Motors hasn't addressed that. Maybe it's possible because it's true that actually happened, that they did not catch it at first. It would be rather telling indeed. Oh, one moment. Thank you. Coughing fit. My throat's a little rough this morning, so I apologize. Yeah. Could be very interesting, Anna says. Could get himself in deeper hot water with crimes they don't know about. This is true, or actually give them the evidence they need to pin those other ones on him, because his statements haven't been released yet on them. And just Rhonda reminds us that just what the state has done with this current witness, Alex Murdaugh won't stand a chance. I can see it getting very contentious. Oh, it would be. I think that he may even, in his lawyer fantasies, may even be wanting to go up against Waters, to tell you the truth. There seems to be a bit of ego here with all of the attorneys. And I can imagine that would be quite the back and forth. Where are the guns, and why was Jim seen taking guns from the home and placing them in the bed of the white truck? Wait a minute, JMM. Which one is that? Who is that? Always JMM. You mean Marvin? You mean John Marvin? You mean Marvin? I want to know that. He's on the witness list. If it's John Marvin, will they be actually asking him about that? True, Liam. I think he was bringing up his cred and involvement there. How did he know that he asked the right person about the rifle? Exactly. He doesn't know who's in charge there. It was just anyone who was there. And always, so JMM is John Marvin. So John Marvin, where are the guns, and why was John Marvin seen taking guns from the home and placing them in the bed of the white truck? Okay, always, you're going to have to go back and tell me which witness said that, because I have to go back and pull that clip. I need that. I need that for sure. Or is that something that we've seen in other things that they actually haven't presented? Because that's what happens. I get confused with all of the articles I read before the trial started and all the things that were stated back and forth from pre-trial hearings and all. I have heard things as evidential that have not been entered into evidence. So you can't actually consider them when it comes to the jury. But yeah, I want to know about that. If one of the witnesses testified to that, that would be amazing. I wonder if that was during the initial investigation, Anna, also. I'm not sure. If it was Owen in the beginning, Yes, Just Rhonda. I was reminded about that on Netflix. Just Rhonda wants to remind us all that on Netflix starts the new Alex Murdaugh documentary. It's gonna be it starts today. Oh, okay. Okay. Always is clarifying. It wasn't a witness. It was something I came across in some recent research. I don't have it cross-referenced yet. Okay, when you do, let me know, because that would be something, and I think that would be something that Creighton Waters would need to address directly with somebody, don't you think? Especially if John Marvin takes the stand. Oh, always, you saw the first episode already? You saw the first episode of the new series already, so it was good, huh? Okay. She highly recommends. Wow. Okay. I don't want to watch it just because of Alex Murdaugh, but yeah, I get it. I think it's good to see some of it, but we just have to try not to be too biased, back and forth. Only with the jury stuff going on here now. Remember, we're trying to keep in line everything we're actually hearing during the trial, to back and forth the trial experience, defense, state, and jury, and the judge, just to see what it's like in that courtroom and to see how both sides are playing to the jury. The jury gets to decide these cases. They don't get any of the extra information that we all do. They don't even get to hear the banter of the attorneys in the sidebars or the hearings of some of the motions that the judge has had to go over. They don't even know at this point that they want to put Alex Murdaugh on the stand. Paul says, you think AM was twitchy withdrawals now, popping Tic Tacs? Just wait till Waters lays into him on the stand. Exactly. I think they're just testing the waters at this stage. I don't actually think that he's going to take the stand. It would be very surprising to me if he does. I don't think it would be a good move. I also think that he may think in his mind that he's the only one that can set his character straight and show everybody that he was a grieving father and a grieving husband, and that he was too loving to both of them to do this crime. I think he might be looking forward to the theatrics, but he should really go and watch the Heard Depp trial before he does that, because that did not go in her defense when she did it. It did not. It didn't speak well. They didn't believe her. And there's a good chance that you take that stand and you do that and they don't believe you. But it's like a 50-50 shot. I am also Just Rhonda, although people will correctly tell me it looks like I'm leaning towards the prosecution. I am more impressed with their attorneys. I will tell you that. With their style, it just goes more towards what I expect in a courtroom. I really hate bad manners in lawyering, and unfortunately some of the things that the defense is doing really kind of get to me. And I don't know if the things that Jim Griffin has been doing are on purpose or not, but he stuck his foot in the door to let that 404B in repeatedly. And anything they say they didn't want talked about, they're the ones that actually got it in there by opening the door. They're the ones that actually led with the question. Or it seems a little obvious to me that it might be a ploy, but then again, I'm just paranoid, not trusting of attorneys in general, because if they're really good at their jobs, you really shouldn't. They can convince you of anything. Yeah, I don't really know if he'll take the stand. It's a murder trial. That would be rare. It would be rare. It's not unheard of. It has been done, but it would be really rare. It really would. But wow, I can't believe it's already it's only going on, 11:25 in the morning, and it already feels like half the day is gone to me. I guess it's the late start. Yeah, I guess it's the late start. Yeah. Well, yeah, there they go. Oh, they're back.
Please be seated.
Some folks said they can't hear you, so you need to. Yeah. You bring the jury.
It'll be quiet for a moment. Yep. Oh, we need more coffee, do we? Everybody got some coffee because this is gonna be good. It's still on the stand. You know what? I think we may need some minions too for this. This is killer testimony. Would you agree? You guys got a favorite minion? Mine's Chucky. My little murder minion down there, Chucky. Yeah. Oh, hot coffee for everybody. I have not even finished my first cup yet. I'm gonna need a hot refill for sure. Yep, just rounded those Chuckies. Okay, they're ready to start. I'm gonna mute.
Jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. You may proceed.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think when we left off, I was showing you states, what is that, 313, I believe? And that's
313.
the Ferris check that was found in the defendant's office that he had lied to everyone and told that he never received.
This is the first one.
One of them at least, correct?
One of them, the first one that we knew of.
All right. And then we're around September 2nd or something like that. And around that same time, Jeannie starts printing or researching in y'all's system forge and then finds all the fake forge checks. Is that right?
She used the query forge to see whether anything had been put into an annuity, any fees had been moved or put under an annuity, and a list came out of, I don't know, 10 or 12 different cases.
And y'all called the real forge and said, y'all have any of these clients? And they said no. Y'all ever banked at Bank of America? They said no.
We did, but in that list, like the fourth or fifth one was a client that I was representing, and the money was to be held in trust. And when we pulled up the documents, supporting documents, it had a notation on it that it was invested for 3 years, which I knew couldn't be. So I went and called the client. Client verified that he hadn't authorized anything, hadn't done anything. And I immediately told him that his funds would be put back in there. And I walked back across the street to Jeannie's office and told him we had a big problem.
And that was Thomas Moore, correct?
That was Tommy Moore.
That was a highway patrolman who had been injured, correct?
Correct.
And Alex stole his money?
He did.
And they had been
Oh,
friends?
damn, I
to
had
your
the
knowledge?
wrong mic on.
As far as acquaintances, friends, I'm not sure what their relationship.
And I'm not going to go through in great detail because it's already been done. But generally, you and Jeannie were probably the main drivers of the investigation into all of this theft in states 314, the spreadsheet.
All of us were involved, but I was with Jeannie a vast amount of the time.
I'm sorry.
I was with her a vast amount of the time, going through and auditing them and checking to see.
All right. And ultimately, you had to reach out and talk to a lot of these clients of Alex Murdaugh's, right?
I did.
And you had to tell them what had happened.
I did, including 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, another one.
And you had to tell them that Alec had lied to them, right?
I did.
And they said, Alec lied to me. He never told me that, correct?
Response.
I'll move on. You had conversations with all those clients, the clients that you dealt with, right?
I dealt with the majority of them, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 314. Just real quick. Go through and just don't have to go into anything more, but just list the names of people that you had to deal with personally over what he had done.
Well, I was involved with the one for Barrett Bowler with Ronnie.
All right, let's talk about Barrett for a second. That was one of his close friends, right?
He was.
And can you describe the money that he stole from Barrett?
Barrett had a fire on a piece of property that he had, and it burned down the house. And there were proceeds for cleaning up, and then there were proceeds for various and sundry things that were associated, as well as the structure. And we started looking at it and figured out that the $75,000 had been stolen. And then later on that there was an additional amount that never went through there.
How much was that additional amount?
279,000 according to this exhibit number.
That was a close friend of his, correct? To your understanding?
I would say that was one of his closest friends.
One of his closest friends.
That's who he ended up getting Moselle from.
And when he stole that $75,000 from Barrett Bowl, where Barrett was sick and needed that money to put his wife up in a hotel near the hospital he was at, didn't he?
Barrett was dying of colon cancer, yes.
And needed that money, and Alex stole it anyway, right?
I assume he needed the money.
All right, keep going. Just again,
The next one down is Jacob, the estate of Jacob Hirschberger. And at first,
we don't need to give him each one, but that's one of them that you had to deal with.
that's one that I just dealt with 2 weeks ago, and we're still straightening it out.
But the firm had to straighten it out and deal with the money because he took it, correct?
We are now. We're in the process of it.
After talking with the clients and everybody else involved, right?
Correct.
All right, go on to the next one, please.
Mr., you want me to give the names or?
Yeah, just give it a
Mr.
name.
Anderson, I dealt with. Dion Martin, his family I dealt with.
All right, let me slow you down. So Christopher Anderson, you said, that's somebody you had to talk to yourself?
Yes, sir.
And the firm had to pay money for what he did, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dion Martin was somebody you talked to yourself?
I did, and along with his
Been
parents.
horribly injured in an accident
He had a brain injury, correct?
and had a brain injury.
Yes, sir.
And you had to talk to him about the defendant lying to him with his brain injury, correct?
And his parents,
And his parents and taking his money, correct?
correct.
All right, keep going.
Elise Mallory,
Elise Mallory, and she had a relative who died, correct?
she did, and I had
Very
represented.
sweet old lady. Have you met her?
Well, Elise,
That's what I mean.
she's not. real
No, I'm
old.
sorry. The person that you dealt with, the personal representative.
And then,
Is she a very sweet, nice lady? The PR?
yeah,
In that case?
I haven't had a single one of these clients that weren't nice people,
Very nice people.
super nice people.
And he
And
took advantage of each one of them and lied to them, correct?
yes, sir.
Tell me some more names.
The Risher case, I wasn't involved in it. Johnny Bush, I dealt with him. I talked with JJ Jinks.
To your knowledge, Johnny Bush considered himself a friend of Alex Murdaugh's?
I don't know whether they were friends, but they were good acquaintances. Johnny was a little bit different. He overcharged him or gave him the impression that it was the $95,000 was for expenses. It was not.
So he lied and told him that there were expenses that had to be paid, and instead, Alex Murdaugh stole that money from his good acquaintance, Johnny Bush, correct?
That's correct.
Keep going.
JJ Jinks, I talked with JJ, but I didn't deal with the paying him back part of it.
But the firm still had to pay him back for the lies that Alex Murdaugh told, correct? And for the theft.
Correct.
All right, keep going if you would, please.
The Christiani matter is still ongoing.
All right, keep going if you would, please.
And then Randy Drawdy, that matter's over. Tommy Moore, I've dealt with him his money's back in trust, where it's supposed to be.
All right. Tommy Moore was a highway patrolman that got injured in the line of duty, correct?
He was,
And Alec lied to him and took his money, correct?
correct. This is not all of them either.
So that's the ones for now, correct? That's the ones that are on that list that's been admitted to evidence here, correct?
Correct, but there's a good many more than this.
Are you aware in your conversations with the defendant that back around the time of the recession that he had gotten into some land deals that had gotten him some financial issues?
I think it was squeezing him, yes.
And then not long after that, he had some big cases such as the Arthur Badger case and the Pinckney UPS case and the Plyler case, in which he got a large amount of fees from very large recoveries, correct?
Badger was the UPS, Pinckney was the tire case.
Okay.
But yeah, he got very big fees.
All right. And you thought that with all those fees that you knew who he got because he's your partner and you get to see the books, you're the treasurer of the firm or have been for an extended period. Is that correct?
For the old firm, yes.
And you thought that the money that he legitimately got from those cases had solved those problems because it was a lot, wasn't it?
I think I, along with everybody else, thought that he was totally out of any debt.
But on
Speak
top,
up.
but you've come to find out on top of the fees that he got, he also stole millions from those clients, correct?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't enough for him, was it?
Clearly not.
I'm almost done. Going back to that scene that you went to. You didn't see any blood on Alex Murdaugh that night, did you?
No, sir.
And when you went back the next day, you went back because y'all had attempted to call, y'all had called the coroner to get the names, and he had given you the names of some companies that their job is to come out and help clean up scenes like this, correct?
That's correct.
And y'all had called them, but nobody called back, and you just felt like you had to do something, so you went to the scene. Is that right?
Well, we were trying to also see what we could find out, if there was anything that we could do to lend assistance. I mean, this was something that was, I mean, everything stopped.
Everything stopped.
The whole world did.
And being a friend like people would be and just trying to do whatever you could, correct?
Friend and, we're lawyers. We try to figure out what happened to things.
And you went in that feed room and observed the things that you saw.
Did.
And you also ended up getting blood on your sleeves, correct?
I did. I didn't know.
Up high, correct?
On my shoulder areas and on my pants.
I asked you a little bit about the defendant's cell phone use. Was it like him to have very short phone calls, or was he one to talk for a while?
I mean, he would cut you off with one phone call coming in on top of another. He'd call you about something and say, "Oh, I'll call you back." Click it off, and
But he'd start talking about something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he would. It was regular.
It was regular. He would typically talk for more than a minute, though.
I mean,
said
I would,
that,
I would
correct?
assume so. I mean, most people, a minute, it's not much of a conversation.
It's not much of a conversation just for a minute, is it?
No.
The night of the murders, did you see a golf cart up at the Moselle residence
I saw one in front of their house.
in front of the house?
Yeah, if you drove up the driveway, it was over to the left.
It was parked in front of the house.
It was parked off to the left side of the house.
Going back to September, and y'all find out about the Ferris fees, and y'all find out about fake forge, and y'all have a meeting of partners without Alec there and without Randy there, correct?
Well, first of all, on the 2nd, which was Thursday,
Right.
when the stuff with Forge came up and you started looking down, when I made the phone call to Tommy Moore, and first thing Jeannie did was start grabbing our check. All we could see was our end of it. So if a check was written off of our trust account or our operating account, but these were mostly trust checks. If it was written off the trust account, we could get a copy of our check. We didn't know where it had gone from there. And we could see the disbursement sheets and we could tell where they were deposited by looking at the back of the check, which you don't normally do. I mean, it's just not. And when you started seeing commonality to it, and then but the Moore thing was concrete. I mean, there was just no way that money couldn't have been written out because it was being held. He had an ongoing workers' comp claim that was a statutory lien. You couldn't give him the money. And
Bottom line is, without rehashing the whole story for the jury again, y'all knew he had been stealing at that point.
that's when we found out. And then I met
Didn't know how much. In fact, you found out a whole lot later,
a
correct?
whole lot. We had about 6 at that time. I met with our president that night and Ronnie Crosby and set up a meeting for the next morning. And we met, and then Randy was tied up and then came. And at that point it was unanimous. And then Randy and Danny went and talked to him.
And then when confronted
He
with
admitted it.
that, and he was forced to resign, is that correct? Or y'all terminated him?
Well, he could either resign or be terminated, but it was a 30-second decision.
And what day was that when that happened?
That was Friday.
What day? Do you remember?
That would have been September the 3rd.
Third?
And we immediately started into all the things you have to do when you find out that a lawyer's been stealing in your firm, which has been absolute teetotal pure hell since then.
So everything was coming home to roost. The storm was arriving again for Alec on September 3rd when y'all confronted him. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, it was over.
And then on September 4th, what happened? What did you hear about?
I had spoken to Mr. Griffin just to let him know that we had terminated him. He already knew. And about 11:30, 12 o'clock, whatever time it was, I was on a tractor and he called me and said, "You're not going to believe what happened." And I thought, my first response was, "Don't tell me that jackass killed himself."
Right.
And he said, "No, somebody shot him." And I just said, "I don't believe that."
You don't believe that? A lot of people thought right away that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. Correct? The chickens were home to roost again for Alec, and all of a sudden he's a victim again, correct?
Objection's overruled.
I went to the scene. I went straight to the scene, but I didn't believe it.
You didn't believe it
No.
because you have training as a lawyer, right?
I don't know whether it was intuition, training, whatever. I just didn't believe it.
And what did you see at the scene that confirmed that this time?
I got
It
out.
didn't work.
Danny and Ronnie were there and standing there, and I said, I don't buy it. And we walked up towards the car, and I think I said it's got run flat tires, and the tire's not flat. Before we got to it, Ronnie said it doesn't even have a spare. And then when we got up to it, you could see at 9 o'clock where somebody had stabbed the tire. And we hung around there, and then when the sled showed up, I think it was actually David Owens showed up, or Ryan Kelly showed up, one of them. And that's when we told him we had fired him the day before. And what had happened, we were in consultation with a lawyer we had to hire on Friday to figure out what to do and how to do it. And when this happened, we thought they needed to know.
And you were told that Alec claimed at the scene that he was shot by some unknown assailant, correct?
That was the story.
But
I
you
just-
knew this scene had been manufactured by Alec, correct, when you arrived there?
I didn't know that. I suspected. It just didn't look like, mean, it's a shiny Mercedes black car with no holes in it, a single shot. There's the back hatch isn't open. There's no nothing. I mean, it just doesn't look right.
And just when accountability is arriving again, the defendant manufactures himself being a victim, correct?
That's what it turned out to be.
Mr. Ball.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Ball, to your knowledge, has the law firm, PMPED, repaid all the money to the clients that's owed, as well as insurance company have pitched in?
To this point, we're holding some money as of 2 weeks ago. And in one of the matters, we're trying to get that money returned. We're having to go through a PR.
And the list of names that you read off, those folks, if they were entitled to the money now, they've received it. Is that right?
The people on that list have, yes, and there's a bunch more that have as well.
And the law firm is currently out a lot of money. Is that correct?
We are.
As a result of Alex?
Well, the law firm and the partners in the law firm.
Yeah.
We've had to pony it out of our pocket.
Sure. You personally have had to pony up.
Yes, sir, along with my partners.
And when Alex was resigned or terminated in September, he had some cash flow coming into the firm that the firm was able to keep and use that to pay some of the clients.
No, sir. All of our funds, doesn't matter what I earn until it's declared at the end of the year, it's law firm money.
I understand that. So law firm money earned off Alex cases that was the firm money when he left.
Well,
we're talking a couple of $1 million.
First of all the cases are owned by the law firm. They're not Mark's cases. They're not Alex cases. They're law firm cases. Cases that Alec was working on generated monies, and we internally decided a formula that we were going to use because people had to complete those cases. And we've allocated much, much more than ordinarily. Our expenses are taken out in a different way, but we allocated a bunch of money to paying those. Yes.
I understand. But the income from those cases, north of 2 million, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
And your firm and Jeannie Seconder and others have cooperated with SLED and the Attorney General's office in their investigation of Alex misdeeds in relation to those client matters, have they not?
We have.
And as a result of, you're aware that Alex has 90 plus pending charges against him for financial, the stuff you just testified about, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been subpoenaed here today to testify in the murder case, correct?
I've been subpoenaed since this trial started.
And you know this is the murder case.
Yes, sir.
Now, immediately after the murder of Maggie and Paul, and you talked about Alex's demeanor, did he come to work and was able to work on cases?
No, sir. He came, he was out for a while. I think he went to his in-laws and stayed. He didn't, after the funeral was either Friday or Saturday, I can't remember. And then Randolph died on Thursday after this. And then Randolph's was on Sunday. And Alex he was staying between Randy, John Marvin, and whoever else, his mother's house. I think he went to his in-laws. I know he went down to visit with his brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
Sure. And
but no, he was not. There was a period of time he wasn't doing it. He might come by and he would be in his office generally looking at sympathy notes.
And from your observation, was he in any frame of mind to do any productive legal work the month of June?
No.
The month of July?
We sat down and talked about it as partners and not with Alec about what we were going to do, because there's deadlines and things that have to be done. And so we were going to try to figure out how we were going to delicately kind of start stepping in on some of his cases and making sure everything was being done according to what needed to be.
And I think you testified about how the firm, partners in the firm, lawyers in the firms were reaching out and using your resources to try to find out perhaps who played a role in killing Maggie and Paul.
We absolutely were.
But were you careful not to go out and do the investigation yourself and just relay the information back to SLED?
Right. I mean, we weren't trying to be private eyes or any of that. We were just trying to see, and I relayed numerous things to the various officers, and I would preface it by, I don't know whether this means anything, but you never know. I mean.
And was, to your knowledge, was information being relayed through Alex attorneys to pass on to SLED?
Well, I know I dealt with you on various things up until the stealing.
Sure. And to your knowledge, was Alex consenting and cooperating with SLED in their investigation?
As far as I knew, yes. I mean, I wasn't with him during those interviews or anything else, but as far as I knew, he was. And I would ask him, where we stand, if you heard anything,
And were you aware that Alex Buster put up a reward?
I was.
And are you also aware that when Paul was criminally charged in the voting case, Alex came under criticism for interfering in the investigation? You remember that?
I was.
And in fact, there's been some pretty public allegations about that, about Alex, that had surfaced before Maggie and Paul had been murdered.
Absolutely. I mean, they were criticizing him for advising people of stuff, but I'm a lawyer. I'm a parent, daddy. One of my kids has some problem or gets accused of something, or one of my friends' kids, I'm going to put my lawyer hat on and advise them to be quiet until their parents get there and get counsel if I think it's a serious matter.
Sure. You were asked about Alex's cell phone use and about whether he would take the phone down to the kennel. Have you ever been down to the kennels with Alex?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been riding the property with Moselle with Alex?
I have, not a whole lot. I mean, as time went on, our families got older, and you just, when you don't have children, it's, you're doing a lot more things together on the weekends and stuff. And as your children get older and they're in college, and he was going to Walford and different places where Buster was, and
sure,
your interests are different as well. But yeah, I would occasionally, or if he was building something, he might ask me what I thought about it or show me something. I mean, I saw his duck pond and, rode around the property several times.
Was cell phone coverage spotty down at the shed in the kennels?
It can be, it varies. I mean, it can be. I don't remember specifically where and what, I didn't. Out where I live, if I go in my house with a metal roof, this morning somebody was trying to talk to me and I had to walk out on the porch. Other days I can talk just fine in my house. I live 9 miles from where this place is. And I don't know whether it's a metal roof or whether I'm just at the end of wherever a cell tower is out in my area, which is Rum Gully.
Sure.
It can be spotty.
And you mentioned about spending time at Moselle and when the kids were younger, that before Alec got Moselle, you had a farm.
I do.
And would Alec bring the boys over to hunt on your property?
Mostly Paul.
Mostly Paul.
Yeah, I mean, Buster would come some, but Buster was older, and then obviously when Buster started college, he wasn't around as much. But Paul was a very avid hunter and was over at either my place or Ronnie's place a lot.
And he and Alec were together a lot doing that?
Paul?
Were he and Alec, he and Paul, Alec and Paul together a lot?
Yeah. Yeah. And Paul was with his grandfather a lot.
And I think you mentioned that Paul would leave stuff over there?
All three of them, but they would just, they'd leave a gun, they'd leave a coat, they'd leave a flashlight, maybe all three. And it was just sort of a running joke that you had to kind of go around and gather up their stuff after they left. And that was just them.
Remember one time Paul left a gun over there for a couple of months?
He did. And Alec left one time, I believe. And I cleaned it and put it up, and he started asking around where his gun was. And, we just sort of played with him a little bit and then gave it back to him.
Right. I think you testified moving September the 4th. You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
And why did you think that?
Because of all that had gone on. We had terminated him, or he had resigned the day before. This financial stuff was starting to come out. And, I thought, he lost 2 family members, and now he's got no job. And, it seemed feasible. I had been concerned about his mental health from the time of the murders up until then. In fact, I had suggested that he go see somebody for grief counseling. We were all grieving their loss, and it's one of those deals that you can tell when somebody's not hitting on all cylinders. And he obviously was. I would come by his office and he would be crying. Or I would ask him something. I remember him asking me one time when he was going through he had a stack of sympathy cards, and he said, should I send them all back a note? And I said, Alec, people don't send you sympathy cards to, get a note back from you. There's no way in the world you can do that. And he said he
was terminated from the firm, and you were concerned about perhaps what he might do. Did you ever think maybe he'll go kill a family member? Did that ever cross your mind?
No. You talking about when we terminated him?
Yes, sir.
By then, Maggie and Paul had been killed.
Well, he had family out there.
He did. I never thought of any of that. Listen, when September the 2nd hit, it changed everything that I knew about Alec. I would have never believed that a guy that, was like family would have ever stolen from me, would have stolen from his family, would have stolen from his clients, or any of that. And so immediately you've got this rage, this emotion that you've got. And then on the 3rd, we go through this whole ordeal of the termination. And then the 4th it hits, and you're like, did the jackass kill himself because of anything else? And then as time progressed on and you see the scope of it, I don't know the guy that after September the 3rd and leading out, I don't know who that guy is. That's not Alec that I knew,
right,
and Alec that I loved, and Alec that all of us loved. Did he have imperfections? You bet. Did he do things that aggravated the hell out of me? You bet. But you don't kick your brother out the door because, they snore at night or they've done things that aggravate you. You get past it. But when they do things that are criminal, and they do things that affect not only him, but he's torn down an entire legacy, a law firm. I've spent 34 years or 33 years, I guess, in this one place. It's the only law firm that I've ever worked at. I put everything in it. It's all my children have known, my family's known, it's gone. We had to change the name. We've had to do all these things because of his acts on this financial stuff. And when it comes to that, I'm mad as hell. I mean, you just don't know how mad I am. But on the other hand, I'm not saying that because he did that, he's done what he's accused of. And so that's, that's sort of the bottom line of it. His actions he was doing that way back, but we never knew it.
Sure.
And when we found out about it, it makes you doubt everything, and it's just human nature. But I don't have one shred of anything. All I can do is just point to what I saw.
And you pointed to the roadside shooting and what you saw, you thought that jackass tried to kill himself.
Absolutely. And I may not have said jackass, but that's about as
And
non-church
logically,
as I want
to
to get.
you, it made sense why he would want to kill himself in that moment.
Sure. I mean, he lost, as far as I was concerned, he'd lost everything. He'd lost his job, and he'd lost, forget the job, forget the money, forget what's going to happen to him. He'd lost his wife and his child. And
Are you aware that he had $12 million of life insurance?
I didn't know what he had. I assumed he had some life insurance, but no, I mean, I never had that conversation with him. And quite frankly, I'd have to see it to really believe it.
Thank you. That's all the question.
Recross.
I think you just said that what you know now about this man who'd been your partner and friend for 34 years causes you to question everything you thought you knew about him. Isn't that right?
It does.
You were asked about all those clients that had to be repaid money, and none of that money came from him, did it?
No, sir.
Y'all had to pay that money, right?
We did.
How much?
I would say at this point, probably north of $10 or $11 million. Now, insurance paid for some of that, but I mean, there's been a substantial chunk of that came out of our pocket.
You were asked about Alec having some cases that were coming in, but you explained, though, that this is June, and that disbursement's not going to come to him until December. He's not going to be able to get that money until December, correct? Any of what he's entitled to, which isn't all of it, correct? Because it belongs to the firm.
Right. Everything belongs to the firm until the end of the year when you meet, and then you divide up money. And
that's
we
why
have
he
a
stole the
formulation.
Ferris fees in March, because he needed the money right then.
I would assume so. I mean, the money was gone, and it was paid in 3 checks.
You said that in the month after the murders, he wasn't really working on cases, but he sure managed to arrange to cover those Ferris fees to pay him back so that everyone would forget about it, didn't he? Or not all of it. He managed to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, well, part of it. I mean, I think there was $192,000
that he convinced Chris Wilson to cover for it.
Convinced, or Chris had to cover it, one of the two.
You were asked about him cooperating with law enforcement in the murders. But he never told law enforcement that he was down at the kennels just minutes with the victims before they died. He never told law enforcement that, did he?
Yeah.
I think it's responsive to redirect.
You can testify if you know.
I don't know what he told law enforcement other than what's been out there in the public.
Well, let me ask you this. He denied to you 3 times that he ever went to those kennels, did he not?
He did.
His buddy, his friend, and his law partner of 34 years told you 3 times, I was never there.
That's correct.
And you know now that's a lie.
When I saw the video a month or so ago.
Thank you, Mr. Bal.
Step down.
Thank
Let me call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dawes Cooke. Dawes Cooke.
Dawes Cooke.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. And please pull that microphone to you and adjust it so that it's your height and you can talk into it. You'll state your name and spell your last name.
It's Morris Dawes Cooke Jr., and Cooke is Cooke.
Thank you. Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I'm a lawyer, practice in Charleston, South Carolina with firm Barnwell, Whaley, Patterson, and Helms. I've been doing it since graduated from law school in 1979, clerked for a judge for a year, and I've been with the same law firm since 1980. And I practice mainly civil litigation.
And do you primarily represent plaintiffs or defendants?
I don't mind representing plaintiffs, but most of the time I'm representing defendants.
All right. And do you know Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
How do you know him?
Through practice of law. I've had cases against him over the years.
Okay. And have you represented him before?
No. Well, I mean, now I do, but I did not previously to this, right?
Right. What was the scope of your representation?
I'm defending him in the boat accident case.
Okay. And when were you asked to join his team?
In December of 2020, got a call from Danny Henderson and asked me if I would become involved. The case had already been going on for a year and a half or so at that time.
Okay. And did he have other attorneys representing him at that time?
Yes. Yeah. The Hainsworth firm, John Tiller in particular, was representing him.
Okay. And what, if any, understanding do you have as to why you were asked to join the defense team?
Well, John was sick, as I think everybody knows now, and would be undergoing treatment from time to time. And he was unsure as to whether he'd be able to cover everything by himself. And so I was asked, one, to help him, sort of be there for him, and also be about for times when he would not be able to participate.
Okay. And would you please describe for the jury your assessment of the merits of the claim against Alex in June of 2021?
Well, I think I was the one that coined the phrase negligent parenting that Mark mentioned during his testimony. The claim at that time was that Alec was responsible for the boat accident because he knew that Paul was using his brother's ID. And I mean, I didn't think that there was a claim in South Carolina law for that. So I sort of facetiously called it negligent parenting. So we felt that it was a defensible claim. I always sort of felt that lurking out there was going to be what's now negligent entrustment, that eventually they would allege negligence for having let him use the boat, which is the substance of the claim now. But even that, we always felt like it was a defensible claim. That I think the big picture that occurred to me was to hold him liable for that would be to hold him to a higher standard than any of the other parents of the other folks that were in the boat, which anybody who's raised kids knows that that can be difficult.
Okay. And what was your assessment as to Alex's financial exposure as a result of this case in June of 2021?
Well, it was unknown, and I'll have to say that was I didn't even really pay attention to that issue at the time. I think there was still a declaratory judgment action pending that was going to decide whether there was some additional insurance. I knew that the one policy was relatively limited. So I wouldn't have said that he had no personal exposure, but that was certainly not the focus of our attention at that time.
Right. And were there motions pending when you joined the case?
Yes, several motions pending. For some time, there had been a motion by Parkers to change venue. They wanted it out of Hampton and into Beaufort County. And there was also, they had made a motion to amend their answer to plead admiralty law, which would have some benefits over South Carolina law for the defense. And then there was this, there may have been some motions to compel discovery with Parkers. I don't really remember specifically. And I think in October of 2020, there had been a motion to compel the answers to interrogatories and motion and request to produce to Alec.
And have you reviewed that motion to compel?
Yes.
Okay. I'll note on. Yeah, it's plaintiff's exhibit, not plaintiff, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 402. All right, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And do you, this is just the first page, but do you recognize this as the motion?
That's the motion. And then I think attached to that were 2 sets of interrogatories and a set of requests to produce.
All right, so I'm gonna use the interrogatories. Would you just briefly explain to the jury what interrogatories and requests for production are?
Right. Well, we call it discovery. The rules of civil procedure provide various means of obtaining information from the other side. So interrogatories is questions that you can ask, and then requests to produce are documents and other materials that you can require be provided.
And the supplemental ones that we're looking at right here, were those seeking financial information, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And the objections, well, the answers right here to the interrogatories, and then the objection right here. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
Okay. In your practice, are those common objections?
Right. That's this was done before I was involved in the case, but those are the exact objections that I would have made. These financial discovery, it's sort of the plaintiff's lawyer's way of saying I'm really serious, and I'll call it intimidation, not in a pejorative way, but it's meant to really worry the defendants, and it's very common. And the typical response from the defendant would be just like this, and that is, we object, it's not relevant, you haven't gotten a judgment against us, you don't need to know how much money we have unless and until you do get a judgment. The comeback to that is, well, your net worth could be relevant on punitive damages. If it goes to the jury, a jury could consider your wealth as a factor in awarding punitive damages. And so 95% of the time you work out some agreement to provide a financial statement, but I would never have produced all of these details at this stage of litigation as a defense lawyer.
Okay. After joining the defense team, did you have meetings or communications with other members of the defense team?
Yes, regularly. And I have to admit, there's a lot I didn't remember, so I've gone back and I've looked at my emails, my time records. And we defense lawyers, we measure our lives in tenth of an hour increments, and we have to write everything down. So it was helpful for me to go back and look through my time records as well as emails to see who all was included. But yes.
Okay. And was Alex often CC'd on the emails?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right. Did you ever participate in any Zoom meetings with the defense team?
Yes. The one there was more than one. But the first one I remember was April 15 of 2021. I was just sort of getting involved. I don't think I'd made a formal appearance in the case yet, but there was a Zoom conference. And I remember Alec was included on the Zoom invitation, but I honestly can't recall whether he was in the meeting itself. I remember others who were in the meeting.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that Zoom?
It was really to kind of orient me, and also there were some motions scheduled in May. So it was just to get me oriented, talk about what the important issues in the case were and the things that we'd be focusing on.
Okay. And having attended that meeting, what, if any, understanding did you have as to the biggest issues facing Alex at the upcoming motions hearing?
Right. And I had to go back and look at my notes to refresh my memory on that. But it was the upcoming, as far as I was concerned, it was the venue issue, whether the case was going to be transferred back to Beaufort, because we didn't want it transferred back. We wanted it to stay in Hampton. We thought that the plaintiff wanted it to stay there too, but he was wavering, and there was some thought that he might consent, and we didn't want him to consent. So that was a big issue. And then we spent a lot of time talking about admiralty. Was it beneficial to have admiralty as opposed to state common law? So that was, as far as the hearing, that was the important part of the conversation. That was about a 2-hour meeting, and we talked a lot about experts, depositions that needed to be taken, and so forth as well.
And after that meeting, based on those conversations, what, if any, understanding did you have as to the level of concern the defense team had regarding the motion to compel the financial information?
Really none. I wasn't dealing with Mark directly on that. John Tiller was doing it. And as far as we were concerned, that was something that they were going to work out. But the focus on the hearings was going to be on these other substantive issues.
Did you ever have a concern that the motion to compel would be granted in total?
What's the question?
If he personally had expected the motion to compel to be granted?
Also 401 and 402.
I sustain the objection.
When was the motion to compel originally scheduled to be heard?
It was in May. I'm going to say May 10th, sometime in that area.
Okay. And did that go forward?
No, I think John, some of his treatment had to be rescheduled, and so they agreed to continue the hearing.
And when was it rescheduled for?
June. And I don't recall the exact date, but maybe the 10th or so.
Okay. And at any point prior to the motion to compel hearing that was scheduled, did anything change in terms of your understanding that would make you think the defense team was concerned about the motion to compel?
No, I filed my formal notice of appearance so that I could be at the hearing. I think I actually did that in May before the first hearing. And so I was prepared to be there to argue whatever needed to be argued. But as I go back and I look at my notes and my preparation, it was on the venue issue and the admiralty issue.
What, if any, factors did you consider when you made an assessment about Alex's personal financial exposure?
I mean, I never take a case lightly. I mean, Mark certainly is a very good lawyer, and obviously a very emotional case. So I won't say that we weren't concerned about it, but we knew that there had already been some other settlements, which we would have gotten credit for that. There were just a number of factors that made us feel like this was a defensible case and that it was not an existential threat to Alex.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether or not an order was eventually issued regarding the motion to compel?
Yes, what we call a Form 4 order was issued around October 7th or 8th of 2021.
Okay. What is your understanding of that order?
I've got it right here. I mean, it said that John Tiller had not been able to get the information and that, well, it says right here, the court at a hearing on plaintiff's motion to compel filed October 16, 2020 was informed that defendant's attorney Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, is unable to gather and provide the necessary information to answer the requested interrogatories at this time. Once this information is made available to attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary, which means that John Tiller was going to get the information, and then if he couldn't work it out with Mark, then they would have a hearing on the motion to compel.
So was it your understanding the court was ordering Alex to produce all of the financial information
No.
requested?
No, that's not what it said.
Thank you. All right, just one or two more. Did you expect any cataclysmic event on June 10th regarding Alex having to give over financial documents?
No.
Okay. And do you recognize Mr. Tinsley? Do you know him?
Yep.
Do you see him here?
Yes.
Mr. Tinsley, can you stand up? Okay. Did you ever speak with him during the case?
Yes.
You did?
A number of
Okay.
times, yeah.
At all about the motion to compel?
No. Not that I remember. If he says I did, I couldn't deny it, but I don't remember it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the state.
Like you said, the motion is meant to really worry the defendants, right? Those were your exact words, wasn't it?
Could you repeat that?
You just testified that the motion to get those financial information is meant to really worry the defendants. Those are
Right.
your exact words, correct?
Always, yeah.
Okay. All right. And were you present at the trial lawyers conference when Alex Murdaugh came up and towered over Mark Tinsley and said, "What's up, Bo? What are you doing?"
No,
Were
I
you
don't
present
get
at that?
I don't get invited to that one.
Okay. I didn't think you did. But you weren't there when that happened, were you?
No.
You were present for when he said that to that man right there about the boat case. "What you doing, Bo? What's up?"
I was not there.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
The objection is overruled.
And you did not.
Said he wasn't there.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. All right. And you didn't file your notice of appearance into this case until May of 2021. Is that right?
I think that's about right, yeah.
Because you were actually representing other parties, and that had to be resolved before you could get involved with Alec. Is that correct?
That's part of the reason our firm was, yeah.
Right. So you couldn't have been, with the conflict, heavily involved in any discussions that were going on between Mark Tinsley and John Tiller and Amy Bauer prior to moving into May. Is that right?
That wasn't exactly the reason. The conflict had been waived, but I just wasn't involved in that. That was something John and Mark were handling.
Right. And when John, in May of 2021, asked for continuance of that hearing on which the motion to compel the financial information was part of, he didn't offer you as any sort of backup because you weren't fully on the defense team at that point. Is that correct?
I think I had planned to notice my appearance before that hearing, and I can't recall whether I didn't do it because the case was continued, but I would have at the hearing.
You were asked about insurance coverage, and you're talking about the Philadelphia policy, right? That there was a declaratory judgment.
Right.
And the defense team knew that they weren't going to have any obligation to cover Alec in this, correct? I mean, it was very unlikely. In fact, it ultimately, Judge Sherry Lydon in the federal district court denied that Philadelphia had to cover Alec one penny, correct?
Yeah, I'll have to say I wasn't following that, but that's pretty much my understanding. It was a long shot that there would be coverage.
And when you were at this point in time in June of 2021, just getting on the defense team, you certainly didn't know anything about his true financial condition, did you?
No.
You didn't know he'd been stealing money for years and years, did you?
No.
You didn't know that he was broke, did you?
No.
You didn't know he had misappropriated funds and was scrambling to try to replace those before people found out, did you?
No.
You were asked about the hearing on June 10th that ultimately was continued because of these terrible murders, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding. The
That was
murders
my-
happened and that hearing got continued because, of course, who's going to have a hearing in the wake of these terrible events, correct?
Yeah, I think Mark agreed to continue the hearing. Right.
Yeah, that continued, right?
Right.
And even as a civil defense attorney, even if you believe that a claim down the line may be defensible, that still doesn't change the discovery process in a civil case that goes on, correct?
That's true.
I mean, discovery still can happen and is going to happen
Right.
regardless of whether or not the case settles or goes to trial or whatever happens, correct?
Yeah, it's still going on.
And that's how civil cases, typically how cases work in court, is that both parties have to share a lot of information. And if one party doesn't want to share it, the other party can ask the judge to order it, correct?
That's right.
All right. And that goes on regardless of whether or not the claim is ultimately going to be successful. That's part of the initial process.
Right.
All right. And that was on the table for June 10th. That was one of the things that was on the table, correct?
The financial.
Yes.
Yeah. And then there was the other interrogatories too.
And there was
that
a
they
number
wanted
of other
answered.
things as well.
Right.
All right. And if that hearing had gone forward, there could have been an order issued compelling that process, correct?
Could have been.
Could have been.
Yeah.
All right. And so once that happened, once that order gets issued, that's going to set in motion a train that's going to have to come to a conclusion in a court of law, correct?
If that happened, right. Ultimately, the judge is going to decide what has to be produced and what doesn't.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Cooke.
Thanks.
Just a few. Mr. Waters just asked you for your opinion as to the June 10th hearing, and based on your 40 years of experience defending
I did not
cases.
ask for her for the opinion. I just asked what potentially could happen.
Let me hear the question.
Based on your 40 years of experience, what was your opinion of the likelihood that the order to compel would be granted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask you this. Just because it's possible that the order could have been granted, does that make it plausible?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Yes. If the judge had ordered the documents to be produced at the June 10th hearing, would Alec have had to turn them over immediately?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further?
If that had happened, it would have set in a process, set in motion a process, though, would it not have?
You're talking
Let me
about
rephrase that question.
if he'd ordered production of all of the documents that were requested,
Right.
that would have been part of the process, right?
It would have started a process, an order of a judge, correct?
That's true, yeah.
It would have happened eventually if the judge had ordered that, correct?
If he ordered production of all the documents, right?
Nothing further, thank you.
Step down.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Please, the court, Your Honor. The next witness is an expert. It's going to take a while. We can begin and break for lunch, and then I'm do whatever you want to do.
We'll go for about a half an hour, then break. As we anticipate him, however, let's all stand and stretch for a moment.
Wow. Wow. We need a stretch. Well, Liz, I'll take suggestions for a poll. What do you guys want to vote on today? On just the astounding way that the defense is helping the state build their case? Yeah, I know that was snarky. I can't help it. But the last couple of witnesses don't really seem to be hammering it home for the defense. I really can't say. Hello, Godless Granny. Welcome. Yeah, you missed some awesome testimony so far this morning. They were defense witnesses, but it really didn't turn out so good for the defense, actually. Both of them being attorneys and telling the truth really helped the state, I believe, in the long run. Regardless of the defense, Margaret Fox trying very desperately to get the attorney to allude to that no matter what happened, Alex wasn't going to have to produce financial discovery in the boat case. However, Creighton Waters was able to file back. Wouldn't he not eventually? Wouldn't a judge get involved? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? And it's true. He would have eventually had to, and he knew it. It was a hearing on June 10th, as they stated. And the judge could have easily just said right then and there, turn everything over to Mark Tinsley. That's it. You can't be hiding on this. They're trying to say that the judge may not have. It's a civil case. He would have went with discovery.
You want to repeat that, Mr. Harpootlian?
Ken Zercia.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You'll have a seat right here on the witness stand.
ma'am.
Have a seat and adjust that microphone to where you can speak into it well. And if you would, please state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, last name is Zercia, Z like zebra, E-R-C-I-E. Morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Zercia,
Yes, sir.
please tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where do you live?
In Madison, Connecticut.
Okay. And what do you do in Madison, Connecticut?
Currently live with my wife, and my son lives up the street from us. Currently employed by the Henry Seeley Institute of Forensic Science at the University of New Haven as the director of training. In addition to that, I'm also on staff at the
I'm
university.
sorry, I can't hear you very well. Maybe it's just me, but.
I'm also on staff at the university as an adjunct professor in various forensic science disciplines.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your background. You've been involved in law enforcement in your life?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell the jury, please, where you began.
In 1974, I became an officer with the New Haven Police Department, also in Connecticut. I was promoted to the rank of detective. Most of my career there, for my 11-year duration prior to retiring, was with the Identifications Unit, responsible for crime scene processing, evidence collection, photography, and preliminary examination of physical evidence that's found at a crime scene. After that, I retired based on a disability. I was injured and was almost immediately hired by the state of Connecticut at the Forensic Science Laboratory located in Meriden.
I'm sorry, and tell me what that was again. What was that position?
The second career, if you will, was at the Department of Public Safety, currently called the Division of Scientific Services Forensic Science Laboratory. Originally brought in as a latent fingerprint analyst, also doing footwear and tire track examination, as well as becoming the senior person as far as crime scene related activity that the laboratory would respond to assist investigative agencies. Over a 29-year career, I was promoted through the ranks and eventually retired as director of the laboratory.
And that's director of the Division of Scientific Services for the state of Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
And in your duties there, you indicated you started off not as a supervisor or as a supervisor?
Not as a supervisor, as a criminalist, right, with a specific function.
And a criminalist doing what kind of forensic work?
Starting primarily with fingerprints, latent fingerprint identification, and all the processing techniques involved. Because I had also experience doing footwear and tire track from the police department, I was given that task. And again, because of the crime scene background, also ended up as one of the senior people going to the major crime scenes when the laboratory services would be requested, and eventually ended up supervising the photography section because of that type of background as well.
So photography is important in processing a crime scene?
Absolutely.
Is that just for fingerprints or footprints or tire tracks or everything?
It involves the entire scene. It's the only way to bring the crime scene before a jury after the incident has occurred. Right? So it can be reviewed or
We're going
seen.
to talk about
intact.
this a little bit later once I've had you qualified in these different areas. But after, and how long were you at the Division of Scientific Services?
For 29 years.
Right. Now, also, and you ultimately became the supervisor of that department for the state of Connecticut.
The director of the laboratory.
Okay. So you were there from July of 84 to October of 2012.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do after 2012?
I've been an adjunct professor at 4 different universities, off and on during that period, as well as approximately 20 to 25 years prior to retiring. I maintain that. I've also had a private consulting business that I've kind of let go by the wayside a little bit.
So what's the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science?
It's located at the University of New Haven. It's a separate entity under the university. And we're involved in doing scholarships, training and education, providing consultant work in cases, whether it's for the defense or the prosecution, but more to stay involved with the community and provide modern technologies.
Okay, and then you're the owner and principal analyst for Forensic Consultants of New England, LLC. What is that?
And that was the private business that I had on the side for doing consulting work.
Are you still doing that?
Technically, this case falls under that today.
Okay. Now, what's your educational background?
As far as criminal justice and forensic science, I have an associate's degree in criminal justice administration, a bachelor of science in what's called police science, basically a hybrid between administration and the forensic applications or sciences, and a master's of science in forensic science.
That's all from the University of New Haven.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have a resume with several pages of different teaching things you've done. I'm not going to go into those in detail. Now, you have taught a number of courses. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Everything from footprints to bloodstains to tire tracks to crime scene supervision to, I mean, this goes on and on and on and on. Have you ever been qualified by any court to testify about fingerprint identification? That is in a federal or state court in this country?
Yes, sir, I have.
And how many times?
Approximately 300.
300 times. And can you remember all the courts or several of the courts?
I can remember the states that they were in, but the specific ones, probably not.
Connecticut, I suppose.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Florida.
That's enough. Okay. And how many times have you been qualified on footprints, or the more technical would be, what would you call that?
Footwear tire track examination or imprint analysis.
Imprint analysis. How many
Probably
times?
about 200.
300 times you've been qualified by state or federal court to be an expert on that topic.
About 200 as far as footwear and tire track.
Okay. Now, what about, and maybe I'm getting this term wrong, crime scene management or crime scene analysis? You've taught courses on that, correct?
I've taught and been an active participant at crime scenes, yes.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified, if you have, by federal or state court to testify on that topic?
Qualified, probably 400.
400 times?
Yes, sir.
And you've testified?
Yes, sir.
And this is both state and federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify him as an expert in fingerprint analysis, footprint analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis management. Sir, tell me what the term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. Crime scene.
It would be crime scene examination as an overarching title.
There you go. Crime scene. Whatever he just said.
If he said it, I didn't hear it. How many times have you been qualified in tire impressions?
Approximately 200.
For tire impressions? No,
Tire and footwear.
no question.
He's so qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's talk a little bit about, I have a PowerPoint here somewhere. I believe I sent y'all last night. Yeah. Can we call that up, please? You prepared a PowerPoint for your testimony here today? Sir, you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we put that up on the screen, please?
You raise your voice any, sir?
I can, sir.
So is this the PowerPoint?
It's the first slide, yes.
Okay. And what is this showing us?
Basically, it was put together just to give a quick demonstration on what can be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and some of the base requirements that are involved.
Okay. This says recording of imprint, impression evidence, seizure of item, photography, lifting methods, and enhancement. That's sort of a guide about what we're about to see, correct?
Yes, it's also an outline of what could be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and then later on at the laboratory.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now, this says photographic evidence, enhanced photographs of the question imprint impression for use in inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. Well, explain that. What does that mean?
With all types of evidence, especially at a crime scene, as I mentioned before, photography is one of the keys, documenting the evidence in place. In many cases, you can't take the evidence back to a laboratory, so you have to rely on the photographic images. If they're taken with quality equipment, quality cameras, and in a proper format, a lot of work can be done with them. They can be associated to a known and a question. Photography is still the key for bringing the scene either into the laboratory or into the courtroom.
And are there certain, and we're going to see this in just a minute, certain requirements, I guess is the right word to use, on how those photographs are taken, depending on what you want to use them for?
Correct. There are different types of photography, just as we have portrait photography here, the media that's present. All of that is a form of documentation.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute. And by the way, inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. What does that mean?
There's a difference between taking a picture of something and then taking a photograph for examination quality, where you do need the detail to find the individual characteristics that might be present for a comparison. And again, it would be a known, whatever the known object is, whether it's a shoe, a fingerprint, could be a tool mark, it could be any type of pattern, and the sample that's found at the scene, okay, or against the instrument that may have caused that mark. The more detailed the images, the better the quality of the examination, and the more reliable the showing of the detail and proportion. So the side-by-side comparison is your known and your question.
Okay, because most of these are basically eyeball examinations, either under a microscope or looking at it just with your naked eye, correct?
All of the above.
Right. Okay. Next, please. Photographic techniques, FUS. Tell us what that means.
It's just an acronym to help the photographer remember to do certain things, especially when it comes to analytical photographs. You want to take whatever the image on a picture or inside the viewfinder of the camera, such as the gentleman has, and fill that entire image that captures the picture, you're maximizing the amount of detail that can be retained either in a digital format or a film format. The opposite would be taking a medium close-up where you show an overview, multiple items, or something as a wide angle shot of the entire courtroom. So there's a whole series of photographs that go with this method. Secondly, using a scale. If it's going to be used for analysis, you want a known reference in there so that you can recreate the image later in a dark room or on a computer so that the image is now in life-size proportion. So again, if I have an article of footwear, I can place that or take a sample from it. That would be 1-to-1 or life-size. I can recreate the image, either taken from a crime scene or the standard, the photograph, using that scale to that same reference. I can also recreate that 1-to-1 so that I can get a size proportion, right, as part of the analysis. It would also be an elimination. If the sizes were different, it couldn't be from the same source. Side lighting is a lighting technique that's used, right? When the photograph is taken, if it's an object of interest and if you're using it for analysis, you may want a side light coming in at different angles to show the different detail that might be there, especially in a three-dimensional picture. Two-dimensional, it helps, but it's not as critical. Right? And lastly, several shots. You want to take multiple exposures of each image. With digital photography today, it's a lot easier because the image pops up so you can see that you've captured it. In past technologies, you had a photograph on film and you couldn't see the result until you processed the film, which was usually long after you've left the scene or the incident. So there's several advantages to the newer technologies.
So this says special note, film plane must be level, parallel to the imprint impression.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The film plane is actually the back of the camera. It's where the image is actually captured. That film plane, if my object is here, it would have to be here. I want those two images parallel. It avoids distortion and vignetting. Okay, the way the angles may come up. If you think of a tall building, right, and you look up at it, the building tends to come together. The same thing happens with angular photography. Okay, there's distortion that occurs. And even in close-up images, right, by using the scales and making sure that your film plane is parallel to the object that you're taking, right, you try to avoid that distortion as one of the considerations. And again, it would give you a more accurate rendering.
So when you take this photograph, you can compare it to a footprint, a fingerprint, a tire track.
Mm-hmm.
You want it, the photograph to be, the camera's lens to be parallel to that, so you're looking straight down at it.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the shots you should get, but that's the most important shot.
For analytical quality imaging, yes.
Right. If you're not taking it to send home to mom. It's for analytical purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you have other shots from the side or whatever, and that helps you, if you see a detail, get more perspective on it, if you will.
It could, but it also shows the orientation to the surrounding area. And again, that 3-shot sequence, close-up, medium close-up, and then an overview. You're telling a story through pictures.
So let me stop and sort of go off script for a second. You started with what police department and when?
City of New Haven.
And what was your role or job when you started?
Initially as a patrolman, doing patrol activities. Spent a year in the Corporation Council doing civil investigation. Unfortunately, I got hurt.
And
how did you get
hurt?
On a burglar on the premise call. I fell through a drywall and ended up destroying my left knee.
Okay, and so you had to leave the police department after that?
No, well, it was about 9 years later.
Okay, so did you continue to be a patrolman after you hurt?
No, I was promoted and went into the identification unit after leaving the Corporation Council and was performing crime scene related activities, basic investigation.
So
again,
so when you first started, you were a detective at that point?
when I first started as a patrol officer, was promoted to detective.
Okay, and when you're doing crime, responding to murder scenes or house breakings or whatever?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that point? At some
Plainclothes
point?
officer or detective, yes.
So when you responded to the scene, did you take a camera?
Yes, sir, always.
Okay, and did you follow FUS?
Yes, sir.
And so, this was required by procedure and policy at your department, correct?
Yes, and also the teaching in the specialized schools that I'd been to
Okay. And you started that in the 80s?
in the 70s.
70s, I'm sorry. So this is what you've done while you were a police officer for a span of decades, correct?
Yes, sir. I've
Starting in
also
the
taught it.
Starting in the 70s.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some newfound procedure. This is something you've done for 4 decades.
Correct.
Okay. Next, please. So this is use of a tripod. When photographing evidence with detail, a tripod must be used.
It's recommended. It makes it more stable. You don't have to worry about even the pulse in your fingers. And depending on the length of the exposure that's necessary, causing any vibration or defocusing that might occur.
And this is a process of procedure. And this shows a guy shooting out in front, not straight down. That would be incorrect.
For a documentation or an analytical photograph, yes.
Okay.
What happens is his camera's at an angle. He's doing a flat object here. And again, the distortion effects that I explained earlier.
Okay. And this is also a procedure you followed for decades.
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you taught when you taught police officers?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you heard about when you attended classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next, please. And what does this depict?
Here we have 2 examples of the position of a camera. All right, they're line drawings on a tripod showing the proper orientation to an object being photographed. All right, the film plane, even if the item is on an angle, the camera and the lens would also be on that same angle. All right, again, to avoid distortion.
So you ought to have a tripod and it ought to be, the lens ought to be parallel to whatever it's shooting at.
It makes it easier to have the tripod, yes.
Right. Next. Is this demonstration the same thing?
It's a demonstration showing what happens when you don't do that. If you look at the object on the bottom, the black dots, you'll notice that they're distorted, right? They're not in proper proportion and there's some angularity to them.
Okay, next. Okay, now, tell us what these photographs are of, where did these come from?
These are images that I took at a homicide scene in the state of New York, right? Essentially, we were asked to come and assist mutual aid, similar to the different agencies here helping one another. By going to New York, we had certain things that maybe their laboratory or their crime scene unit didn't have access to.
So tell me what the difference is.
Well, the 2 photographs show a kitchen area. On the right-hand side, you have what looks like a kitchen, right, a sink. And if you look directly down on the floor, there's kind of a reddish stain that you can barely see. By using various chemical processing methods, as well as photo documentation, right, the picture on the left, I was able to bring up a lot more footprints that were occult or latent. They were kind of invisible, just in very light blood residue. And the screening test that we use to try to develop those, right, reacts with the proteins that are in blood and causes a color change so that now they're more visible, even if you couldn't see that area in the beginning, right? Similar to a latent print that's invisible when you touch the surface.
And what's a latent print?
It could be a footprint, it could be a fingerprint, but it's whatever residue is there that's left on a surface that you can't normally see without some type of enhancement.
Okay, and so you participated in putting the chemical on the floor here?
I put the chemical on the floor.
And what was it?
It was orthoethylidine.
Say that again?
Orthoethylidine.
Okay. And what year was this? Approximately.
Mid-80s.
In the 80s. So this is not some newfound chemical. It's been
No,
around
sir.
for 40 years. Okay. And this is what y'all were doing in the 80s.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you just spray it on the floor? How do you apply it to the floor?
It's sprayed with an aerosol, very similar to misting from a deodorant can or hairspray.
Okay. And how long does it take to raise these previously invisible footprints?
Almost instantaneous.
And so once those are raised, what's the next step?
If we go to the next slide.
Next slide.
Basically setting up the tripod, the camera, right, to do photo documentation. The other option is literally to cut the sections out of the floor or counter or whatever the imprint or impressions are, and take that with you.
Did you just take photographs? Did you cut up the
We
floor?
relied on photographs in this case.
Okay. And this is a tripod we see, so you're shooting straight down on the image.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. And what is that?
That's an example of what the footprint actually looked like after enhancement. Any of the bluish, greenish areas were not visible right in the beginning.
So wherever you see blue or green here, you couldn't see that on the print, on the floor, but once you did this, what had previously been invisible was now visible.
Correct.
Okay.
Photographs would have been taken before the spray and then after.
Next. And what is this?
Again, it's an example of a partial footprint or two. In this case, it's actually on plywood, and it appears to be in a blood-like substance. The
Next.
scale is there just for size
Right.
and
The
measurement.
scale is important. Right, next. What is that?
This is after enhancement,
Okay,
after applying the same chemical.
Go back. Forward. So again, you applied that same, what was the name of that chemical?
Ortho-otylidene.
We've heard some testimony about something called LCV. Is that the same thing or similar?
It's similar. It's a protein dye stain, and there's several others.
And would it raise, if you sprayed it like this and took, would it raise the?
It
imprint?
could,
Would it do the same thing?
quite possibly.
You
Each
don't-
one of the reagents has a sensitivity level. Some are more sensitive than others.
And you don't use LCV.
We've used LCV, we've used amido black, we've used phenolphthalein. Right? So
Okay.
there's any number of options, and a lot of it has to do with the color. You want to have something different than the background color so that you have contrast. And that's the other part about photography. You need contrast to see something.
So like LCV, I think turns things
Purplish,
purple. So if you have dark background, you would not want to use LCV.
most probably, yes.
Okay. Next. Is that it? Okay. What time is it? Your Honor, it's 4 minutes till 1. This might be a good time to break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess until 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Lordy, lordy, lordy.
Lordy, lordy, what is going on in here?
It's been wild. I don't know how much you heard of the other two witnesses before this guy got on here. This one's a serious witness. I'll give him that. Like they're really pushing back on the investigation and on the other forensic examiners and stuff like that. Oh, yay.
And I don't
We're in
blame them. I
recess
would do
till
the same
2:15.
thing.
Hi.
Hey, give me a minute. I
Yes,
want
sir.
to take my camera.
Sure.
Very
Okay.
quickly, I was going to hand those 3 cases
Sorry.
I mentioned this morning.
Oh, I pulled her up too soon.
That's okay. She'll be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Granny's the best.
I love Granny. I want to hear what she has to say about defense bringing in witnesses that actually were for the state. Like, what was that?
Well,
I
I think
know.
that I think they're just trying to do that doubt thing, just
Yeah,
trying to
but
lay
like
in some kind
in
of doubt
in
and
the
trying to
beginning,
show that the state, the state people didn't do everything perfect or whatever. But we'll see how that
exactly.
folds.
So, okay.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Oh, no
Granny.
worries. No worries.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I'd forgotten to turn my camera off.
I was
It's
too quick, and I have had people up without camera. I mean, without avatar lately. Like I just did
Mhm.
an interview, so I'm like, I get confused. So I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
mean to.
no worries. I go on camera all the time if I'm in my studio, but
Ye-
right now I'm not in my studio and there's family pictures behind me.
Yeah, no, I can understand. So,
Oh, yeah.
so what about this morning? How much did you get to see of those first couple of attorneys that they put up? Like that was
I didn't
wild.
see those. I've been recording a video all morning, and when I said hello, just got here, which was an hour ago.
Yeah.
So this witness is the first one that I saw.
Wow. Prior to that, we had two attorneys that basically they were really honest. And so when the pushback came, even with their own defense teams questioning, they were just so honest that they were actually supporting some of the state's arguments. Actually, the first one was a partner from the law firm that Alex was removed from.
Mhm.
And it started out that he was being a character witness, that Alex was all upset, and about Paul, and really pushing back on the investigation. We all know there was so many people there, too many people there at the crime scene. It wasn't cut off. There was all these lawyers walking around. Everybody was there. It was chaotic. The local law enforcement and SLED really didn't have good control of the scene. Everybody was inside the house. As far as we're all concerned now, if they were thinking it's an invader, the house should have been part of the scene also, because the gun, there's guns there. There could have been a robbery. Who knows? I mean, it was a brutal scene. But, everything really was kind of chaotic. So they did successfully push back on that happened. But then when they started talking about Alex as a lawyer, and Alex as could he do, like, his cunningness, him stealing from everybody for 20 years, nobody knew, like, it really played bad. Like, I don't know, I could just see their faces dropping at the defense table, because, like, as he's answering very honestly. This attorney, Mike Bal, he was answering very honestly. He's a friend of Alex's. He said, yeah, he hoodwinked me. I had no idea he was like this, but he obviously stole all that money. He's admitted to
but
it.
I would also expect that, being in the firm, and Alex robbed him. I mean,
He
Alex
did.
clearly stole from him. So I would not expect him to be a favorable witness for the defense. I'm
I can't
surprised the
imagine why
defense
they put
called
him up.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
It was just because he was at the scene. I thought maybe they were just going that the only thing I can think of is that they think the pushback on the investigation is going to weigh more than the characterization of Alex. I don't think they're going to be able to do much to help with character witnesses, but also very, very confusingly, but not so confusingly. I'm kind of two minds. The first thing they did this morning was bring forward that if Alex took the stand, the defense is petitioning the court to set parameters on what will be discussed, and especially not to discuss financial crimes. You can imagine how that went, because financial crimes are in evidence. And
Right,
the state
exactly.
has every right to bring it up, right?
If they were
Right?
not in evidence, that would be a very good point, because you can't bring in prior bad acts. That's inadmissible, because it tends to prejudice the jury that, hey, you've been a criminal before, you're more likely to have done this crime.
Right.
So normally those are not admissible, but yeah, those are already in evidence. There's no reason
It's
to keep that
right.
out.
They've already lost the 404B battle, that it was probative because of they brought it in themselves. Now they're saying, we want to put Alex on the stand to answer about his credibility, but you can't talk about the financial crimes. And Waters is like, yo, wait a minute here. That's evidence. I could talk about anything that's in evidence, and he's right. And so the judge ended up saying, well, you know what? I understand. But, like, if you put Alex on the stand, we'll deal with this objection by objection. I'm not predetermining an order to say who can talk about what. That's basically, in layman's term, what he said. He said it more legal-like, but
The turtle moves is right. Alex
Oh.
stole the court case.
He did. He stole it. He's definitely, he stole everything. But I thought that was interesting. And what do you think? I think the judge made the right call there, that if it's in evidence, they're going to have to do it objection by objection as they start, to see if the state goes too far in the questioning. Well,
Frankly, I'm really surprised that Alex wants to take the stand.
Yeah.
I think he is. I think he's watching the
I
case slip
know. I
through
think it's
their
'cause he's a
fingers, and
narcissist.
I think it's a last ditch
Yes.
effort to try to convince the jury that that he loved them and he couldn't have did it. I think he wants to do that whole Amber Heard routine on the stand and cry.
Yeah.
And there's a 50-50 chance it won't work. And I think it's too dangerous. It
I
didn't
agree.
work for Amber Heard. They just looked at her and went, you are so fake. They just turned on her. The jury totally turned on her at that point. It was over dramatic. It was like they couldn't believe what she was saying. They were listening to every word. They heard the lies. They compared it to other things she said, and they went, bullshit. Nope.
I think Beck is right, that he's just arrogant and he thinks that he can fool people. He's fooled people in the past. He can do it again. And he thinks if he gets on the stand, he can just fool them all.
Yeah, and rightly so. Like, I spoke on that before, and I think I talked to Bearded about that too. The man, for 20 years, he got away with all of this. Of course, he thinks he's the smartest man in the room. And who was the only one who had
Yeah, I
control
mean-
of that crime scene? I mean, Dr. Silkman keeps reminding me that Alex Murdaugh was the only one who had control of that crime scene from the time it happened. From the time that they have that video
Yep.
of with him at the kennel until later, he was the only one in control of the whole situation. So,
this is why, as
including the amount of
professionals,
people,
we need to leave.
Yeah.
We need to leave our emotions and friendships out of shit. And that is where everybody screwed up, because the whole town was so shocked and, devastated, and people were like, wow, so it created this mess. But I think that's what he wanted. Why else would he call the lawyers and everything over there to trot through his house?
Yeah.
What was the other thing? Oh yeah, the judge had said, when they were talking about that earlier, the judge said, "You asking me to rule on that right now? We don't.
Yeah.
That's not how it works."
he's like,
Yeah.
that's not it. We're gonna go as they make statements. They shouldn't. Like, he sees the potential. I think that the state could push too far, because they did before, and objections were raised, and the judge did go with the defense saying, yeah, like, come on, state, pull it back a little bit. Like, I gave you an inch, don't take a mile.
Right.
Well, there's the potential it could go the wrong way. But
I'm surprised they let him say jackass so many times.
they did. I don't think they care about cursing
They
too
let him
much.
say it like 4. He goes, yeah, and then I said, first thing I thought was, oh, the jackass tried to kill himself. Like, wow.
You know what? In a way, I'm thinking, like, why would they let all that in? I think it was to prove that the guy was being honest, and that perhaps he doesn't really think that Alex did it, or perhaps he thinks that that's one of the reasons he did try to do the side of the road incident, was because he'd lost his family. And that is what he got to say. He didn't really say because he killed them. He said because he lost them. And that is a big distinction.
He
with
left
the
him at the
jury.
mall.
No.
Granny.
I know when she does that, I don't expect it. I'm like, okay, like, whatever.
She's done that to me for years, lady. Are you kidding?
She got me.
Actually, that was something that was talked about when I lost my first child. Is a number of people who were in my position were saying, we didn't lose the baby. We didn't leave him at the mall. The baby's dead.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't you love it when they use those terms? No, it was a miscarriage. Damn it. Like, that's it. Yeah. Yours was a miscarriage, correct, Granny? I'm not.
No, it was
remembering that
stillbirth.
Stillbirth. Okay, I couldn't remember which one.
Either is
Well,
very
the
upsetting.
good news is the rest of them came out great, right? Yep. So yeah, no, this is just hairy stuff, and I'm wondering, like, I agree with you, Claire. What the purpose of bringing that guy up there was for the defense. Like, he was totally a state witness. He said, "Oh yeah, we were friends," blah blah blah, and then he was like, "Well, yeah," till I found out what he was doing.
And Alex stole from his friends. He was like clear about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was hurtful.
Another
Alex
one.
was deceived, and he let Waters get to the area where he could bring to light in front of the jury. You really didn't know him that well, did you? And he goes, like, no one did. Like, I thought I did, but I guess nobody did. Because he did all this stuff behind. He was like two people, which I think was very good for the state, because to me, that means it puts in the mind of the juries the fact that what we're seeing is not what we get. He can act like a husband and a father any day, but he's also a conniving, stealing, lying man constantly.
Absolutely.
For 20 years. So why couldn't he do this? And he's lying about the investigation. If he's a man who is being represented as a family man, loves his family, why is he lying about being at the kennels? Why is he lying about touching the bodies? Why is he lying about the direction he went to go to his mother's house? He didn't have to lie about any of that, unless, of course, he was trying to create an alibi. There's no need for him to lie about any of that. An innocent man would give you the blue shirt. An innocent man would give you the sneakers. An innocent man wouldn't have lied about all of that. And I hope that's what the jury sees, because I see more of that. Not even the evidence that they present. It's more what's missing, and Alex's own words that does it for me every time. Because a lawyer would know what to get rid of. And did you hear him testify that after the body was removed, godless Granny,
This man testified that he was over near the scene where Paul's body was and got blood all over him. Oh, really? Body was already removed. So how does that sit with Alex's testimony that he went and checked for life and he doesn't have a drop on him? Like, it doesn't sit well at all, and I hope they picked up on that. This man had blood all over his shirt.
That's
Not
the other
very
thing.
well,
Thank you, Claire.
It is possible. Yeah. See, I look like I'm not paying attention. I look like I'm daft up here, not paying attention. I don't miss a thing. I don't miss a thing. It's in there somewhere. It just has a hard time coming out sometimes, but I don't miss it. Yeah, that spoke to me loudly, Beck. Blood all over after the body leaves. That's how messy the scene was. And yet he says he went to both bodies and he's pristine. This is why the officers were in doubt from the start. Things he said himself made him a suspect. Nothing else.
Yeah. 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 It's, I don't know, like I told you the other day, Claire, when we got to the point of him lying multiple times about which way he left, which way he, what he did, blah, 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 going to his parents that night and stuff. Once we hit that and his car went right by the spot where her phone was, and it was going 40 miles an hour, which it doesn't matter how fast they're going. You can throw the window out at any speed. I mean, you can throw something out the window at any speed. Once I heard that part, I'm pretty much done. I'm just convinced now that he did it. I mean, where are the other suspects? First of all, they have no one. That looks really bad. There was no other weird vehicle tracks at the scene. There wasn't any weird footprints from somebody else that wasn't in the family. There wasn't any, like, it's just ridiculous. How can, you say that someone else came and did this? And there's I mean, if he was smart, he would have put in on size 13 shoes and walked around in them or something, like there's just no evidence pointing at anybody else outside the family. And
Yeah.
And Buster was 3 hours away, so it couldn't have been him.
Yeah, true. What do you think, Godless Granny, did you get to see any with Buster, right? Do you think that really did much
I saw
for
a
the
little bit
defense?
of Buster.
Yeah. Do you think it did much for the defense, though? I mean, having a son up there, I think his lack of affect and his calm and just talking whatever, kind of his attitude alone spoke to me of coaching, spoke to me of some things like that, which is normal. Of course, the defense is going to go over your testimony if you're going up.
Yeah,
That's normal.
Yeah,
But-
both sides do.
but the fact that he
is big, everyone
Yeah.
does. But that doesn't necessarily mean he was coached. I think it's more that he has mixed feelings. That's how I read
because
it.
there was no interjection of his own responses in there that I could tell. Everything seemed very caged, narrow.
I read him as he realizes this is possible, but he doesn't want to believe it.
That's the same thing that a lot of people are talking about, that it just would be very hard for him. He's already lost his brother and his mother. It would be hard for him to go there and lose his father outright too. It would be devastating. And then the weight of a young man like that, having the whole family on your shoulders now. With this reputation, I mean, they've got a terrible reputation to begin
But
with.
he
now
does
it's going to
seem-
be all him. No, but now it's going to be all him. He is he's now the head of the family, carrying all of it. It's got to be too much to deal with. And I think that might have contributed to the fact that he just looked so uncaring and distant on the stand. He really did. As much as the words were flowing, the body language, his affect, I would say, his whole demeanor did not match a lot of what he was saying. Not for me. It just looked very disjointed. Yeah.
I think the first thing we need to remember with Buster is he has had 1.5 years to mourn this.
True. So he's not going to cry on stand. I get
Yeah,
that.
he's been
but
talking to
still.
lawyers. He's been talking to his dad. He's gone over this 500 times with his family. He's not going to cry anymore. His crying is done. But that wasn't the part that got me. The part that got me was he was acting very cocky on the stand. and he was kept calling Jim, and he should have been being polite and saying Mr. Griffin out of respect.
Well, he
in the
should have
courtroom.
not given the jury the instance that they know each other so well. But I think that Mr. Griffin wanted it that way. I think he did not coach them properly into how to greet them and things like that. To the defense, they want everybody to know that this is just part of the family. Everybody knows them. They're good old boys. They couldn't have done this. Like, we would all know. I think that's part of the defense's argument forward, or what they're trying to present rather to the jury. I think that worked I think it worked in his favor, because let's not forget who was at the crime scene first and for every interview. Jim Griffin, who had all these private conversations with everybody that we're hearing about on the stand. Jim Griffin.
Yeah.
These people were this whole community is so intertwined. There couldn't have been a lawyer that wasn't involved in that crime scene. I mean, there was 20 of them there? Like, there was a lot. There was a lot. Aaron makes a good point here. Oh, sorry, babe. And Godless Granny muted too. But let's see. It's hard to determine state of mind without knowing his drug intake, detox, and recovery states. He could have either lied or been confused due to him being high, or he could have killed. Well, I might go with that, Aaron. Like, I'm sure his drug use has something to do with his demeanor and whether he lied or not. But to continue to lie the whole time when you know they're looking at you for murder, not a good look. He could have backed that up at any time. And I think a true drug addict, if that was actually the influence to why the lie happened, would have. Because in the end, he's going to save his skin. Unless he's calculating enough to think he's going to get away with it, which is different. That's cunning. That's planning. That's something other than the results of drug fogging your mind. He had plenty of opportunity in a year and a half to back those statements out, to remove the focus on him. He could have turned over the shirt, the shoes, and said, I was confused because of drugs. I was at the kennel. And
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Let the chips fall where they way, and he would not be sitting here on murder. Okay, he could have laid another scene. It would have been harder to prove. But because he lied, and he continues to back up that lie, to this day, he created an alibi. Let's not forget that they submitted that alibi statement just a week before the trial, Aaron. He didn't have to do that.
At this stage in the game, he has to stick with his story, because if he changes it at this stage,
yes, but
after the trial, it's still too late. It's going to look bad.
But after he came out of rehab, he should have said, "Hey, I was on drugs."
Right.
But now he's still, and not only did he lie after that, he changed his story more. Every time he lies, he changes it a little bit. So it's just too many lies, too many factors pointing at him, too many. There's no one else that could have done it for me.
I think Aaron's got a good point that, the defense could lean more on that about the state of mind, and maybe they will. They do have a psychologist on the list. Maybe we will hear some of that. Yeah. Maybe that's coming forward. I mean, Aaron makes a valid point. Just for me, it's just not strong enough, because I'm looking at everything that's missing. And that's not a drug addict. If you are in the state, I don't think he could have been cunning enough to get rid of everything that could be gotten rid of that would tie him to the crime. He knew what might be left as trace. He knew what needed to be done. He's very good. He's very good. He knew he needed to wash off and not have those clothes available at all. Because even after washing, he knew some type of DNA could be pulled from it. That's why they're missing 100%. You see, it's the stuff that's missing that speaks the loudest to me. The stuff that even, that you wouldn't be thinking of, not in a drug phase. Those guns didn't get up and walk off the property. Those guns aren't sitting there in the obvious, and SLED isn't that incompetent that they didn't find them. Okay? They were removed from the scene. So was his clothing. So was Alex. The only one who had control of it that time. All of that cell phone data, all of those GPS proves he was there at the time. They showed in photographs that hose was used during that time. They showed in photographs that water was puddling where it normally isn't.
that somebody stood in a different place than usual and used that hose.
I don't remember what the weather was, Claire. What was the weather?
It was raining. It
Okay.
was raining. It was a light rain when when the agent Owen first got there. The first responders first got there. It was a light rain, and that is why many of the photographs of footprints don't have scale in all of them. They weren't done by SLED. SLED did some of them later, but it was raining. People were rushing. They were trying in the beginning to document everything that they saw in their notebooks and everything. They knew SLED needed the photographs and they were going to be taking them, but they did get some impressions. He did document in his notebook the tire treads that he saw, the amount of footprints that he saw, where he saw them. And then he also documented where people were walking to mess that up. They did. Some of them did. I will admit that some of them did a great job as trying to present the case, knowing the case wasn't going to be theirs. They knew it was a double shot in the back of the head homicide. They knew it wasn't going to be theirs. They were notified right away SLED was coming in. SLEDs are the experts in gathering their forensics and their documentation. They don't want to be messed with. They don't want you interfering with them. Okay, so they did what they could to secure anything that might change until they got there. I did, that spoke to me loudly, but nobody's really harping on that. But when Owens testified, that was clear to me that he knew what was going on. Like, he knew how messed up this scene was, and he knew what was coming, and they did what they could. They did what they could, I believe. Some of them were just bumbling idiots, just walking around like, oh my God, and I get that. Like, they didn't know what to do. This doesn't happen like normally. This isn't something that they were used to. This was a very prominent family, a man who sues people on the regular for the slightest little thing. They were intimidated, I guess is the word that I would say. You got 20 lawyers walking around the scene. They were intimidated.
Yeah.
I greatly think so, and I hope we see more pushback on that. I know we're going to see pushback, I believe, on the phone data. We're going to have an expert come in and try to say that's all crap, because he also tried to mess with that. Alex also muddied the waters there by deleting his own phone information.
And don't forget, he never called Maggie's family that night.
Right.
They heard from somebody else.
They did. They had to hear from somebody else. Now, that speaks loudly to me. I want to see a psychologist come up there and try to explain that one. Because just as much as they're going to say that was trauma, that's also the inability to face what you did. That's what it speaks like to me. I speak enough to psychologists to know that goes both ways. It's either the trauma of the situation or just, what you did and you just can't, that's going a bridge too far to try to lie to her parents' face.
But he did have time to look up a restaurant before the cops
and he Googled a hot girl too. Excuse me? Like, come
Somebody
on.
sent out a picture and he looked at it. Yeah.
I'm going to go out there. I don't want to shame on any kind of mental health or trauma or anything like that. But don't even, if they get a psychologist up there to tell me that was a normal trauma response, I think I might barf. I think I just might barf. It would be too much for me. Googling restaurants and hot babes when your wife's got her head blown off. That's not normal trauma response. Bearded, you can come up and argue with me anytime. I'll put it out on YouTube, or anybody else. Chris Shelton, anybody that I deal with. Mandy, who's a psychology student. Anybody want to come? I just try to explain that one to me. That one just makes me nauseous. It really does. But,
Oh, and as we were talking about the weather. So before anybody got there, it had not started raining yet, but there was a lot of damp moisture. That southern moisture fog in the air at night at dusk. So there was that, and people were already getting wet from that dense, moisture in the air. And then it started sprinkling around the time that the first agents showed up. And then by the time the cops showed up, and by the time SLED got there, and before SLED got there, it was raining. Actually, I think right before SLED got there, it was raining actively. And that's when they went into someone's rig, got the sheets and covered up the bodies because they were afraid that the rain would contaminate the evidence too much. Yeah. And anything on the bodies. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely.
I mean, the hose already screwed up enough of it. So,
And we're missing other little tiny things that the cell data has told us. Number one, the calls that that Alex actually did make are directly related to who was on Paul's phone and who was on Maggie's phone, making sure that nobody was calling to look for them. Rogan, exactly. He called Rogan right away.
Yep.
Okay, to make sure he wouldn't keep trying to call him. Remember, Paul was in active communication with Rogan at the time of his death. They were going back and forth about the video and about the dog's tail. They were trying to FaceTime each other. The calls were getting disrupted. Messages were flying back and forth. He disrupted it. He wanted to check to see what he'd heard, what he did, what they knew. It's clear that he had both phones at some time. And the fact that I think that might be why he was lying about touching the bodies, to try to account for any touch DNA that might be left.
Yep, on the phone, on Paul, right. I agree with that.
Because
he really didn't need to, because as a father, there's any number of reasons why he would have touched Paul.
Right. And Dr. Silkman said even as a father, touch DNA alone, because everybody was related, was a nightmare to begin with. That crime scene would have been a nightmare no matter what. But the other thing is that the one thing that it went in the favors, he did not know that Paul's phone would lock forever. Number one, that is actually to the benefit of the state. That data was pristine when it got to the FBI. And then he didn't know about the video. He didn't know about the video, it appears, until August, until his third interview.
Right.
But still, August was soon enough, only 2 months after the crime, to claim shock for all my other statements. Get it on record, how traumatic you were, and you may have misspoke. If that would have been the smart move, but he didn't take it.
Yeah.
Do you know how many more witnesses are on the defense list?
There's a handful. There's less than 20. We're on number 7 already. Okay. We have some experts coming forward on cell data. We're dealing right now with the criminal forensics. They're going after the crime scene reconstruction. Because this is kind of what Alex Murdaugh does for his civil suits when he goes through bad products and stuff and things that fail. He's used to these kind of experts. You can tell he actually got these experts. But they don't work for the state. They're not criminal investigators. Okay. Nope. They're not used to murder. Okay. This guy is an educator, Gold. The guy that's on the stand now is an educator of this kind of work. So he does have a little more credentials than the guy, Mike Sutton from yesterday, who he did get kind of tore up by the state. And by one of the younger members of the state too, David Fernandez, who did come out quite aggressive. I was shocked because he'd been so just straightforward, easygoing, got the information out. He came out like a little ferret yesterday. He was like, bam, bam. Like he was. And the way he kept saying, trying to make that 4'2" person a child, it really offended some people on Twitter. David Fernandez took a hit. They were like, that's not the way to do it, dude. You think you had a good day, but that was a bad look for you. Like he could have made his point without constantly saying the word child, little person, this, that, and the other thing. But I guess they was trying to poke some humor. But the judge didn't stop him either. And that kind of stuck out to people on Twitter too. They kept remarking on that, but
the defense might wrap up its case by the end of the week.
Yes, they said Friday.
They
actually said Friday. Okay. Yeah, they did. Yesterday, Harpootlian spoke on it. Recker says, I realized that if Alex Murdaugh had actually taken the time to check the bodies and gotten blood on him and the new clothes, he might have had a stronger case for him being judged not guilty. This is what I'm saying, Recker. He had, that's the mistake he made, is that the missing evidence would speak louder than what was left. Okay. Right. But then again, he didn't know how narrow the time window would go to. He's thinking his time window is 2 hours, and the state has successfully brought it down to 15 minutes.
Yep, the pathologist. She was
Yes.
amazing.
They brought it down to 15 minutes between the video and placing people in certain places with all the extra data and actually the bodies speaking for themselves. They've made that window a lot smaller, and it's really going to be hard for Alex to wiggle out of it.
8:49 to 9:05, I believe, is what she said. So like a 16-minute window. And that, I thought that too as well, Claire. I thought that there was a window there and they could only narrow it down so far and you'd have at least like an hour or something. I had no idea that the pathologist could do all that. Like that blew my mind that she could do that.
Well, as she said, she didn't look at the crime scene. That's not her job. Her job is to let the bodies speak for themselves, and she did a good job of that. Because then when Kinsey came forward and spoke for the crime scene and was able to match up the bodies, what the bodies are telling you with what the crime scene is telling you, they were a perfect match. So that now when they're bringing these recreationists, who, by the way, don't have the bodies and are only going to the scene 18 months later and trying to recreate things. Because David Fernandez had a good point. Do people grow? Do trees grow? Does things change? It was 18 months since you've been there. Like, come on. And it's also after an investigation. Things have been moved and changed, just in the testing of it, just in the documenting of it. It's not a pristine crime scene anymore. His recreation of the scene, he needs to admit it's faulty from the start because of that, but he wouldn't. And that gave David Fernandez the opportunity to make him look really bad.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, there's so many comments in the chat to try to read.
I know Liam's telling me to go back. Okay, I'm going to number 1, which is we had extremely, right? Liam, hold on.
Yes, that's where his comments start.
All right. We had an extremely violent incident outside a club where blood, bit of skin, and bones were left on the ground of the car park. Myself and one colleague had to control access to the body and the evidence. Ooh, ouch. I took pictures to show the first responders what they had been messed with, as there were about 50 people all trying to get a look and help. Exactly. You just can't. It's so hard. When Soko turned up, I had preserved the vast majority of and documented the evidence before the police managed to create a proper cordon, as well as giving first aid to an unconscious victim. My goodness, Liam. But yeah, you at least were trying to preserve what they needed. Thank you. Obviously here, everybody was just walking around willy-nilly, like including the officers themselves. When Agent Owen actually reported that the footprints that he had on the side of the building where Maggie was going around, right? There was 2 sets of them, and actually agents were walking through them and over them all the time, and he documented that. Like he spoke of that people were walking between them. Like even though you're not touching the footprints, you're still damaging what's going on between. There could have been stuff in between. There could have been, like the dragging of a rifle butt, or anything like that. I'm speculating
I
here,
feel like
but
if it was something extremely obvious, they would have walked around it. But
you would hope
there
so,
are
but
small bits of evidence you cannot see with the naked eye in the dark.
Yeah, but
and with just a light.
Here's the thing that gives the defense perfect opportunity, because normal reasonable assumption is not allowed. It is like, no, it's not always that. Like, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna tear it up. Absolutely. And they do have a lot to work with SLED. Zatai, what is that? What was it? Tara Zapata, like her evidence that she presented in the analysis of the DNA, her inability to speak to a jury or anyone in response to the questions in a very casual, intelligent way to actually say something actually hurt the state. Because even though she actually didn't say anything, it was her inability to actually get the concept across that is going to just be left with the jury. It was really tough. Hey, Bearded. Has anyone ever seen a footprint, though, like on the beach or snow, but not a normal ground? Even in my garden, I ain't ever seen footprints.
I do in mud.
Yeah,
And
I
since
do.
It's raining, yeah.
And also, the footprints in this case would have been smushed down grass in a muddy, grassy area that's like full of crabgrass and stuff. Like we saw pictures where they found, if you look at the pictures where they found the casings, right? And you could see the grass has got dirt in, like crabby grass, not like refined, gorgeous grass back there by the kennels. So there is enough because the dirt, it was raining also, Bearded. So that actually led to what he called indentions. He said footprints, barely, tire tracks and stuff, like disappearing before his eyes because of the rain. Okay, so yeah, they what they're not calling it what you would think those castings of footprints would be, but they were indentions enough to know that they was somebody walking there. Trampled grass, they could tell in a certain pattern, certain spaces apart that looked that somebody walked that way. I mean, it's like it appeared that way to them. And so you don't actually leave like when it's starting to rain and you go from dry pavement to wet pavement, you leave wet footprints everywhere you go. I mean, that's more common in city life, right? You guys agree?
Snow too.
Yeah, snow. The ones in snow look weird, don't they, Godless Granny? They look like your feet are so big, right? Like it's like they're 10 times bigger than your foot when you're walking in snow. Yeah. Latent footprints is the term. Thank you, Pete, for coming to my rescue with the actual term that we're talking about. Not an actual impression like you would think, but the appearance of a footprint. There you go. Thanks, Pete. Pete, are you in law enforcement or something? You're really good with these terms and stuff and keep me on the straight and narrow.
I know, right?
If I'm getting too personal, just tell me. But gosh, I want to know what you do for a living. I do, because you seem very good at this. Now he's going to tell me he's a chef and blow my mind.
Actually, from his avatar, I was guessing that he was a cage wrestler.
Really?
He's got
Well,
an
he's got
MMA
Right.
yeah, cage on his avatar. Yep.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people into that though, Granny. I don't know if that would be a.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, he could be. He might be some crazy strong beast. We don't know.
I know. Listen, you can't always go by avatars. After all, I am a woman wearing cat ears with the name Bear. There you go.
You know, that is very valid, ma'am. That is very valid. That is a good point. Yeah, and you know, I agree with who said that earlier. If he would have just had the blood on his shoes and the blood on his hands from checking his family, they just would have been like, man, this guy just okay. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you, Granny. I have a opinion question.
Okay.
So let's say this is your family.
Mm-hmm.
Your husband found everybody. Do you think for 1 second he wouldn't try to grab you and his children to like hug them? No, crying, checking. Everybody I've ever known to find a family member dead, mostly it was suicide that I know of. They didn't just look at them and go, oh, they're dead and walk away. They were all covered in blood by the time the cops got there because they were trying to save their loved one. So the fact that he didn't have any blood on him makes me feel like he didn't give a shit. It just makes him look worse. So do you what do you think your husband would do? Would he run up and grab everybody and
No,
you know,
I
try
don't
to
think
check
he
them?
would. I don't think he would. My
Really?
husband he's not someone that really shows feelings much.
Oh, he's old school, man. Okay.
Yeah. It is really hard to get him to express any kind of feelings.
Yeah.
So in fact, that's something I've even asked him point blank. You know, would you even cry? And
Yeah.
he's well, what a dumb question. Not really. What I don't know how you feel.
Not
I'm
if you-
just asking
I
you
mean,
how
if-
you feel.
I could see the
Right.
lawyer in her going, yes, what a dumb question that you didn't answer. Are you going to answer? Like, come
Yeah,
on.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Could you imagine Granny like asking her family questions at home? No, I am not leading you. Objection. You ever bring law into your family arguments, Grady? I have to know. That would be hilarious.
No, I haven't, but my dad has.
Oh. Dad was a lawyer?
law. He brought law to the table.
Yeah,
Did
you know, he was saying, well, how can you listen to so-and-so say such and such? Because that's just hearsay. You as a lawyer, out of all people, ought to know that you don't accept hearsay.
Oh wow!
And I
So
said, Dad, this isn't a court of law. This is a family.
Yes,
We
and
don't have
everybody
rules
loves
of
gossip.
evidence here.
Right. We don't have rules of evidence, and we all like a good bit of gossip. Like, stop it, Dad. Stop it.
Exactly.
You're ruining all
So
our
you heard
family
that
fun.
shit at home growing up. Like that was part of your life.
No, he never started that till after I was a lawyer.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Wow.
Then he felt like he could speak to you on a equal plane about stuff like that, right?
I don't think my dad ever considered anyone an equal. It was just his excuse for why he didn't think I should listen to what people were saying that he did.
Oh, and yet he won't tell you. Well,
Right.
you shouldn't listen to them. Like, I won't give you the facts of evidence. I'll just tell you, you got no facts and evidence. I love
Exactly.
it. I love it. That's so lawyer 101, right?
Mhm.
I'm not going to tell you the story you should be listening to, but you shouldn't be listening to that one. Yeah,
Yep.
oh.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, no, Charlie, you got a tornado warning. I'm sorry. Oy. No way to start it, too. And it's raining. Like, it's raining here. Is it raining by you, Beck, or you, Granny? Like, it's miserable here today.
I had a
Nope.
little rain hail mix when I ran to the bank earlier.
You got a sunny day, huh, Granny?
It's cloudy here. It's partly cloudy, but yeah, we're expecting unseasonable highs. It's supposed to get to 77 degrees here today. I think it's just so crazy that, you know, it's 77 here and there's a blizzard in Minnesota. Just 8-9 hours away.
Yeah. No, that is pretty crazy. The weather has just been insane.
It's global warming.
Oh yeah, well of course. People
Mhm.
say there's no such thing as climate change. I'm like, the climate is constantly ever changing and evolving, just like everything on the earth. What do you mean there's no climate change?
Exactly.
77 in northern Alabama in February. I mean, this is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is crazy.
That's what's happening, is that you have no seasons anymore, right, Granny? It's like we're getting snow later or earlier. There's warm days in between winter. Like,
Mhm.
you know, I can.
More of those Indian summers popping up in the spring or the fall. Yeah.
Yeah, and even into early winter.
Uh-huh.
I actually like it because I can't stand the cold. I like the warm. To me, 80 degrees is the perfect temperature. But on the other hand, I also know that this is terrible for the planet.
It is, because there's no seasons. That means that, the way things break down normally and the time that it takes are all disrupted. Plant cycles and everything, food systems, just the chain that goes on just regularly. It's all disrupted. Always says it's like 79 on the Gulf Coast where she is. Wow. That's too warm for February. Mardi Gras at 79 degrees? What? Well, it's
I
good
tell
for
you what,
beach
when it starts snowing in June and July and August, then I'll start really worrying about it.
Yeah. Actually,
I saw snow in June once.
Well, I saw snow the last week of May going into June, but I was in Denver, Colorado.
I was in the Adirondacks at the bottom of a mountain, Whiteface Mountain, on a lake. And on the 4th of July, I had snowflakes hitting my face. But they were only in the air. Like, they never made it to the ground. They were like blowing off the mountain. It was the wildest thing, because we were there in short sleeves and shirts in the middle of a canoe with my daughter, and we're like going down the lake. And then snowflakes. We thought it was like rain drizzle, and then we're like, it's really cold, and then we could start to see them, and we were like, it was really wild. We ended up taking some pictures, but it just was blowing off the mountain. They said it occurred often, if you're at the base of the mountain like that. We were at Mirror Lake. Well, it was wild. I'll remember that.
Well,
It was literally the 4th of July, because we had fireworks that night. It was wild.
Yeah. That's like here. Yesterday it was over like 50, it was like 53 degrees or something yesterday. And the day before it was like 37, but it can be totally warm here. All the snow will melt because usually we don't keep snow for more than a day or two. It's actually, there's been a little bit on the ground for like 3 days. It's been really weird. Up to yesterday. But you can go up to you look up the top of the mountain, it's 60, 70 here, 50 here, whatever, and there's snow up on top of the mountain. So yeah. Yeah, I could totally see that.
I hear
People
you.
are still skiing and we're like
right?
sweating.
Exactly. Liam, I hear you. People do equivocate climate and weather, and they are two different things, and they actually refer to different scenarios, but I get it. Because the climate is actually just what we're used to in like the general region in the area, and what you would expect is the highs and the lows and the seasonal and stuff. And the weather is just like a condition at that time, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, I get it, and that's why they say climate change, and nobody's able to really like define it. Well, if the weather is so good here and there, so we really don't have climate change, this and that, and like the world. The world, it's so damn cold. The world couldn't be getting hotter as we speak. Well, you just need to take some science lessons. Like you need to listen to them about how it's all related and it all leads one to the other. It's all a cycle, and if you don't understand the cycle, then I guess you don't get the concept of climate change in how the warming of the earth is actually affecting everything. So.
Yeah, and Liam is right. Climate is not the same as weather.
It's not. Yeah. But
it's
hard
two
to-
different things there.
It's hard not to mix them up though, because one causes the other.
Exactly. Because they are relative to each other, right? And whenever you can draw a line between one thing and another, often people will use them interchangeably. Once they can connect them together, that happens with all kinds of words in language. Once you can connect them together, people start swapping them out and forget the difference. Yeah. Well, I'm with
I
you,
agree with-
Wrecker. I'd rather be cold than hot.
I was just about to say I agree with him, but to a point. Now, too cold is too cold, but I would rather put on clothes because you can't take your skin off to cool off. And I get so hot in the summer sometimes that just don't touch me. I just want to be in a cold shower half the day, and I'm just dripping with sweat.
Well, that's why I'd rather be cold, because you can add more clothes. You can get a blanket.
Right.
You can get yourself a snuggle bunny if you're lucky.
You can turn
do
up the
that
heater,
body
right?
heat.
But you can't.
Yeah, or
You
turn
can't
up
go
your
outside
partner.
and get cooler.
Yeah, you can definitely, find ways to get warm. But when you're hot, there's only certain things you can do to get cool. Like
Jump in the pool.
True, if you have one, but my pool, I always tell everybody my pool went to college. I had the choice to put in an in-down ground pool or pay for my daughter's like full couple of years. So I did the opposite.
I didn't want
My
to.
pool went to college.
Maybe she can buy you one after she has her career all set up.
You know what, Beck? You should talk to her. If that child had finished, I'd be sitting pretty. I would.
Oh, she didn't
but
finish. That's why I
she
did not
doesn't-
help my son. I
and
knew
you
he
know
wasn't
what?
going to finish.
I don't falter that. That's her choice if she wanted to, and
Yeah,
I gave, out of the goodness because of what, like, I wanted to help with the future. So I don't falter for that. I mean, she can make up her own mind on that. I'm not going to hold it against her, but I just always tell everybody my pool went to college. They say,
I didn't want to mess with maintenance of a pool, so we bought a house that's less than a block from the community pool.
That's smart. Then you just have to go down there, like
Exactly.
it's really close, and they take care of everything. You don't have to fish out the frogs and the leaves and the bunnies.
Yep.
That's it.
So, well, we've covered weather. Do we want to go back to the case, or?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what to talk about the case, because
I know.
I keep getting these DMs that say, Claire, what are you trying to solve this case or what? I'm like, no, I'm just like fascinated. They say, like,
I want to solve it.
yeah,
I think it's already been solved.
I think
it
it
already
has
did, yeah.
to. And unfortunately, like, everybody seems like I have not saw a poll yet that says he's innocent or not guilty.
Well, you had a couple of polls where people said that the prosecution didn't make their case, which is
That
the
is
same
it.
thing as saying he's not
Well,
guilty.
it is. What they're saying is that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. People think that Alex Murdaugh is guilty. I haven't found anyone who says they think he's innocent. What they always say to me is, I think he did it, but I don't think the prosecution laid it out enough for the jury and he's going to get away with it. Or they haven't removed reasonable doubt. There's not enough there to convict him. I mean, they're very clear about it. They actually think he's guilty. They'll come right out and say it. That man did it. But there's not enough there to convict him. And almost every poll out there says the same thing. The one that says guilty and unable to prove it is the highest number almost every time. And then guilty. And then, very few people actually saying they absolutely don't think he did it.
I think they did make their case, if nothing else, with cell phones. The fact that his phone arrives at the scene within 2 minutes of when they died, and he didn't see anyone there.
That's what I mean.
Hear anything?
That's what I keep saying. If you didn't do it, dude, you know who did. And you should have said so you wouldn't be in this mess. And you're not. So it's you. It's you or you know who. Because with that small window, right, Godless Granny now, that small window, there's no doubt he was there. There is no doubt he was there.
I agree.
From his own testimony and the testimony of all the electronics around him. Back to weather for 1 second, because this is a very valid way to look at it. Liam says, you can think of climate as the statistical likelihood that a particular weather phenomenon, all present within given parameters at a specific place on any given day of the year. Claire? Yes. Okay.
There you go.
There you go. That's the best
Thanks,
way to
Liam.
think of it. Thanks, Liam.
I like that.
I like you straightening that out for me. Oh.
Yeah.
Aaron said it's t-shirt weather. It is down there too. So
yeah, that's what he's saying.
Because Aaron doesn't live really too far from where the case. I think he's down on that belt of the United States. It's t-shirt weather. Maybe that's why BCE has so much energy today, jumping out of that chair like that.
he's all psyched from the sun. He
gave me a thrill. He went to do his cross. He literally flew across that desk up in front of the podium. I was like, whoa, there's that BCE energy that we all know. Like, I can't wait for his closing arguments, actually.
That's why I was asking about when they were going to be done with their case.
Yeah.
Yep, it's going to be Friday, and I hope that Dr. Silkman can come back, because to what you were saying, Godless, that's also what Dr. Silkman said, and he's actually a molecular geneticist. He's more about the DNA and all of the stuff that gets left behind. But what he said, this case was made by the phone. The own personal surveillance electronics that people own made this case. And I think he's right. Like you said, like, it was all that stuff. The data's their personal stuff.
And remember as well, on his way to Alameda, he was speeding like a maniac. In like a 45, 55 mile per hour zone, he was going like 80. So, and he went the longer way out of the driveway. So he's trying to make up for that time. Is what he was doing, I think. It's just so many things. I couldn't even imagine like shilling them. Those folks that have like spreadsheets and shit, like, wow, I can't. I got more of it in my head, but I could imagine like looking at all of it at once. What else was it that? Oh yeah, his trip back by the smokehouse at his parents' house. That was another thing when he got there. You go in to see your mom, but you stop and go out to the smokehouse and then walk upstairs and, hang out and then put some blue thing. I think he did that for distraction. I don't think he was trying to hide that. I think he was trying to throw people off.
Always Creative says, I agree with something I just saw on Twitter. Bal's testimony was some of the most livid against Alex Murdaugh regarding his character.
Yes.
It actually was, because it started out to be in support of Paul and all of this stuff and their friends. And yet when pushed on it, he told the absolute truth. He came forward and said that the partnership themselves had to pay between $10 and $11 million to clients for money that Alex had stole. 10 to 11 million dollars. That's a lot of fraud.
Yeah. And how much is still missing? And then like 7 million or something like that they can't
Well,
find.
they said Alex only has like $100,000. When the accounts got frozen, there was like 100,000 in this, 300,000 in that. There was not 10 to 11 million dollars.
Yeah,
Most
so
of
I think
Alex Murdaugh's wealth was in properties that had mortgages on them and liens.
right. Yeah, and he was
So,
borrowing because he had
yeah.
equity because of the property, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Oh.
definitely what was that? Was it Crosby, the one that is the blonde guy that was crying up there, like really hurt by
No,
his
that's
friend?
Chris Wilson was his
Chris Wilson.
best friend. But Crosby
Yes.
was another attorney from the law firm, if I remember correctly, who spoke. There was
Yes.
quite a few people, partners, but Chris Wilson was not part of the partnership. He had his own law firm and he worked
Mm-hmm.
with Alex. He was his best friend. And he was the one that he was using to help funnel the money when he was using the
Yeah,
fake
Bank of
forge
America account.
accounts, right? The
Yeah.
fake forge accounts. Bank of America opened them up in another company's name. Which how do you
The
do
hell
that?
did Bank of America let him do? I
No,
know. That's
because
what
you
blew me
could.
away about that.
That's what shows you what a mastermind manipulator he is. He got people to put themselves in jeopardy and break the law without even realize, like, really got them to skirt the issues, break the law, and do things. The bank officials, Lafitte, okay, Bank of America, like the everybody.
Craziness.
Yeah,
The whole thing is
for almost
crazy.
20 years. It's like insane.
I do
Oh,
find it interesting too that he said he would call Alex and say, "Oh, Paul's driving like a maniac down the road," or stuff like that. Which, that just kind of lets me know that, although Paul was a good kid and had good intentions and was a decent guy, he was still a young kid out, being crazy and wild and running around and doing stupid shit. He's just a typical teenage boy. So, I think it just kind of humanized Paul a little bit more, but at the same time, it also showed that his friends were like, "Man, you need to rein your kid in, dude." And he was not doing the parenting he should have with him. He was letting him, I think they were too much buddies and he was letting him get away with everything. So,
Well,
I mean,
we
that's
heard
at least
that
that's
test.
the way it sounds.
We heard that testimony that the banker was was related to him. It was the brother-in-law of
brother-in-law.
his assistant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he did it. He knew the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yes,
still think he got a cut.
I do too. I do. They must have, because money is what makes people turn. They're quick.
Right.
Yep.
Always is reminding
Power
me
and
that
money.
they had $2.1 million still owed in mortgages at the time of her death. Maggie Murdaugh had approximately $57 in her private checking account.
Yep.
So they were
Yep,
definitely
because
living
remember
above their
that check
means.
had bounced.
Mm-hmm.
And it made her go like look and stuff, and that was part of the
Alex had emptied
damning
her account.
testimony. I'm sorry.
Did Alex empty her account?
Well, he managed all the money, and
Oh.
Maggie was known for not knowing anything financial. He did it all.
Mhm.
And her sister testified to the fact that she had no idea what was going on with what, as far as money. Like, she was looking at buying a different property, and because she
Wow.
didn't like Moselle and she wanted the family to move somewhere else, or
Mhm.
possibly for her, we don't know. So, in her mind, everything financially was fine. She's
Mhm.
going, she's looking at houses
Actually,
and found
I
one
don't
she
e-
liked. And
I don't know, but I don't even think she thought it was fine, because, like always is saying, they were behind in all their bills. There was a receipt that was found in the garbage that was circled for the Gucci stuff. I think Alex and her were discussing finances a lot more than everybody thinks, because she was
oh, that's
talking to
right.
other people about it, that money was a concern, that they needed to settle on this boat thing so they could get out from under it, that she was willing to have a different lifestyle, sell everything, downsize, and just, carry on as a family unit. That was more important.
You're
Those
right. I forgot.
conversations are documented. Yeah.
She
In
was
the
talking
trial.
to her sister saying she was concerned and money things, and Alex is acting weird, and yeah.
And there was other
And
testimony too about the conversations, that was going on. Now I think that's from an article always that didn't come up in the trial yet about the bills being behind. But we have read a lot of stuff back and forth. I don't think they've discussed the actual indebtedness, although they did say that at any moment, if any of those properties went up for sale, and Maggie did have an appointment with an appraiser, she was looking to downsize. She wanted to sell the properties and get something else. Okay. Not upsize. It's not that she wasn't worried about money. She was trying to show that it was the opposite. So she would have found out at that point that everything was in her name, even if she didn't know at the time. And if she sold any of those properties, Alex would have been in debt for over $10 million, according to the bank, immediately, because those properties were what secured all of his personal finance loans.
Yep.
And she may not have known that, right?
Liz Stewart said, so she was looking at Hilton Head, talk expensive. Now, Liz Stewart, I don't know if you know, but the Moselle property is a little over 1,700 acres. And it is frozen right now, but there's a sale attempting to go through for
it's
3.9. Oh, it's done. 3.9 million. 3.9 million for that one property.
Yeah.
So it's not like they couldn't go to Hilton Head and get a little smaller house for $2 mil or $3 mil.
Well, they wouldn't have been able to, because there was a lien on that property by the Mallory Beach lawsuit. So
right,
they
but
wouldn't
did
have gone
Maggie
anywhere.
know that?
Yeah, of course she did, because she's part of the lawsuit. She was being sued personally too. The whole family was. So here we go. What happened with that money is that's actually been used to release Maggie and Paul as the estate and Buster from the lawsuit. The only one left is Alex now, and the company that owns the convenience store that sold the alcohol to Paul. They're the only ones left in the case. Now, because that property did sell for 3.9. If you look up the property, it still says that, but the current data is that money's been released. The judge did approve the settlement. Buster is no longer part of that lawsuit. Neither is Maggie and Paul as their estate. Their portions have all been settled. Alex Murdaugh was not released from the state. And if there is any portion of that sale that goes to Alex Murdaugh, it has still got a lien on it for all the other lawsuits.
Yep.
He doesn't get anything from it. Right.
Yeah, they'll get all their money first. Exactly.
But, there's other property, all kinds of properties are being sold. Like there's small islands all over the place and things like that. But everything that gets sold that's related, that has his name on it, and all Maggie's, because in that state, anything that was Maggie's is his now.
Yep.
With no contest, unless there's a separate will that, you can fight against. But nope, it's his. And so, all of that has got liens on it. There are 100 charges of financial crimes and misdeeds, 18 separate indictments. The amount, and that's just the criminal charges with the state. If you want to go into the civil cases and the liens that are filed, that man doesn't have a bank account anywhere. I'm surprised they're not even trying to put a lien on his prison account. But they can't. I know they can't. But they can't do anything, and it really puts Buster in a really precarious situation, because he can't settle any of the debts. He's got hardly any money to live on except for what he makes on his own, and this is not the lifestyle he was used to. I mean, that young man's life is upside down right now from what it used to be.
I imagine his relatives are taking care of him,
right? But
they are. The uncles are giving him money and stuff, because I actually listened to some of the jail phone calls between Buster and Alex that had been released, because some of them sounded really fishy. So I was trying to dig through them, but he was saying on the phone to Alex that because he was like, well, Dad, I don't know what to do, money, because Alex asked him, do you need money? He said, well, yeah, I do. And he said, well, ask your uncles, John Marvin will give you something. He said, yeah, but Dad, I've already done that. And he actually felt bad about asking the rest of the family for more money. Like, that's not their responsibility, dude. It's yours. But Buster's also an adult, He's in
Right.
and out of college. He got kicked out of college for plagiarism. He's trying to get back into college at the point of this phone call. And so his dad's just getting on him, going, you gotta buckle down, buddy. You need to get back in law school, man. You need to blah, blah, blah. And he's going on and on about it. He's like, yeah, Dad, I know. I'm working on it. Yeah. And with all that, and
He
as
needs a
much as
job
he used to
first.
talk, I feel like Alex just had his thumb on the family constantly, all day long, constantly. Yeah, no, he had a job. Wasn't he working at the law firm or something like that? What was he doing recently? He was working somewhere.
Who? Buster?
Buster.
Yeah, Buster. Yeah.
Buster didn't work at the law firm that I know of. His friend did.
Oh, that's right. That was Tootin.
Tootin,
He was working
yeah.
somewhere. He had a job somewhere. I can't
Yeah.
remember where it is.
Well, he does. He currently does work because he has to, and it is
Yeah.
true that Alex's own brother is suing him for the fees that he paid for him to go to rehab, and that Buster has reduced it with some farm equipment, but there's still a good portion of it out there, and that the only reason they're doing that is to get money out of the estate versus the liens. They have to get a judge to release it so that Buster can have some money. Because
Yeah.
if you get that money, then like if the uncle gets that money back, he would be able to give it to Buster without any problem. But that's what they speculate on. All we know is that Randy Murdaugh actually did give money to Alex Murdaugh to go to rehab. There's like stuff in tweets and letters, email, like
Yeah.
whatever, back and forth as that was the reason, and that Buster did give him some farm equipment to reduce it. And they made an
Yep.
agreement, and then they filed a lawsuit after they reduced it to a certain amount with the farm equipment. They actually went forward and filed a civil lawsuit to get that money out of the estate
Right.
against the liens. So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, but I can't really blame Buster for using whatever angle he can to get money that's out of there, because like with all of these charges, nothing's ever going to get paid back 100%. True.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Also Buster has a girlfriend with her own place. And that's where he's currently staying. He's staying with her in her condo. And the point is that he can live off of that. As long as he doesn't go and blow it. And I hate to say it, but that's Alex and Maggie's fault for not teaching them how to fucking manage their own damn money as adults. That's what happens with privileged kids. That's why I say all these privileged kids, if the world goes to shit, they're all going to starve to death because they don't even know how to heat an egg in the microwave.
And I
that's
get that,
leftover.
and that's all. Like I
know?
get that. That's a pretty emotional argument here. But point of fact is, even if they did teach him how to manage his money, he'd have no money to manage right now, Beck. His whole inheritance is gone. He went from
No, I know,
five
but I'm
different
blaming that on
locations.
them. They were
Right.
paying for an apartment for both of them,
No.
besides what they were working for.
You're missing my point. His lifestyle. He went from
No, I know.
5 different
know.
family homes, vacationing at the drop of a hat.
I
being
know,
able to
going on
attend
jets
all
to
of
go
the
on
fancy-
vacation. I
Exactly.
know.
That lifestyle, whether they taught him how to manage money or not, is gone forever.
Yeah.
The way he
Oh, I
was
know.
raised doesn't exist anymore. The parents that he knew and loved and were there with him do not exist anymore. This man is upside down. I kind of feel
Oh, I
for him.
know.
I don't like him. He picked his nose on the stand. I immediately do not like the guy. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
and he
just
was
gross.
slumped like totally
That's
disrespectful.
disrespectful,
blah,
and you
blah,
know how I am
blah.
about disrespecting court. I'm just like, sorry, Buster, like you're just not
Just-
doing it for me.
I can't
No.
stand disrespect, period. It's
But do I
horrible.
have sympathy for what's happened to his life?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Because
mean, I kinda-
regardless of how he was raised, he's lost the parents he knew. Whether Alex gets away with this or not, the father he knew no longer exists. Okay, the father he knew didn't do all of these crimes. He says he didn't know about the financial stuff. He says he had no idea. Like he would never even think that.
You know what I think
mean-
is going to happen?
Huh.
I think that Alex has tried to keep up a front of, still being the same person he always was so that Buster could testify for him.
Mhm.
But as soon as this trial is over, I don't think Alex is really going to care about Buster anymore. And I think
I don't
Buster's
think so
gonna come
either.
to a
I don't
very
think so
sudden
either.
reckoning.
And there's a
Yep.
very telling picture going around Twitter and social media all over the internet. And it has Buster with his back to Alex, facing the benches, the pews of the galley. Alex is walking behind him and just casually touches him, like with his hand, just like, okay, boy, there you go. But but Buster doesn't move. He doesn't turn. He keeps facing forward. and he looks quite stiff as his father walks up, which means he knows he's not supposed to have communication with him or whatever. But he's standing there, and his father does reach out and touch him. But his father's head is down as he does it, and he's doing it backwards, Granny, like like his arm is behind him as he does it. It looks so like no one needs to see this kind of stuff. And I guess it's because they're not allowed to touch each other or anything. Those are the court rules. But it was, to me, very poignant that we have to remember, like Granny says, they're a father and a son. And whatever their relationship was before, it's totally not that now. And whatever happens after the trial is going to change it forever. Forever.
And just so you know, Claire, I'm not trying to be uncaring about that.
Oh, no, I know you're not. No, don't.
Well, I'll explain why real quick. You know, my mother was my father and my dad. I mean, my mom and my dad. She did everything. My dad was never home. Then they got divorced when I was 8. She was always mom and dad to all of us. She died when I was 18, and I ended up homeless.
No, and
like,
I get that.
Like hiding in the military barracks when it was closed down and sleeping in it when it was empty, kind of shit, because I had nowhere to go. So I know what it's like to have your life turned upside down. You know, I get it. Yeah. But at the same time, I went and worked and I busted my ass to get my shit together. And that's what I did. I didn't go to my family and say I need money. You know, I did a couple times in my early 20s, but not at that point. I just went and took care of it. I went and did what I needed to do. I found, my sister took me down to Florida and I got a job, and, you know, I could have got a job there, but there was no family left and she didn't want me in that area.
And it all speaks to the great empathy that you have towards what you might be going through. And believe me, I'm not calling you out on that. What I do have it is my habit. It's my routine up here with this show. When someone makes an emotional argument, I automatically have to come back with the factual one.
No. I get it. I was just letting you know I'm not being uncaring towards Buster.
Oh no, I would never
actually
think
feel bad
you.
for him.
No.
He is the one that I think in this whole thing was pretty much innocent. As far as this family can go to be innocent. I feel like he was the most innocent one in all of it.
Yeah, it is. And when they say, you know, that brings to the forefront how they're saying that he actually planned these murders. A lot of people believe that Alex actually had been thinking about this for a while, and that it opportunistically came to a head because of the meeting at the law firm and because of other statements and things that happened because of a conversation with Paul out there about Maggie knowing about the drugs, that Paul knows about the drugs, and they want to know what's going on and why you're doing this. That things came to a head emotionally. And that what he was thinking in his head, he was now going to put into play, which would be why Buster wasn't there. Because I actually think that the thing in play would be, like Luke and I had discovered when we were talking about it, would be more towards to get rid of everybody so that nobody that cared about him could see him in the bad light.
Yeah.
So it would have been the whole family, you know. I don't believe that Buster actually knows all of the misdeeds. But then again, his father's really good at covering it. And maybe what we're looking at as stunned and shocked effect of not caring about it is actually the mask of just the same kind of narcissist manipulator that the father is.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that, or it could be a wall up for self-defense because he's been hurt so much,
right?
You know?
And only his therapist knows for sure. Only he and his therapist know for sure.
That's the damn truth. If he doesn't have a therapist, he's stupid.
Yeah, exactly. It could be either or, you know.
I see you, Pete. Thank you for the reminder.
And also Pete reminded us that where was it? That Alex said he doesn't know my birthday. Haha. That's true. The son did not remember his father's birthday. And yet
somewhere in
he
May,
had a reminder.
I think.
He had a reminder. They were playing videos of just a week before, a little over a week before the murders was his birthday.
You know, I've had issue with this for years. I have reminded one of my kids, it's your dad's birthday. Don't forget your dad's birthday. And my husband's birthday is tomorrow. And I've been thinking, well, should I remind my 33-year-old daughter that it's her dad's birthday? I said,
no, that's why they don't remember, because you keep reminding them every year. That's exactly what it is. Let them own it.
because they have a safety
They'll
net.
remember after that.
Let them forget once, and they'll remember forever.
Oh, I
Be
don't think
embarrassed.
she'll remember.
Yeah.
You don't think so, huh?
No, I don't think so.
Sometimes you just get a block about that kind of stuff. Like I know I do.
And some
It's
people
like,
just. Oh,
Some people just don't consider birthdays important. And
some people just can't remember dates.
when I know about them, I'll tell somebody, "I'm so glad you were born. I'm glad you're in my life." But to like go out of my way, like for like a birthday celebrations, I never did. I didn't like it myself, even as a child. And I don't know what that is. I was one of those kids. If you started singing to me, I was like crying, like stop it! Like what are you doing? Go away! Like I didn't like it at all, and I
Yeah.
still don't. I do like if you say happy birthday, whatever, if you know about it, but I don't like
but
all that-
birthdays are good for you.
They-
People
well,
who have a lot of them live a long time.
This is true. They are a healthy thing to have about. I'll agree. I'll agree with that. I just don't like the traditional like celebrating of it, like that type of
Yeah.
stuff. Although cake is great. I'm not bashing cake. Like any
Oh,
day
yeah.
you can have
I love
cake
cake
is a
too.
good thing. Yeah, cake is a good thing.
Yeah.
If you can have cake, have cake. But but I don't like
If-
Hallmark cards either. I think we talked about that, right? Really, like I'm like totally against all this. Don't tell me when to feel it or how to feel it, like kind of thing. I just don't like that. They don't. I don't like them making money on telling me how to act. Like really, but yeah.
Originally with this whole thing, the first thing I thought was he went after Maggie thinking that Paul would be on his side, and Paul wasn't, and then he shot him. But then them being shot in the opposite order makes me think he just planned to kill both of them.
I still
Because-
think Paul was an accident and he killed Maggie to cover up the fact that he killed Paul.
Well, they said there was no accident. They said a couple of people have testified that there's no way it was an accident.
Mm.
So we already eliminated that, unfortunately, because we
Yeah,
were
but-
all debating about the accident thing as well.
Mhm.
What's
I don't
that,
know.
Claire?
I still think, even though they testified to that, they got the angles and all, but they can't prove it really wasn't an accident. That angle in
No,
the
they
gun doesn't
can't.
prove
They-
that.
You're
Like-
right, they can't. But I
They're
don't know. It just
testifying to it just as well as everybody testifies against it, because even the accident people were coming out with, well, the gun was so low, it was either midgets or it's not possible. Like, come on. Like,
yeah,
it's
God
ninja.
forbid he couldn't be squatting or have a knee on the ground or kneeling or lost his balance and went down on one knee because he's running
Mhm.
on wet
That's
grass trying
why
to shoot his
you know,
wife, which is what I think
actually-
happened.
You know what, Beck? To be honest, that testimony that the defense put forward about the gun being so low and little midgets doing it actually proved to me that the accidental theory for the first shot is more plausible. And the fact that he was so distraught when Paul came towards him, he fell back and did the other shot. It just makes more sense to me.
Yeah, but then you're not going to switch guns and then go after your wife because
You sure are.
it was
Because
an accident.
the
I don't believe
shotgun
it was an
jammed.
accident.
How many things are in there? There's only two.
I think he lost his mind. He was on drugs. It was too much. He already knew he'd been screwing up for years. It was catching up with him. He got too cocky. They started finding stuff, and I think he just lost his fucking mind because he was
I'm
jacked
telling
up on
you-
fucking drugs and all kind and scared and upset.
I don't think he
and
was on drugs
it
that
was all-
much at the time. I don't. I think he was taking his normal amount of drugs. I don't think he was out of control, but I do think he was under pressure. And I do really think that a conniving, manipulative man like Alex Murdaugh could quite easily, within 5 seconds, get his wherewithal to grab an opportunistic gun right in front of him after killing his son and go after a woman who's screaming bloody murder coming at him. He needed to defend himself. What better to do? Grab that blackout. It was all instinct, conniving, cunning, everything you can think of all at once. And the man we are seeing on trial right now is perfectly capable of all of it.
I think where that shotgun was with the original shot, I cannot see it being accidental. I'm sorry. I just can't.
I can because
Who
I
the
think
hell
he was-
picks a gun up by the trigger? That's what he would have had to done. He's a 6'4" tall man. No man is gonna bend over and grab the gun by the butt that's that tall. I had
Unless
guns
he
around
was
my house.
trying
We
to
would pick it
wrestle.
up by the
You
barrel.
forget the dog factor. Bubba's running around like a maniac, and he was trying to control Bubba.
Bubba did it all the time. Bubba did that all the time.
But
It was a
this time,
constant
Alex
thing. They were
got
trying to get
pissed.
the chickens out of his mouth to get him stopped. That
This
wasn't
time-
anything new.
This time, Alex got pissed because he's actually got the pressure of that meeting in the morning where everything's coming. This time, Alex is under a lot of stress. Yeah, Bubba did it all the time. Maybe he's fed up with Bubba doing it all the time. And Bubba, everybody testified that the only one that Bubba listened to was Alex. And today, Bubba decided not to listen to Alex. Maybe that was the catalyst right there. What do you mean you don't listen to me, you stupid damn dog? I'll show you. And in the
No, and I understand that,
having
but
shotgun and
he
wrestling
went
with Bubba.
He went from the feed room, 2 shots into Paul. From the feed room, went to the other side, around behind, on the other side of the doghouse. Apparently, he did not have a gun anywhere nearby. Went and grabbed a gun and then shot his wife.
No,
and shot at her.
Paul had his
6
blackout
times and
with
hit with
him.
4.
That's what you're forgetting. Paul
Huh?
always had his gun with him. Paul had
Then why
his
did he?
gun.
Then why did he shoot her from the opposite direction, facing the feed room? Tell me that.
Who? The woman?
Alex. She was
Mag-
shot. A bunch of those shots were not from the feed room side. A bunch of those shots were from
No,
over
he
by the
ran
doghouse.
towards- yeah,
so
'cause he
why
ran
was he all
towards-
the way over there?
Because she hadn't round the corner yet.
Rounded
Because
what
she ran
corner?
away, Beck. He had a gun. She ran away. She knows he's on drugs. She just heard gunshot. It depends on where she is, where he is. And perhaps she didn't. You see, you're forgetting that Paul had the gun the whole time. You're forgetting that both guns were there at the whole
How
time.
do we know
He
Paul had
didn't
the
go
gun the
and-
whole time? Tell me that.
Because everyone testified Paul went nowhere without it.
Right. Okay.
That's how. Because every one of his friends testified Paul went nowhere without it. Paul loved that gun. It is more likely that Paul had it with them. They were just running. I know, you know how I think he had it? Because we know he just got back from riding around the property with his father, and they both had guns with them while they did it.
Come to order.
Isn't it amazing how adamant we become over our own thoughts on a subject?
I know, and I'm not fighting
Because
with
I'm like,
you.
no, I'm right.
just
You're like,
solid.
no, you're right.
Nope, I'm solid on my theory, man.
Me
I'm
too.
solid
I
on
am
it.
too. Yeah, Paul, the first 2 shots, one in the thigh, one in the stomach, front to back. She turned around, was shot from behind. Then he walked in front of her after she was down on the ground and shot her in the head towards the back. For the 4th shot, after she was already dead.
May bring the jury.
I know, Mary Beth, I didn't get that far. We had to stop talking.
I'm telling you, Pete, I agree with you. Pre-planned, but it wasn't pre-planned for that day. There you go.
I think it was pre-planned for that day, and he just screwed up and did it wrong.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Please, court, Your Honor. So, Mr. Zercia, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about how one would process. We showed a floor that you sprayed some chemical, I can't remember what the name of it is.
Yes, sir.
Which would bring out previously invisible imprints of feet. You could do the same thing for fingerprints.
Yes, sir. Or it would enhance what you can see already.
I'm sorry?
It would enhance what you could see already.
All right. But it would also bring out things that you can't see.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about crime scene processing. Let me, we could bring a video up, please, and y'all need to cover your screens, please. And that TV's off? Okay. Everything done? I think we want to do stage number 1. Okay, we'll start that, please. Can you play that for us, please?
This side of it. You go right here to the office. Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. The people just won't do it.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can
That's
steal.
okay. That's right. It shouldn't be.
Okay, so you recognize that is Paul Murdaugh's body covered by a sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we just saw some officers apparently taking that sheet off. This officer in particular stepped inside the feed room.
Objection.
Has that officer stepped inside the feed room?
The one on the extreme right of the image, yes.
Okay. And did you notice any protective covering on their feet?
No, sir.
And I call them booties. What do you call them?
Shoe cots or booties.
What?
Shoe cots or booties.
So booties, okay. And is that, what if anything is, under the procedures you understand, is the purpose of those?
It's to keep your shoes from contaminating the scene with any residue that may be on them. And secondly, also not to allow the imprint pattern from your footwear to contaminate the scene.
Okay. Is that procedure that you teach? Is that procedure that's accepted? Is that, what is that?
It's standard operating procedure.
Standard operating procedure around the world?
It should be, yes.
Okay. Now, go forward with it, please.
There is his law partner. Laying on the gun. Okay, my head.
You can see that officer is 2 in feet.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, keep going.
I don't think you can fit it in 300 blackout under there. Not unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made. I don't think you put that phone back. You probably put a phone.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he may have done.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. He had a shotgun.
He did have a shotgun with him, and I have secured that in my vehicle.
Yeah, but it's set up with a shot. Here's the one over the city. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but that's his
Let's go to McDowell body cam, stage 6. And that was, for the record, Green's body cam, stage 1.
There is parts next to him there.
All I want to do is if I can get where you can lift it on each corner. Lift it that way. You go right here to the office.
So the dad's over there.
Yeah. All I want you to do.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets.
That's okay. That's right. It shouldn't be anybody fire rescue right there.
There is, his law partner is back there.
Is that the same shot, but shot from inside the feed room?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can turn that off. So let me ask you a couple questions about what we've just seen.
Yes, sir.
Indicated just a moment ago that they should have had booties on, and you've explained why.
As a basic precaution so that they don't contaminate the scene, and also the scene doesn't contaminate them.
Let's talk about that sheet that was on Paul's body.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, first, would you use a sheet to cover a body?
Depends on the circumstance.
under these
If-
circumstances?
Under these, in that the victim is not in a public access area,
Right.
possibly. If there were other signs of contamination, in the last video, you could see raindrops coming down. But instead of a porous sheet, I'd probably use a tarp of some sort.
Something that's not absorbent?
Correct. And as a last resort.
And why would you not want to use something that was absorbent?
Well, one, because it absorbs, but it absorbs both ways. The water hitting on the sheet would go into the matrix and material. And anything that's under it, or in this case on Paul's body, could also be absorbed up into the sheet, whether it's blood or other biological fluids that might be present.
And if you had used a sheet or any other material, would you, once you've done using it, would you discard it or would you save it and have it analyzed, and why?
It should be preserved and it should go with the remains, right? Presumably to the medical examiner's office, and then be turned over to whoever the investigating agencies are, right, for further analysis.
And what would you be looking for?
Because there's physical contact between the sheet and the victim's body, any trace evidence such as hairs, fibers, or other materials that may be loose could be picked up, especially when it becomes moist, right? It now becomes like a sponge and actually picks things up and takes it away. You don't know what's not there.
So let me understand this. If somebody had walked by, let's say the assailant had walked by that body, and we're all losing hair all the time, some of us more than others. But if you run your hand through your hair, you'll lose hairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And if the assailant walked by there, and it looks like he was, the assailant, I think everyone agrees, was relatively close on that second shot anyway.
Objection.
In a
Objection is sustained.
In a hypothetical, if the assailant was close to somebody and walked by them, is there a possibility, probability that hair or other trace evidence from the assailant would end up under that sheet and between the sheet and Paul's body?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, with the possibility, is that the reason you say save the sheet and have it processed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's also talk about well, first of all, you've read all the records in this case. You looked at all the evidence that was taken from the scene. Do you find any record that that sheet was saved?
I saw no indication of it, no, sir.
Okay. Or processed?
Correct.
Paul's clothes. He was clothed. What should be done with those?
Again, once they're removed from the victim, whether it's done at the medical examiner's office or in another location, again, they should be submitted to the laboratory for analysis. And again, it would be trace transfer evidence, hairs, fibers, or other materials, as well as any of the wound patterns that would appear on the outer garments themselves, looking for things like gunshot residue, pattern analysis. It would be very helpful.
Do you see any evidence in any report of those clothes being preserved, let alone examined?
With the documents I've been provided, I have not seen any.
Okay. Now, you just recommended doing some things in your 30 years of doing crime scene, 20?
40.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to exaggerate. 20 years of doing crime scene work, going to crime scenes and preserving evidence. Are these the kinds of things, or these things that you've done on your crime scenes in the past?
Depends on what stage the crime scene is being examined. If it's at the very end, you finished all your documentation, you finished your evidence identification, you finished all your photography, your sketch maps. As long as there's not an exigency, an emergency that's present, and i.e. that would be life safety. If it's been determined, or the presumption of death, in this case from both victims, you can slow the investigation down, right? There's no longer an emergency to rush through everything, and you take everything through a very systematic approach.
Have you
Try
done
to be
that?
as detailed as possible.
Have you done that in the past?
Yes, sir.
And if this had been your crime scene, would you have saved that sheet and saved his clothes?
Definitely.
I'm sorry?
Definitely.
Okay. Now, let's talk about Maggie, and I'm just going to cut to the chase on this. Maggie had the same kind of sheet over. Would you have done the same thing?
Yes, sir.
You would have saved the sheet, send it for analysis, saved or closed, send it for analysis.
Bagging and tagging each thing separately, so there's no cross-contamination between the items.
Each item bagged individually, so there's no cross-contamination.
Correct.
Was that done in her case?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about let me see, I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit. Okay, let's go to the Elmo, please. Tell me what's the number on that?
States 39.
This is States 39 for the record. Now, you understand, what do you understand this to be?
It's a photograph, and it's from a report from Agent Worley from SLED.
This is of the feed room floor?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, now, earlier we saw you spray some things on a murder scene in New York. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Have you, I think Agent Worley identified or testified that in her opinion, based on her experience in footwear, that Paul's shoes were in here somewhere. Is that correct?
A pattern similar to the shoes that Paul was wearing is present, yes.
Okay. Now, did she also indicate that she also found patterns consistent with one of the law enforcement officer's shoes?
Yes, sir, she did.
That may very well have been the guy we saw step into the feed room, right?
Possible.
Okay. Now, if you had come on this crime scene and saw this, would you felt compelled to do more that we've heard from Agent Worley?
For several reasons, yes.
Okay. First of all, what would you have done and why would you have done it?
I wouldn't have walked into the room.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You stand back, you make your observations, and you determine a course of action. And everything is done in a sequence at a crime scene. Right? Again, the first part is viewing it using a visual examination. Once you've identified areas of interest, then you determine the methodology that you're going to use to either collect, seize, document, right, the type of evidence that might be there.
So what would you have done? If you looked in the door and you see this, what do you do?
I would have started from the doorway and worked towards the back of the room in that it's a small enclosed area. So you work from front to back.
When you say work from front to back, what do you mean work? What would you do is right inside the door or right outside the door?
You would start documenting with close-ups and in the case, yes, sir, that there's an imprint just to the right of the door. That would be my first area to do detailed photography and imaging, right, for later comparison.
And as you work your way back, are you careful not to step anywhere? You're wearing booties? What are you doing?
You're wearing the shoe cots or booties. In addition to that, we would usually build a bridge. Basically take two 2x4s and lay them in an area where there were no imprints, put a piece of plywood and actually stand on that so that you're not standing on the surface that the imprints are on. There are commercial products that are available that look like Tupperware boxes that you can literally stand on and do the same thing. So it preserves and protects the area that you're interested in doing the detailed work that you may be able to get more evidentiary information from.
And once you've done those photographs all the way back, what do you do next?
In this case, once the initial photographs were taken, determine if chemical processing is necessary or could I seize the item. In this case, it appears that these imprints are on a concrete base. It's a little difficult to take the entire concrete foundation and remove it, but it has been done before. In this case, again, now we work from the back towards the front using some type of enhancement reagent to try to increase the amount of detail and the clarity.
That agent is what you sprayed in New York on the floor.
That would be one of them, yes.
Those images that aren't visible to the naked eye.
Even if some of the image is visible, it can give you additional detail in the periphery or other area where there's just trace amounts.
Okay. And you work your way to the front, taking pictures as you spray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you've finished that, are you done with the floor?
No, sir.
What's now? What do you do now?
You want to take overviews to show the work that you have done, right? And show any modifications that you made to the scene. And again, make the determination, can I take the area that that print's on with me. If it was a tile floor, we could pull the tiles up. But again, because it's on concrete, we'd have to rely on the documentation.
And these are still 90-degree straight down shots?
That would be the analysis part. You would still take general photographs on an angle showing the relationship.
But as you worked your way up and worked your way back, those would be vertical, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those
And then
would
you're
be
taking, and then you're taking general photos from different angles.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what?
With digital, you would make sure that the photos came out, that you had an image captured, and that it was sufficient for whose ever needs.
Okay, now let's.
You would also take a sample of the blood from those areas for later typing or DNA analysis, should it be necessary.
Did you find any evidence that they took a sample of this blood and analyzed it?
No, sir.
So we surmise it's Paul's blood. It could be somebody else's blood there too?
Possible.
And the only way you could rule that out is take samples?
Is to take a sample, do an analysis, and try to identify the donor.
And that was never done?
To the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. So then we have a number of surfaces. Let me have them put up number 26, states 26. Okay, so, and just cut to the chase. This is the door to the, I could see it a minute ago. There you go. That's the door to the feed room?
Yes, sir. The door frame on the right, door on the left.
Okay, did you see any evidence that they not dusted, that's old-timey language, that they processed that door or any other surface in the feed room for fingerprints?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Now tell the jury, please, in a summary fashion, what you would have done. Well, first of all, do you have to see a fingerprint before you lift it or whatever you call that?
No, sir.
So how do you determine whether or not they're fingerprints you can't see? What do you do?
The base processing methods, again, depend on what technologies the agency has. The simplest and the oldest is dusting with contrasting color fingerprint powder and a brush by just applying it to the surface and dusting it through. If a finger or palm or foot or toe has come in contact with those areas, the secretion is a pattern behind. Latent fingerprints now become patent or visible. They can be lifted, they can be photographed. They also help tell you what was touched and how things were handled. So it would help in a reconstruction as well.
That's the oldest technology there is though, right? The throwing dust down, fingerprint dust?
At a crime scene, yeah.
Okay. I'm not talking about going into the lab and using
No.
super glue or whatever. Say at the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
What is the more modern? Do you use lights or do you use chemicals? What do you do at the scene?
The first method would be to use an alternate light source.
What does that mean?
It could be
Alternate light
anything
source.
from a flashlight held at an oblique angle to see if you can find any smudges or smears. More sophisticated portable laser units. All right, laser is an acronym for a light source that produces a wavelength of light at a very specific number. The more common today are called the alternate light sources. These are various colored lights, and usually they're light emitting diodes or LEDs at different wavelengths of light. So in concert with a pair of glasses that are filtered, you can get a shift and you may be able to pick up fluorescence or luminescence. One of the problems is that our secretions, the oils, the fats, and the salts don't reflect. They don't give off light. So you would need to process those, if you discovered one, with some type of chemical staining that would act as a fluorescent. And essentially it would be similar to my watch, that when it's dark, it glows.
So are these new technologies or, I mean, is something space age stuff or has it been around for a while?
The light source technology has become simpler and simpler. It's now battery powered. Literally, it's a very simplified flashlight. There are also very sophisticated ones. The technology has been around for about 25, almost 30 years.
Okay. And not uncommon to be available to law enforcement labs?
No, sir. I would expect every laboratory to have some type of alternate light source.
Okay,
And the
now-
oldest traditional is ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet's a black light?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so simple mobile black light, you can look at.
Scanning the surface to see if it gives you any information.
Okay. And if you didn't use the powder or the light, what else? What else could you do?
There's chemical fuming stains that you can use, and the simplest is super glue or cyanoacrylic acetate ester.
Can you do that on a scene?
With a door like that, if I chose to do that, literally you could bag the entire area, place a super glue packet or super glue with an accelerant in it inside the chamber, now inside the plastic bag, and fume the entire door. The other would be to take the door with you and process
But
it
that
later.
takes a while, doesn't it? The super glue process?
Not necessarily. Okay, half hour, 25 minutes.
Okay. And could you spray it with something else?
Again, the same reagents that we used on the footprints to make those visible, where there was limited amounts of blood-like material, could also be used there.
And you could do that on the door, you could do that on the door frame, you could do that on any object, the methods you've talked about, on any object, literally, in that room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of any fingerprints, any effort to lift fingerprints, when I say lift, to identify fingerprints in that room or anywhere else on the property that night?
Again, not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Let me talk just for a minute about, let me find the one I want. Here we go. How about put 190, states 195 up, please? Okay, maybe, let's see if we can tune that in a little bit. There we go. Now, how about make it closer? No, the other way. Okay, tell me what this is, please.
It appears to be a photograph of multiple footwear impressions, three-dimensional renderings in a soft surface.
Okay, and this picture was taken, do you remember who took it?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. I may have a document here that'll help you with that. I can't remember. Let me suggest this just to cut the chase. You remember reading a statement concerning Solicitor Duffy Stone?
Yes, sir.
Is that picture taken by the solicitor?
I couldn't remember his name. I believe so.
Yes, okay. And it was taken on the night of June 7th?
That's the indication in the letter.
Okay. So tell me what we're looking at here.
Again, it's a soft soiled surface. Someone or some people have been walking through that area multiple times.
And did you attempt to identify any of those footprints by comparing them?
Just by looking at the basic patterns, the flat surface ones that have relatively no detail, just the outline of the footwear itself, could be consistent with these sandals that Miss Murdaugh
was wearing. What about these other shoes?
There were no exemplars that I was made aware of taken by SLED to do a comparison or to try to eliminate them.
Could you tell whether Maggie's shoes were walking over the other footprints or were the other footprints walking over her imprints?
If those are from Maggie's sandals, they're on top of the other ones, but they're also two directions and some are superimposed over the other.
When you say, okay, let me ask the question this way. Are Maggie's imprints on top of the other imprints or are they on top of hers?
In the area that they appear, yes.
I'm sorry?
And in the area in which they appeared, the answer is yes.
Yes.
They were. They were made there after, right?
Are they on top of Maggie's?
No, Maggie's are on top.
Okay, so the other imprints were there and Maggie walked on top of them?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. Now, let me see if I can save us some time here. Well, you have also reviewed the SWED procedures manual, correct? Parts of it.
In brief, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, and let me ask you this. There's certain certifications different labs receive, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the certification SWED receives for their lab, there's an acronym?
The current acronym is ANAB, A-N-A-B. The American Board of A-N-A Accreditation. I forget the last word.
Okay.
But it's a pickup from an older accreditation program that was run under the ASCLD program, the American Society of Crime Lab Director.
And tell me just briefly how that accreditation program works.
A laboratory or a crime scene unit can apply to this organization for this national, actually it's international accreditation, which means that they're meeting a minimum criteria and minimum expectations from the parent body, right? It's a formal recognition technically that you're doing a good job, or at least your procedures are well written. The operation manual that I started reviewing was very thorough, was very well written, very easy to understand, but it involves everything from how evidence is processed in the agency, what the responsibilities of the different people are, including the director of the laboratory, the basic procedures and operation of the lab itself, or the crime scene unit. If it's involved in a police department, may not have a formal laboratory. The accreditation is well recognized across the country, and
so they certify that you're meeting the standards, basically.
that you're following the guidelines that you put, and your guidelines meet minimum standard, yes.
Okay. So, and have you ever performed these analysis? Have you ever been appointed or assigned by this group to do this?
Yes, sir.
To
Under
look at,
ASCLD, the precursor to ANAB, I was also one of their auditors, and we would go to different laboratories. In fact, I did the Columbia Sheriff's Department a number of years ago.
Richland County, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Sheriff's
sir.
Department.
I forget.
So you're very familiar with what the standards are.
Yes, sir.
In reviewing what this file and these pictures and documents, was SWED following the procedures that are required by that certification on this case?
What I had for procedures were their operation manual, how to run the laboratory and the functionalities. There's also a second set of documents called the technical documents for each one of the sections that would further in detail give you the information of how to do things. And as an example, recipes for chemical processing, right? How to put the chemicals together, how to apply them.
Well, they didn't apply any chemicals here.
Again, I didn't see those technical
According to the
procedures.
records. Okay. I guess what I'm saying is, and maybe the easiest way to just get that down to the generic, did they do what they were supposed to do under these standards at this crime scene for most things? Maybe they did some things that we're not aware of, but for instance, you looked at a number of foot impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're required to do the 90 degree and then from different directions, right?
In a best case scenario, yes.
Did you see any footwear or foot impression that was taken that way?
No, sir.
Okay, all of them were from an angle?
Yes, sir.
And once you do that, are they suitable? I think we even saw.
Can't leave the witness.
So any of those photographs, no. Which of any of those photographs met the standards required to do a comparison?
None of the ones from around the victims or in the small shed area.
Okay. How many, if any, had that 90 degree on a tripod, if you will, shot? How many?
None of them.
Okay. And as a result of that, were any of them suitable for forensic comparison?
They were suitable for pattern identification, the gross pattern, but not as far as the detailed individualizing accidental characteristic that might be present.
Okay. Based on the reports we have, what effort, if any, was made to take fingerprints at the scene?
None that I observed.
Okay. Does that conduct, either for the footprints or the fingerprints, meet the standards that you use or anybody else is using when they try to evaluate?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the objection.
It says anybody else uses. Objection.
Any other department uses, any agency uses, any evaluating agency uses.
There was much more work that could have been done.
Okay. Did they do a terrible job here? He's an expert. I can ask an opinion.
I don't know what their limitations were, and I don't know what the training of the people doing the crime scene processing was. So
I'm not asking you the limitations. Looking at it, did they do a terrible job here? Did they do terrible is the wrong word. Let me get it more scientific. An adequate job to show the absence of, at the minimum, the absence of any other evidence. They do an adequate job to
I don't
eliminate.
believe so.
What?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And that's your expert opinion.
Correct.
Okay.
That much more could have been done.
Okay. And much more being done might have uncovered additional evidence that would have exculpated Alex Murdaugh, helped prove he's innocent. Correct?
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Speculation.
No response.
Your Honor, it's what, I mean, the key here is the absence of evidence. And certainly the absence of evidence, if there was evidence they could have uncovered that they'd done this process right, it would have helped at the minimum prove there was another person that did this crime.
Speaking response, if you have one.
He's testifying in addition to speculation.
Well, he is testifying.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you. Take the court's indulgence one moment. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Wouldn't you have loved to have been Laura Rutland?
I'm not sure who Laura Rutland is.
You don't know who Laura Rutland is?
No, sir.
Laura Rutland is. It's repetitive.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you if you, and maybe I think he told you, you had read all the records in this case, and you said yes, remember?
No, sir. I've been qualifying that each time he stated it.
I'm sorry, do what?
I have been qualifying that question each time he said that.
Well,
The records that were made available to me, the entire case jacket was not made available.
So tell these folks what was made available to you.
Photographs from the coroner's office that were taken apparently by a photographer representing them at the scene. Photographs, I believe, were taken by SLED or an investigative agency. Later, I was the recipient of 4 images. Now that I know were taken by the state, well, we call them state's attorneys, district attorney. Copies of the autopsy report, some of SLED's investigative reports, such as the fingerprint section, which actually also did the footwear examinations. let's see. I was given access to the operations manual for SLED, right? And the letter that I just referred to as far as the origin of some of the photographs.
So you have not read all the records in this case?
Correct.
And you don't know who Laura Rutland is?
No, sir, I don't.
Would it be important for somebody, well, let me ask you this much. When did you get all that, the reports and the pictures from, when did you receive those in your possession?
Some of them as long as 2 months ago, 3 months ago, others today.
And I spent the weekend looking through some of your background.
Yes, sir.
You provide reports in a lot of cases, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Written reports?
Yes, sir.
What you do, what your findings were, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you do that in most cases, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you do a report in this case?
It was not requested.
Okay, well, so are you taking notes and are you just doing all that from memory up there?
Testimony so far has been more about procedural issues and the specifics of things that I've already reviewed.
I understand that, but that wouldn't answer my question respectfully. Have you done a report for yourself?
Do I have notes that I was taking? Yes. Do I
You
have
have
copies
those?
of do I have them with me?
Yes, sir.
Strictly what's on my computer,
You going to provide those to me?
if you wish.
Entitled to reports, not his notes. He's not entitled to Brady. He's not entitled to anything but a report under Rule 5. And there is no such thing.
He just said if you wish. He just told me I could
I
have
didn't
them.
ask for argument. Objections overruled.
You said I can look at them?
They're not physically here, but whatever I have at another location, you're more than welcome to.
You said you had them on your computer.
Not all the handwritten notes, right? Any of the documentation I was given was by virtue of digital copies.
But you have something on your computer up there. You actually motioned toward it.
Please?
You have some on your computer up there. You
Not the
motioned
actual
toward it.
notes, no. I have the actual documents I received to review. The handwritten notes or any of the notations on images or photographs are at another location.
When did you prepare? We got the PowerPoint last night about 10 o'clock. When did you prepare that?
Which one?
Was there more than one?
There were two.
Where's the other one?
They were both shown.
Those were two PowerPoints?
There were two separate ones, yes. I take it back. I was mistaken.
You're what? What'd you just say?
I said I was mistaken.
Okay.
There was one PowerPoint. There were two sections to it.
And when did you provide that?
Probably a week ago.
And you just said you were mistaken. You have made mistakes in your life, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I have an eraser on my pencil.
And I'm old school. You're old school. And I don't mean that bad.
Thank you.
And when you were around investigating crime scene years ago, you didn't wear booties every time you were on a crime scene.
When I started doing crime scenes, they weren't part of the equipment.
So
As technology has come along, the fear of contamination, they become standard operating procedures.
But you have not always wore foot protection when you were on a crime scene, have you?
Going back 20, 30, 40 years ago, no, sir.
And you made mistakes before.
As everyone in this room, yes.
Yes, sir. Well, as you just did a minute ago, too. Can I pull up one, whoever's, are you helping us? You mind? Would you pull up something for me? 195, please. If you're not, if I can't. This 195?
You can put it on the envelope. We can.
Can you
We
put
don't
that
have
on
any
the
words
envelope?
on our.
Thank you. I didn't mean to. Now, you remember a minute ago when Mr. Harpootlian asked you about states 195?
Yes, sir.
And it's important when these footprints were put on here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you know who first saw those footprints?
No, sir.
You don't. That's right. It's Laura Rutland. Would it have been important to you to come in and you're basically second guessing the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division? Well, you're being paid to come in and say they did a bad job, aren't you?
I even qualified that answer. Depending on the limitations of their skill sets, depending on the limitations of equipment that they have and their training, they may have done the best job they could.
But you're second guessing the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and SLED and saying they did a bad job, did you?
With that particular image,
Well, no, you've said it about the whole thing.
Have you finished your answer? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
are you referring to this image or the
Right now,
entire?
okay, yes, sir.
As far as that picture goes, it's a good general overview documentation of an area without additional photographs, which I know there were 4 in the series, if I'm not mistaken. All right. It does show this area in concert with a portion of the crime scene. That can be equated back to one of the diagrams that was prepared. This particular picture is a medium close-up showing a particular area, as I tried to explain with the photography, showing multiple images and how they relate to one another. The other photograph would show how it relates to the scene. The part that's missing are the macro or the close-up photographs showing the detail of the images, so that should a pair of shoes or article of footwear be available, they could then be directly compared and analyzed and either included or excluded from consideration in the case.
And if you had a witness, let me just ask, if you're giving an opinion up here and evaluating the crime scene, wouldn't you want to know if there was a witness who saw this image when they were just the sandals on it? Wouldn't you want to know that if you were evaluating, second guessing whether a law enforcement did a good job? Wouldn't you want to know that?
It would be helpful, but that's not what I was presented with.
You weren't even presented with that.
I was presented with a photograph and asked to interpret what's there.
But if there's a witness who said, I saw those and they were just those sandal prints and nothing else there, you'd want to know that.
First off, I'm not an investigator. I don't do interviews. I don't talk to people about what they did or saw. As a scientist, you evaluate the information that you're given to work with insofar as possible. These images have very limited value for analysis. How they got there, I don't know. An article of footwear came in contact with that surface, as I explained, and left an impression, a three-dimensional image. As far as who was there, how many people walked through, I don't know. I was not at the scene at the time of the incident, nor have I ever been to the crime scene.
You've never even been in the crime scene.
Correct.
I mean, isn't that important if you're going,
Not for the limited purpose that I was asked to look at the evidence. And as the time had elapsed, there's no way to go back to a scene that occurred 2 years ago and try to interpret evidence that probably no longer exists.
and will you just please answer this one question?
Yes, sir.
If there was information from an individual who saw this scene on June 7th, 21, that when she saw it, there were nothing but the sandal prints and nothing else, wouldn't you want to know that?
Again, as a scientist, I can only deal with what's put in front of me. I avoid witness statements because of their unreliability.
An eyewitness who said, I just saw sandals, you wouldn't want to know that?
I would not care.
Would you care
I'm
if
looking-
you were a beat cop? If you just saw sandals yourself?
I was not a scientist at that point. I was not subject to bias, accusations, all right, and undue influence from others.
You talking about Mr. Harpootlian or me?
Both.
Okay. And the reason I'm following up on that, and I wasn't clear, Mr. Harpootlian said, were these over other imprints or over? They're actually over each other. The sandals are over themselves, imprints,
I
correct?
said that, yes.
Okay. Well, it wasn't clear. You're not saying they were over these other.
Mr. Meadors, it was clear to me, it was clear to everybody else in the court.
I also stated that they're on top.
Objection is sustained.
Objection.
Objection is sustained. examination by the counsel. Cross-examination, not direct examination.
And finally, on this topic, Mr. Harpootlian said that these photos were taken on June 7th of 2021, and that's what you thought, correct? That's what you were provided.
The appearance from the letter that was, I believe, attached to those images gave that indication, yes.
Okay. And did it say what? Pay course, no. They were actually taken on June 8th, 2023, later that day. Did you know that?
Apparently, the person who authored the letter authenticating the photograph was inaccurate.
State was March States 565, Mr. Zercia.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, without objection, 565.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Now, Mr. Zercia, looking at, I think it states 139, and this now it states 565, using common sense, are those consistent with this?
It's the nature of objection.
He's an
The
expert
legal
witness.
basis for the
The
objection.
legal basis is he's applying the wrong standard, common sense. He's a scientist. He can make a comparison scientifically.
The objection is overruled.
In general pattern design, this pair of sandals possibly made the smooth imprints that appear in the picture. However, I cannot tell you size, right, or individual patterns, as the images here, again, were not recorded properly, if that's what they were.
Okay.
There are similarities to basic pattern design to these shoes.
Okay. And you'd have said that, and I'm sorry, you'd have said that as a beat cop 40 years ago, and same thing right now today, wouldn't you?
Except now I have to do it as an expert witness, which is much different.
You're getting paid a lot more.
Yes, sir.
How much are you getting paid an hour?
The base fee was $350 an hour,
I'm sorry?
$350 an hour.
That's the base.
Yes, sir.
You get paid for travel?
Yes, sir.
How much?
This time, strictly the airfare.
Okay. You don't get paid while you're traveling?
No, I'm not charging for time.
You usually do?
Again, depends on the circumstances.
And you know I gotta ask this.
That's okay.
Do you get paid more for sitting in that chair than you do for not being? Inside the courtroom, testimony costs more than outside?
It's the same fee.
$350.
It's a basic 10-hour charge for testimony.
And how many hours have you logged so far?
Total 20 plus today and, the travel, but I'm not charging for the travel time.
And is there extra charge for the PowerPoint?
No, sir. It's all part of the examination. multiples of the same print. Some are multiples of the same print.
I'm going to show you what's marked. Stakes 559 and 558. Mr. Zercia, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, 558 and 559 without objection.
Without objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
560 and 561, Mr. Zercia, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, 560 and 561 without objection.
No objection, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Five, 6, 4.
Yes, sir, I do.
564 without objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
566.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying yes, sir, that means you recognize them. And
Yes, sir.
566 without objection.
Without objection, Your Honor.
And 557.
Yes, sir.
557 without objection, Your Honor.
Without objection.
They're admitted.
562 and 563.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with this report and this one.
Your Honor, 562 and 563 without objection.
Without objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And Dr.
Mister,
Apologize.
no problem.
Mr. Zercia. 5-6. I'll stand back here so everybody can hear. Sorry. 556 and 564 are pictures of Paul's shoes and Alex's shoes, correct?
There are photographs taken at the laboratory of the two articles that you mentioned by ownership, apparently.
Who've been
With-
identified as Paul and Alex's shoes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And then what are these? 561 and 560?
Depending on the methodology that was used, either placing a slurry of ink on the bottom of the shoe, rolling it onto a contrasting surface, i.e. a piece of paper, of both, you have a set of the left and two sets of the right shoe, all right, to try to record any of the detail that would show in a two-dimensional impression when the shoe comes in contact with the surface.
And that's 589 and 559, I believe, are the right shoe. And 560 and 561 are the left shoe of Alex Murdaugh. Would you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And that's good to do, isn't it?
Yes,
No question about that.
it's part of the examination process.
Take a picture of the soles,
Photograph the items,
do an imprint,
life size, not as represented in those pictures, but yes,
because you're trying to see if they're characteristics, correct?
if you have something to compare them to, yes.
Class first.
There's 5 criteria: size, shape, wear, pattern, manufacturing, and the final one is individual. The accidental cuts, scratches, gouges, or residue that may be stuck in the bottom of the shoe that would leave a pattern behind.
General class, and then see if you got some kind of individual defect, or I pronate, so that would show on my shoe, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. And if you supernated, it would too.
Say what? Super, I got you, my bad, I didn't hear you.
Has to do with the way the foot flexes at the ankle.
I understand, I didn't hear you. And 198, 199 are RDN evidence. Would you dispute that these were the right and left of Paul?
They were shown to me as representative of that, yes.
And that's good.
Yes,
That's good law enforcement.
that's part of the examination process, yes, sir.
And what's now been admitted into evidence, SLED's report by Special Agent Worley, 2 reports, one more detailed than the other, where she basically gave her conclusions about looking at these footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't disagree with anything that she came up with, can you?
No, in fact, I agree with her comments about the limitations that were placed on her to do the analysis.
Pretty good examination, wasn't it?
I have no problem with it.
You have no problem with it.
No, sir. In regards to the limitations that were placed on her.
But she tried,
Yes, sir.
and they tried,
Yep.
and they took pictures.
And the pictures that were taken made it difficult, if not impossible, as she states in her report, to draw a positive conclusion in one direction or another, to only be able to give a class characteristic of basic pattern design.
She wasn't basically 90 degrees over it, but the picture was there, still there, correct?
Pardon?
She could still compare these to a picture, couldn't she?
As far as general pattern characteristics, yes.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed you some of these. They're out of order, big portion on them. An inked impression and overlay of item 103 shoes, which I think you and I have identified were Paul's shoes, correct?
If that's the number that's on the shoe, yes.
And she compared those to the digital photos, and I think, well, they're in here. This is 38. It's got 105.1. You remember looking at these?
Yes, sir.
And 105.2 and 105.3 inside the feed room?
Yes, sir.
And 105.5. $105.1 right here. And did she make that mark and put it on there? 105.5, 105.1.
Yes.
Okay. And again, this states 38. What'd she
Again,
say?
to the best of my knowledge, she made that mark.
I understand. What did she conclude about that?
If I could have a report, I'd be happy to read it. Either her report or her work notes, either one.
How about if I hand you this? I ain't got enough room in here. So.
This is from her examination worksheets. Under the
105.1.
under the accreditation, these notes would have been taken contemporaneous with the examination that she was conducting. All right, now there may be a typed transcript of those. And could you repeat which section again?
You got my mark calculated.
There's a mark on 103.2. And you have an underlined section on 105.1.
105.1. You read my underline section, please.
Strictly that out of context?
No, you read it all. I didn't mean that. You read all everything you want. Tell them about what you did. Tell it everything.
No, this is what Agent Worley did. From her examination worksheet dated 6/23/2021, all right, regarding reliability tested, not applied, all right, examination notes, subsection section 105 for item 105.1. Unknown footwear impression in photograph number 0139. Each photograph that was taken has a specific number assigned to it by the digital cameras. So you can go back to that specific image. Near the feed room door threshold. This would be, to me, it's closest to the entryway itself. The item 105, unknown footwear impression, consists of partial impressions and suspected blood on a cement floor. The outsole design consists of at least 4 rows of parallel rectangular blocks. One block is in a row by itself and appears to be two blocks that are joined together, forming more of a V or a U shape. Due to the amount of suspected blood, right, in the impression, it is difficult to determine if those or any of the blocks that appear to be joined together are actually joined in the design, or if the volume of suspected blood is masking the separation of the joints. The sentence with the underlined section: overall, the item 105.1 unknown footwear impression is consistent with the outsole design of the item 103 right shoe.
That's consistent with Paul's shoe, correct? Assuming Paul's shoe is 103.
It's consistent with that one that's represented, yes.
Thank
Okay. Again, this is her opinion.
I understand.
All right. Specifically, the unknown impressions appear to be consistent with the second through the sixth rows of the toe end of the outsole. There is barely a noticeable difference between the design of the left and the right shoe. However, there is a slight variation in the slant of the blocks, especially in the middle row of the impression. Additionally, it is the photograph where, if the photographs were true to size, there is an outline of the blocks that would align with the fifth row of the toe end of the shoe, which is obscured in item 103, left shoe, but is clearly visible in the right shoe. Due to the quality, of the impression, a more meaningful conclusion cannot be rendered. The item 21 and 95, right, have been eliminated based on the outsole design.
So
those would be Paul's shoes and Maggie's.
So she found that was consistent with Paul's shoe, correct?
Based on her opinion, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I would just want to briefly go through. Did she also, on the 105.2 footwear impression, say that Paul's shoes were consistent?
And continues, the lack of clarity in the impression makes it difficult to determine if it was made by the left or the right shoe. Therefore, a more meaningful conclusion cannot be reached. And they were eliminated.
It's consistent, correct? The lack of clarity make it difficult to determine a more meaningful, but it's consistent, right? They weren't eliminated. Why'd you say that?
I read the next line.
Yeah, but that's item 21 and 95.
Correct.
You were trying to imply that.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You made a mistake?
No.
Well, you said they
The
were
last-
eliminated.
Standing up, badgering this witness next to him. He can read it. He can comment from back here. He's in the doorway, but again, I object.
For clarity.
This moment.
He's been
The
up here.
objection is to you standing in the doorway.
He's been standing up here the whole
No.
time. Aimed a gun at us yesterday from here.
Pardon?
He aimed a gun at us from here yesterday.
Good for the goose, good for the gander is a rule, and I can't find it in my rule book.
Well, we're operating with limited space. Just as a matter of trial procedures, extremely unusual for counsel to stand the location throughout the trial. But given the limited space, it's somewhat understandable. But he has moved to the podium. Go right ahead.
Did you misspeak just then?
I did. All right, the last sentence states, the items 21 and 95, the other two articles of footwear, are eliminated based on their outsole design.
But Paul's wasn't eliminated.
In a very basic way. And because, again, by her report, by what she reports as the contamination issues, right? Blood seeping into other areas, the detail is not there to be definitive. Also, there is no rendering of the size of the image from any of the crime scene photographs. Could it be this big or could it be this big? I can't eliminate based on size.
And if we could go to 105.3, I'll stay back here and left you a copy there, and I've got a copy.
Yes, sir.
That's an unknown footwear impression represented.
What exhibit he's looking? No, I mean, what exhibit you just handed him? What did you just hand him?
The report that you didn't object to.
I don't object to it. I just don't want to know what it is.
It's photograph 29.
It's 1562.
Thank you.
Sorry. I forgot where we were.
105.3.
Thank you. Under 105.3, can you tell me, which is comparing, I'm looking now in states 40, and do you see 105.3 in states 40, and did you review that when you were evaluating this case? And
I read the reports and matched photographs up to the scene, yes. Or the reports. Whoops, sorry.
And did Agent Worley conclude that item 105.3 unknown footwear impression is consistent with the outsole design of item 103 right shoe? Did she conclude that?
I just,
Oh, I didn't read. I picked it up, but it's still up there. So
it cannot be,
105.3.
it just says it cannot be excluded.
Did she say impression is consistent with the outside design of 103 right shoe? In the second paragraph.
And continuing, although there is minimal amount of detail observed in item 103, right shoe cannot be excluded due to the basic design and structure. Again, the limited amount of detail made a very qualified findings. The other part, continuing on with this document and her final report, they all indicate that there could be no size comparison. And again, there's no way to determine that.
But she tried.
She tried the best she could, yes.
And going on down, 105.4, there was an unknown impression represented on the back of Maggie's leg.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know if he talked about it, but I'm going through 541.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that? What were her findings?
I believe that she couldn't do anything with it.
Although there's a definite pattern visible, it cannot be definitively determined if the impression is a footwear impression or if it was created by some other object, right?
Correct.
And you agree?
Yes.
And the only thing she said it was kind of consistent with was the fabric portion of item 95 sandals that couldn't be excluded. And those are Maggie sandals, right? We don't know what it is, right?
Correct.
Sandals.
Could be that. Could be anything.
Could be a tire on an ATV.
Possible.
And let's keep going. We're almost through 105.5. And is that comparing the shoes with 557, which has been offered?
What is 557?
It's right here.
Okay.
105.5, 105.6. You've looked at this.
The area behind the door. Yes, sir.
You've looked at that. Overall, the item 105.5, unknown footwear, corresponds with the outsole design of item what right shoe?
Item 103.
That's Paul's.
Again, these are class identifications. There is very limited detail.
And let's go to the final one here, 105.6. Unknown footwear impression, too partial to determine if it was made by the square diamond pattern of one of the item 21 shoes. Therefore, no conclusion could be rendered. Item 105.6, unknown footwear impression was not made by 95 or 103.
Yes, sir.
She examined every footwear, every one of these, correct? She being Agent Worley?
According to a report, yes, sir.
Took pictures of them? Imprints of them?
Yes, sir.
Compared them?
Yes, sir. Insofar as she could.
And came up with a report.
Again, I was not requested to write a report.
You don't even have a report.
Correct, sir. I've said that 3 times.
So you have no idea if everything else they didn't provide you was done 100% correct, do you?
No, sir.
That's all.
Yeah, very briefly. Let me see if I can do this in less than 5 minutes. He asked you, yes, there's a photograph up here he asked you about in the sand with impressions, shoe impressions, right?
Yes, sir.
So if this Laura Rutten person that saw this earlier said, all she saw were sandals when she got to the crime scene, and then there were impressions over those sandals, would that indicate that somebody in some way spoiled or affected the crime scene that arrived after the police did, or with the police, or were the police?
After the observation, yes.
Is that something encouraged in these policies and procedures, to actually walk over footprints in the crime scene?
The primary redress at any scene is to protect the evidence, whatever it might be.
Was that protected?
I don't know.
It would appear if one officer saw just sandal impressions, and then after that, there are footprints on it, it's not protected.
Objection to leading.
Can't lead the witness.
We'll move on. So you were asked if Agent Worley did all she could do, and you said she tried.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, she tried with, she even says that the impressions, the pictures of the impressions are inadequate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because they didn't follow the simple procedures you've been doing for the last and most police departments have done for the last 2 or 3 decades, right?
And has been taught for a number of years.
No tripod, no direct angle. And let me ask you this. I believe we've asked this before, but if she had done what you did in that New York crime scene and sprayed a chemical.
Objection, Your Honor.
Question.
I haven't finished. So if she had sprayed the chemical we saw in the pictures that you had in your PowerPoint from New York, what, if any, difference could that have made?
If there was a blood-like substance present, and more especially in and around the partial prints that were visible, it could give you additional detail and further enhance the pattern design and hopefully give you individualizing characteristics for comparison at a later date. The difficulty with this whole case is I can't tell you when those prints were put there.
You can't tell me what?
I cannot tell you when those prints were there. The only comment that you can make is sometime prior to the time the photographs were taken, the print was placed there.
Okay. And this technology of using that spray is decades old also?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you said she tried. Could she have tried harder? Could she have tried better? Could she have used the techniques that have been around for 20 or 30 years to make sure there wasn't the perpetrator's bloody footprint in the feed room? Could she have done that?
She or someone with their investigative group that would be qualified to do that.
And he asked you a series of questions, went on for 10 minutes about, she compared this.
Objection.
The objection sustained as to the comment.
Were you asked about a series of, a report with a series of comparisons of pictures with different known shoe impressions?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you indicate that now if there was a match, what word would be used? It would be consistent or would it be something stronger?
It depends on the type of analysis and the amount of information that you could call or get from it.
Do you ever say this shoe made that impression?
In an all better world with proper individualizing characteristic and the 5 criteria that I mentioned before, you could reach that conclusion.
Okay, but she says consistent.
Correct.
That's not that shoe made that impression. It's that shoe could have made that impression.
That shoe or any other pattern similar to that could have made it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Meadors.
Do a second PowerPoint that said that Mark on Maggie was consistent with the shoe. Did you do another PowerPoint?
I've done several.
You've done several?
Yes, sir.
Where's the other one?
Chose not to use them.
They chose not to use them. That's all.
You may step down. We'll take a little break. If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Wow. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Is this doing any good with this witness, or are they just muddying the waters, Claire?
No, it is actually doing
What do you
good
think?
because the defense.
Okay,
All right, I'm not a fan of Meadors right now. Everybody knows that. It gives me a damn big headache because he's got
Yeah.
the worst manners I've ever seen. However, he is successfully getting the man to admit that based on what they had available and the condition of the evidence to begin with, they did the best they could. They're talking about techniques. He's actually pulling out of him, if you listen carefully, pulling out techniques they didn't have available. Talking about modern technology that they don't have, nor would be sufficient in that rainy condition. If you listen carefully, and I hope that it
Right.
keeps coming out, he's actually laying groundwork that it's really not as bad as the defense would like you to say. Could it been better? Yes. But what they're not saying is that there's not a single piece of evidence to indicate anyone else on that crime scene. And
Yes.
that is a big,
Yes.
big
Yes.
point. Okay. And so when
I
that is
meant
what the
I meant bad
yeah.
for the defense.
Oh,
Sorry, go
well,
ahead.
at this point, I'm so jaded against them. I really think they're trying to go for a mistrial. They're just doing the worst job they can. Either that or they already cashed their checks. And this is the big FU to Alex for ruining the legal profession in general in the area. I don't know what to think. That's just
Yeah,
snarky,
I don't know what to think either.
I don't know. But they've
Yeah, I know.
obviously cashed the checks because they're not worried to getting paid only if he's a winner. But they obviously because there's
I'm
a
going
lot
to
going
defend myself. I'm going to defend myself real quick because we were talking
about.
about the tire mark. When I came
Yeah,
in
that's
that
contact.
day, and I
That's
had hold on,
contact. Yeah.
I had missed part of the interview. You guys were talking about saying
Mhm.
when I came in, you guys were saying, "Oh, Alex ran her over." That's why I thought
No,
the
they asked
tire
the
went
question, but
onto her leg.
no, listen, don't take it personal. But this is what I do. This is my hobby. I'm not letting any
No,
statement
no,
like that
no. I'm just
go
going
unless
off
the
of what I
facts.
heard that
Yeah,
day.
that's
So
true.
yeah,
And I'm not
just correct
countering
it
you.
for me.
I'm correcting it for the YouTube video, for the chat, for everybody that hears.
Cool.
That no, there is actual evidence that no, that did not happen. We were all talking and joking about it, like, oh no, he didn't. You know, like, oh my God, did he go that far? But no, that is not what
I
she
thought you guys were
testified to.
serious.
Yeah, but here's the point. Let me just make this point to
Yeah.
you, and I'm sorry, but do not take anything
No, it's
I
fine.
say or anybody else in the chat say to be a fact. Go to the evidence. That's what I tell everybody. And then if you're going to quote
Yeah.
it, make sure you read it, Beck, because I be that B.
Well, that's why I corrected myself, because I had
Yeah.
said I had said earlier that the tire hit her leg, and then I said ran over late. I don't know why I said
No,
that.
but you just clearly told them that she was laying down and then it had contact. No, she was standing up when it had
That's-
contact. They don't think she was laying down.
Oh, she was standing up. See, I did
They
not.
think
I must
that
have
during the
misunderstood that.
altercation, they think during, wait, they don't say standing up or laying down. They say during the altercation, she came in contact with that tire somehow.
Okay, yeah, right.
But
right.
that tire
But it
did
being
not
on the
run
back
her
of
over.
leg,
But it,
right.
but that doesn't mean, so she could back into it, Big. Like, come on. Like, it's easy
Well,
enough
I
to
know,
do.
but I was going off of what I heard, which apparently I misunderstood one piece of that,
Uh-huh.
and what was going on, what you guys were talking about when I came in at that
Right.
moment. Because I didn't.
But the pathologist clearly did not say that it happened while she was laying on the ground. Never got
Okay,
stated.
good. I did not
Never
know
got
that. Okay.
stated. What got
That's
stated
what I
was that she
misunderstood.
had contact with that tire during
Right.
some time, and it could have even been well before she was shot.
Okay. Okay.
What they're saying
Okay.
is that tire left a muddy imprint on the back of her leg from coming in contact with it. And what they
Yes.
also said, there was no other injury to the leg that indicate that that tire rolled over her.
Oh, that's what they were saying. And I thought they were saying it rolled over her. Okay.
No.
That's totally where I screwed up.
There's
That's
no
totally the
other
whole
bruising.
misunderstanding.
There's no.
I thought
If
she
it-
was
if
saying
it
she was
dro-
on the
if it
ground.
drove
so-
over her leg with that thing, don't you think? First of all, it wouldn't stop right there. It's a bigger cart. The position of the tires on the cart alone, there would have been. He would have had to been more over her, right? And there would have been crushing
Oh,
injury
okay.
of some type to the leg, which was not reported. It was not reported as a crushing
That's
injury.
why I
to the
thought
leg.
it was just ran against and not. And when I said ran over, I went back and said, "My bad. That's not. That's not what I
It's
meant."
a non-issue.
Sorry, I am a little
I'm using it.
distracted. It's really
It's okay,
windy here,
Beck.
and my
I'm-
house
I'm-
is shaking. And
Heck,
it sounds like the siding's gonna rip off. So I'm
Beck.
sorry if I got a little messed up.
No,
I'm
no
not
problem,
trying to
Beck.
lead
Breathe.
anybody in a
Breathe,
bad
baby,
direction or
breathe.
put out bad
Just like-
information.
Baby, breathe. It's cool. I'm just using you
Well, I don't
as
wanna
a
screw it.
great
I don't wanna screw anybody
listen.
up.
You're not because I'm that's what I mean. Like it's nothing personal. I'm not coming at anybody. It's nothing like that. It's just how
Yeah, no, I
I
know.
do it. If there's a misstatement, it doesn't matter if Meadors or Creighton were there themselves in the chat. If they said something like that, I would come right back at them with what was actually said. And prove it, because that's just how I
Yeah.
want the streams to be, that everybody can have their
No,
opinion,
that's
but we
fine.
all
I'm glad
have to
you
get used
corrected
to
me.
it. Yeah, and it's not really just correcting you, it's correcting
Yeah,
the
I'm
fact.
glad
I
you
don't want you
corrected
to
me.
take the you out of that,
Yeah.
because that's how I am. Take the you out of it totally and just say I'm
Okay.
correcting a statement.
No, but I'm glad because I don't want to
Okay,
be
yeah.
wrong. I mean, I've never
Right.
taken any notes on any of this, and everything is in my
Mhm.
head, and most of it, like pretty much everything, I remember like the numbers and everything. But for some reason, I was just totally off on that. But it was a lot of
No.
information when she was testifying. I
There
came
is
in,
yeah,
I was
there's
in and
so
out
much
during
information on this case.
testimony. So
That's why I
yeah,
always tell everybody, no matter what you think you remember, always go back to what you actually know. And what we know is what's written in black and white, or what gets testified
yeah,
to, period. That's all the jury's going to be allowed to know. And for the
okay,
purpose of
yeah, that
this
must be where I missed.
particular stream, because it's about the trial, we want to keep it within the parameters of what the jury has to work with, because we're trying to decide what actually
Absolutely,
happened based on what the jury is going to be able to decide on, even though we have lots of extra information, and we all do, and we all have different theories on
yeah,
it,
I know.
and they're
It's so hard
all
not to
based
look
on,
at that.
believe me, they're all on the information that we have. They're all plausible. It could just as well be an accident as it
Yeah,
was pre-planned. It could have been something he thought about for so long and then just
absolutely.
went through it based on opportunity. It could have been that first shot was after the dog. It's still pre-planned. He was gonna shoot the
Oh,
dog.
it could have
Paul
been.
got
Oh,
his
it could have
gun
been
and said
30
no.
different.
Exactly. Dr.
Yeah.
Silkman
I mean,
thinks he got
we
him
could
into
probably
the
come up
feed
with
room.
10 or 20, 30 different
Mhm.
the ways,
Dr.
you know.
Dr. Silkman
Absolutely.
gave us the premise that the reason he was in the feed room is because, based on the video about the dog's tail, that Alex actually said to Paul, this is why he thinks it's premeditated. We got medicine in the cabinet in there for the dog's
Okay.
tail. Let's go put something like this on it to treat it. That happened to one of my dogs before. He got Paul in that feed room to shoot him, and he just shot him badly the first time, and then fell back
So they
when
were
Paul. Listen,
wait a minute, how do we
Paul
know they
came.
were going after some dog's tail? How do we know that?
We know the dog's
Huh?
tail was injured in the video. Why do you think Paul was taking the video? That's clearly been stated in the testimony that
No, I
Paul
know
made that
but I thought
video.
he just went in the feed room to get food for the dogs.
No, this is
That's
a
what I assumed.
theory. You said food. Nobody ever said food. Nobody ever said medicine. I'm saying this is a theory somebody put
Yeah.
forward, that maybe he sent him in there to look for
Oh,
something to put on the dog's tail. That's how he got Paul in the room. If you go with the premise that Alex
yeah,
planned
could have
this
been.
and
Yeah.
wanted Paul separate, then it wasn't just that, we happened upon Paul in the room getting dog food. Paul could have clearly been in there getting dog food or something for the dog's tail. If it's something for the dog's tail, there's the chance
Yeah.
that Alex actually sent him in there. Okay. And that's more premeditated. And that's, you know what I mean? That's means more
Yes.
premeditated. Got him away,
Agreed.
put him in his place where he couldn't fight back. Because also to this theory, which was added by Dr. Silkman, is that if you are planning something like this, you'd have to take out Paul first. Paul knows how to use a gun. Paul has a gun. Paul's pretty good size. He'd fight back. He's got to go first if you're planning on getting rid of both of them.
Right.
Paul's got to go first. So he thinks he
Yeah.
shot him.
No,
He was just a
absolutely.
bad shot.
He's the
And
one
then
that's a better shot. He's the one that
right.
Yeah.
He's the threat. He's the one that could cause you the most harm. He's the one that's going to be harder to put down. So he shoots him first. He did not expect Paul to. He's shooting him, right, and thinking, he's not going to come for him. Paul turns at the shot with his body and starts allegedly walking towards Alex Murdaugh. That had to scare the crap out of him. He probably fell back through that little lip in the door, and that's why the angle of the second shot is off by so much. I still think he fell back.
Exactly. I agree with that.
I still think the second shot
I
is
do
fall
too.
back. It's whether the first shot is an accident or on purpose that I'm like, either way. Dr. Silkman's theory does hold water, but so does Colin and I, with Bubba being really to blame for this whole damn thing. Okay. Because that first shot bothers me that it's so off. And here's why. Dr. Silkman's got a good point. However, Alex Murdaugh is a hunter. He was only 3 feet away. Why the hell would he shoot him in the shoulder if he's trying to kill him? Tell me that.
I
Tell
think
me
I
how
think
you
that he
shoot
went
somebody
to
in the
shoot
shoulder.
him in the chest and he moved.
What did he do?
I
Sneeze?
think he went to shoot him
What did he
in
do?
straight in
Have
the
a
chest
cough
and he
fit?
moved.
Did he sneeze?
Or
Did he
it
get
was
an
an
urge
accident
or
too.
like what? Like it would have to be some kind of catastrophic event
Yeah.
to get him to move that much to miss the heart to the shoulder. He was only less than 3 feet away by the barrel. We know this, okay, from the evidence of the body. This is the
Right.
pathologist. I'm speaking on their actual evidence. So basically, the pathologist said that shoulder shot, he would have survived. It would have been painful. He would have might have needed surgery. He'd been in the hospital, but he would have survived. There was not a death shot.
Oh yeah,
If
he
you're
would have needed repair. Yeah.
if you're planning a murder, don't
No,
you
it wasn't.
plan where that first shot would be? Don't you plan how to take them out first shot? If he's worried about Paul being,
Oh hell yeah.
a good size with a gun and he's got to get him in a room, if he planned to murder him and he's got a confined area of less than 5 feet or so wide by 12, 13, 14 feet long, and he's in there with a gun, he's less than 3 feet away from him, and you're going to tell me he missed that shot? No, that's what tells me accident. He was shooting at the dog and Paul got in the way. Yep.
See now
He
what
went for the dog.
What I think is this is my thought
Mhm.
on it. If let's just say Alex did get that gun to go in there to shoot Paul and there was no accident, okay? My thing is you don't walk into a room where you're going to shoot someone standing up. You would squat down or something to hide the most part of your body, so when that person turns around, they're not aiming at your body or your head if they have a gun. So it would make total sense to me for Alex to squat down and sneak around the corner of that door and try to shoot Paul. That's the only reason that I don't
And I
think it
still
was
think, well,
an
even
accident. But that's
so,
it.
I still think why the shoulder then? Like, if your theory is correct, okay, and this is a hunter and they're pretty good shots, so he knows his
A
way around a
big
gun.
guy slumped
He's
down
less,
in a weird
he's
position.
still, it doesn't matter. He's still less than 3 feet away. And Paul is no
I know.
little person. He's less than 3 feet
Well,
away.
yeah.
You missed what I'm saying. That's a huge target, less than 3 feet away.
I know.
I
I know,
could hit
but
it
you're
with a
also you also have
spitball.
to account for how nervous he would
Hey,
be. You have to
the
account for the
Jersey,
position he's in,
not if
Paul
he planned it like
moving.
you guys are saying. He's had plenty of time to think about it. How nervous do you think he is? He's run through every scenario in his
Still
head.
gonna
You
be
all are
nervous.
saying
His
it
life's
was
falling apart.
planned.
He's upset.
Yeah, it's true. But I'm
His
telling you,
brain was
the
popping.
Jersey in me says I could hit him with a spitball accurately from there. Damn well with a gun. He should have got closer to that heart.
Damn straight. Oh no, I agree. If it was me, that motherfucker would have been down in one shot. But that's
True.
not me.
But these are the things, you see, these
And
are
we
the
don't
things
know
that
if
stick out. These are the things that
just
stick
because they
out to
went,
me.
yeah, just because they went hunting all the time, guys, do not think that they were good shots. I mean, they were trying to sneak in on the boar.
Okay, you're gonna
Because
have
they
to
couldn't
grant
hit
it.
it
I
from
don't
the
know.
distance the 300 blackout would hit it
All right.
from.
All
That's
right,
not
you're gonna.
someone who's a good shot.
He didn't shoot him with the blackout. Number one. Number
No, I
two,
know he shot
you're
her
gonna.
with
You know,
it,
I
but
don't know a lot about guns. You all know a lot more.
Yeah.
But this I do know. He was less than 3 feet away. He has to be a hell of an awful shot. He had to be the worst
I
shot
agree.
in Colleton
But
County
that's
to
why I
miss
think
a
he was
heart shot.
squatting down and came around the corner. That's why I think he was squatting because the angle of the shot, where it had to been shot from, and the fact that if he was down that low and was intentionally shooting him at that point, it would have been a very awkward position for a man that's 6'4".
I say it amuses me how you all that want to think that the first shot was actually planned are fighting so hard when I agree with the rest of your scenarios. You just won't give that first shot being accidental. And it
I just
actually
can't
proves it
see it.
because it's so damn close. I can't see it otherwise. He never would have missed.
I know.
If he had planned it, he never would have missed.
I would think that, right? But also, ground was getting wet, blah, blah, blah. So
Nope,
it's hard
that
to tell.
got wet after.
Like I
The
said, there's
feed room doesn't get wet during the wet downs. Remember that happened after when they tried to clean the scene. Yep, facts.
yeah. Okay,
facts,
you're right.
facts.
You're right. You're right. I did forget about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's so many facets, and it can go in so many directions. That's why it's so hard.
That's why
to
you should just go
come to any one conclusion. It's just impossible at this point. What did you say?
Has agreed to allow me to
You
put
should
it
just
in
go
at this
with me
point.
then.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Offered it at 145 into.
Submitted without objection.
Do I have to buy you dinner now?
Ready for the jury? Bring them in.
What the hell's with Harpootlian snark today? Is he trying to win the jury over with his humor? Did you hear that? Do I have to buy you dinner now? Because somebody gave him something. What the hell is that? I don't get it.
Damn, I was muted. Who said that? Harpoo?
Yeah, Harpootlian. He's trying to. I think he's trying to win the jury over with dad jokes that are really bad, by the way. Like, I don't know what the hell. He's making snide
Probably
comments. When he
probably
came on, he
'cause
goes, "Let me
Meador
see if I can get this." Go on.
Go ahead. Oh, I was
He
gonna
try-
say
he-
because Meador was joking around and the Meador and the witness got the audience to laugh. So now, like, what he wants to do it too? I don't know.
No, but then he came back. He's making snide remarks. He's like, "Let me see if I can get this done in less than 5 minutes." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Whoa, really, Mr. Snide Man?" And he's trying to tell the judge what to do. Judge, I think this is a good time to take a break. Because, like, I gotta
Yeah.
go to the bathroom. My Depends need changing. I don't know what it is, but he thinks he can order the damn judge around.
Oh
He does.
my
He's
God,
like,
my
"Yes,
Depends
yeah,
need changing.
yeah,
That's so funny.
yeah."
They make anal tampons now for people that are don't have bowel control, so they don't have to sit in their
You know
shit
what?
in their Depends.
You know
Isn't
what?
that
You know,
cool?
actually, I didn't know that, and I think I could have went the rest of my life without knowing that. Thank you very much. Like, that's
You know how much freedom that
Your
gives
next
disabled
witness.
people? It's amazing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
well, that is
Defense-
cool for them.
Calls Barber and Mixon.
Always, is that the sister?
Look at Tomorrow Kiddo's comment. Maybe he went to shoot him in the back, but he turned. Could be. I don't
Raise your
know.
right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you need to. State your name again for the record, please, ma'am.
Mixon.
And spell your last name.
Mixson.
You have a seat, please. Can we pull that mic close to you? Ms. Mixon, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you're from, how old are you, and what do you do?
My name is Barbara Mixon, and I'm from Farmville, South Carolina, and I'm a widow. I have 4 daughters, 5 grands, 2 great grands, and I do housekeeping and care for Miss Elizabeth Murdaugh, and I'm 71 years old.
71 years old. How long have you been doing housekeeping for Ms. Libby Murdaugh?
42 years.
42 years. And you did housekeeping for Mr. Randolph Murdaugh when he was alive, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And do you know all the Murdaugh children, Randy and Lynn and John Marvin and Alec?
Know them just as good as I know my kids. They are my kids also.
And they're part of your family.
That's right.
Are you part of their family?
Yes, sir.
How well do you know Alex sitting here in the courtroom?
Just like I know one of my kids.
And you love him like one of yours?
I sure do.
Okay. Did you know Maggie?
I know her real well. She was like a daughter and a friend.
You talk to her frequently?
Every day.
And did you know Paul?
I sure did.
How often would you see Paul?
I would see Paul practically every week. He would come down to see M and Hanson, and then I would be there during the day. And some days he'll come by my house and see me.
Right. And you know Buster?
I sure do.
And he's sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Got a chance to see him?
Yes, sir.
Just not going to take a whole lot of time, Ms. Mixon, but we just give the jury a little bit of a understanding of how frequently Alec would go by and check on his mom and dad over, say, the last 10 years.
Practically every day when I'm there. I see them every day, and I'm there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Sometimes I have to work on Saturday and Sunday, and he would come by.
And what time of day, I guess, the hours that you worked over at, did you call the place Almeida, or do you call it Almeida?
Yes, sir.
And what are your normal hours there at Almeida?
8 to 3.
And it's always been 8 to 3 for?
8 to 3, always.
And you took some time off when your husband was sick, and then you went back to work. You know when you went back to work?
My husband passed on January the 2nd of 2019, and I went back to work in August of 2019.
And during that period of time, you were working 8 to 3?
8 to 3.
Okay. And I think you said Alec would come by frequently to check on his mom and dad?
Yes, sir.
Would Maggie come with him?
Well, not through the week. I mostly see Maggie like on Fridays, or she might stop by like that. But later will come through the week by itself.
Okay. And I think you mentioned Paul would visit?
Yes, sir.
Just want to go to June 7th. You remember that awful day, Ms. Mixon?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to Maggie that day?
I talked to her on June. I talked to her on June the 9th. I think it was between 7 and maybe 7:30.
June the 7th is when she was murdered.
That's right, June 7th.
And you talked to her that evening?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what y'all talked about?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about?
She said, Barbara, I was trying to reach you before I left, to go to Somerville. I had to take my mama to the doctor, and I couldn't get a hold of you. But I am gonna fix supper for the Murdaughs and for your family for Wednesday night. Because Thursday, I got to go take my daddy to the doctor. And she said, oh, Barbara, I'll call you back. She said, no, hold on a minute. That either Elliot or Buster calling me. She said, I tell you what, I'll call you back when I unload the car. And I never got the call back.
The last time you talked to her?
Yes, sir.
And the last conversation you had with her, she's planning to make you dinner. Is that right?
Dinner for me and her in-laws.
What was happening on June the 7th? Do you remember Mr. Randolph, what his situation was?
Well, John Marvin came to take Mr. Randolph to the doctor. And, I remember that part because he was real sick.
And after John Marvin took Mr. Randolph to the doctor, you remember that Mr. Randolph got checked into the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember calling Alex?
Yes, sir.
On the afternoon of June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And what did you talk about?
Objection, hearsay.
What did you talk about?
Objection's overruled.
What did you talk about, Ms.
I called Elliot. Well, first I called Chrissy. I always call Chrissy first. I couldn't get Chrissy. So then I said, well, let me call Elliot. So I called Elliot. I said, Elliot, your mom is very agitated. She is crying. I give medicine. Come check on her later on during the day. And he said, okay, I will.
What was Ms. Libby agitated?
Because Mr. Randolph had done gone to the hospital.
But and she was in fact agitated, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by agitated?
Well, she was crying a lot and I couldn't get her to eat. And she just, she just agitated. She wasn't.
And I'm going to show exhibit that's in evidence. Doug, if you could pull up the State's Exhibit 520 and go to page 21, which is the Rudolph extraction long version. Ms. Mixon, can you see there's an entry on this timeline at 3:58:39. Alex Murdaugh received an incoming call from Barber Mixon. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You think that's when you called Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is on June the 7th for the record. All right, you can take that down, Doug. How'd you learn about Maggie and Paul?
Well, I was sitting on my porch and my daughter, which she's in the courtroom, Shirley, Officer Stacey Lord-Hope came and pulled up. Shirley, my daughter, was in the courtroom. She jumped out of her car and told me to say, Elliot found Maggie and Paul dead.
So a police officer came to your house?
Two of them. It was Stacey Lord-Hope and then another one. And I said, could I go out there? And they said, no, you couldn't go out there.
Okay. And Ms. Mixon, that was a Monday night, and do you remember Mr. Randolph dying on a Thursday, passing on a Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was June the 10th.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that the funeral for Maggie and Paul was that Saturday? Do you remember the funeral service at the graveyard for Maggie and Paul on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Randolph's funeral was on that Sunday. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And the next day was a Monday. Did you work that day?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you come to work?
8 o'clock. Well, about 5 minutes to 8.
And who did you relieve?
Shirley Smith.
Okay, so Shelley would work the night shift and you came on at 5 till 8?
Yes, sir, and released her.
And did you work that Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you get to work?
5 minutes to 8.
And were you relieving Ms. Shelley Smith?
Yes, sir.
What about that Wednesday?
I released Shirley Smith 5 minutes to 8.
All right. And Ms. Mixon, on any of those days, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, when you relieved Ms. Shelley Smith, did you see a tarp opened up anywhere in Ms. Libby's house?
No, sir.
No blue tarp? You see no blue tarp on a rocking chair?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen a blue tarp laid out in the house?
I never seen a blue tarp lay out in the house. Never.
And you relieve Miss Shelley
Yes,
every
sir.
day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that week?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have here.
By the state.
Very briefly. Afternoon, Ms. Mixon. How you doing?
I'm doing good. And you, sir?
Been better, been worse? We met a few weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
You remember down at the?
Yes, sir.
Not far from here.
Yes, sir.
You love Alex.
I love all of them.
You
They
love them.
like my children.
They like your family.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about that day before, briefly. You remember that day, the 7th, like he just asked you, we talked about what you did that day and who you talked to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't tell us about that conversation you had with Alex that day, did you?
No, sir.
When have they talked to you about that recently? When's the first time you told anybody about that?
I can't remember, but I can't remember. It's been a little while. I can't remember.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Every witness 2 steps down is excused. Next witness.
Your Honor, this defense calls Micah Sturgis.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the microphone in the seat if you need to. State your name again for the record, please, sir. Spell your last name.
Micah Sturgis, last name Sturgis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturgis.
Good afternoon.
To start with, can you just tell us about yourself?
Sure. My name is Micah Sturgis. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am the Director of Digital Forensics, Barefoot Professional Investigations.
Pull the mic a little closer.
Sorry. Better? Yeah. I'm the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Investigations.
Okay. And tell us about your experience in law enforcement and then cell phone forensics.
Sure. So from 2004 until 2016, I was employed by the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office. It's a full-service sheriff's office located in Cleveland County, North Carolina. They're on the border of North and South Carolina. During that time period from 2004 to 2006, I was a patrol deputy. In 2006, I was promoted to a corporal or training officer, where I trained new hires. In 2009, I was promoted to detective. In that capacity, I handled everything from larcenies to murders. And then I took on the role of the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office. Was the first one that we had, and I formed the digital forensics lab at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
And before we get more into digital forensics, you've been involved in murder investigations before?
I have, yes.
Okay. As a lead detective?
As a lead detective, yes.
And then as you go into digital forensics, tell us about your experience with digital forensics in law enforcement, and then afterwards, and then after that, we'll get to your certifications and training.
Sure. As the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office, it was my responsibility to handle all the digital evidence that came into the lab, and I was also in charge of ordering things that needed to be ordered and stocked up on for digital forensic purposes. And during that time period, I was sponsored by the United States Secret Service to attend the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I was trained in mobile device examination, multiple tools, blackthorn, which is a form of burla ivy, XRY, which is another forensic tool. Paraben was another tool that we used. And so I received that training from the NCFI. They also sent me back with several things, one of which being a laptop computer or a MacBook in order to do examinations on, and also a Ramsey's box or a Faraday box that I used to use whenever we had phones that came in.
And let's just, since we're kind of on it, could you go through the training you've had in digital evidence?
Sure. So I have had the basic and intermediate cell phone forensic courses, introduction, intermediate, advanced, computer forensics, internet investigations, introduction to wireless investigations. I was a Lantern certified examiner, attended the Lantern cell phone training. Lantern is a forensics tool for Apple devices, primarily Apple devices, does some Androids. Apple iOS forensics, I attended that at the American Academy of Applied Forensics in Charlotte. Cyber investigations, I was, like I said, I was nominated and sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute by the United States Secret Service, where I received my mobile device examiner certification. I also received Celebrite certifications while there at the NCFI, and Paraben mobile forensic training, Celebrite certified physical analyst, received XRY training at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and took the XRY intermediate courses. In 2017, I attended the Infuse conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I sat for my ENC written examination. Later came back to Charlotte and did the practical examination, where I was certified as an in-case certified examiner in 2017. And attended the Magnet User Summit a couple of times. Received some training on their tool there at one in Las Vegas, the other in Nashville. And received introduction to alternate data acquisition training, wireless analysis training. I received my Lantern certified examiner from Katana Forensics, my XRY certified examiner from MSAB, the Celebrite mobile forensics fundamental certification, the Celebrite certified operator certification, Celebrite physical analyst certification, and then the Celebrite certified mobile examiner certification, and also my in-case certified examiner certification.
And can you tell us about how many extractions or acquisitions of digital evidence you performed?
Sure. Well over 500 logical physical acquisitions and extractions using the Apple device forensic tool, Celebrite, Blackthorn, XRY, Paraben, and over 750, well over 750 images of hard disk drives or solid state drives of computers, and analyzing that data within either FTK or in-case. FTK's forensics toolkit. It's a forensic suite. Examining an in-case Magnet IEF, which is Internet Evidence Finder. That's what they started out as. They're now Magnet Axiom is the product that they produce and put out. So I've used Axiom to do multiple examinations with that. Image with hardware forensic imagers like the Forensic Falcon. I've used Paladin to get live acquisitions, Macquisition for Macs, and Recon ITR for MacBooks. Also had to collect checkpoint encrypted devices with my time at the bank.
And that leads into, when did you leave law enforcement and what have you done since left?
Sure. In 2016, I received a phone call from an individual who owned a private firm in Charlotte, and I went to work for him as a digital forensic examiner in the South Park area of Charlotte.
Okay. And
after that, I worked for him from 2016 until roughly 2019. And then I went to Wells Fargo, where I was one of 24 examiners for the Wells Fargo and Company. After leaving Wells Fargo in 2021, I went and formed this lab at Barefoot Professional Investigations.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert by court to testify before?
Yes, I have in both criminal and defense work.
Okay. Criminal work, civil
And
cases?
civil as well, yes.
And in the criminal cases, have you been on the defense side, the prosecution side, both sides?
I've been on both.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in digital forensics in a murder case before?
I have, yes, in 2015.
And was that for the prosecution?
It was for the prosecution.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer the witness as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection, please.
So qualified.
Mr. Sturgis, before we get into the what we're here to talk about, are you paid by the defense to be here?
I am.
And how much?
My rate is $300 an hour for any type of examination work or consultation, and then $600 an hour to be on the stand.
And does that go to the company that employs you?
It does.
In your experience, are you aware of anyone who does this work for free for the defense?
No, I'm not. In fact, I do IDS work. And
What's that?
IDS work is indigent service. So people who can't afford defense experts, and I do that work, and the state pays me.
Turning to this case, have you, what information have you reviewed regarding the cell phones in this case?
Everything that I've been able to look at and review has been provided by the state.
And specifically the extractions, where
Right,
they're from?
specifically the extractions of the mobile devices and reports that they produced.
So you haven't done anything independent of what the state has provided?
No, only the state's data.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the timeline that's been introduced into evidence in this case? I believe it was, I don't have the exhibit number on me, but the large timeline of events was.
The one provided by the state, yes.
And as far as the cell phone information goes, is that timeline accurate?
It is there, with the exception of a couple of things based off interpretation of the data. But for the most part, yes, it is accurate.
Is anything missing?
There are two instances where there's some things from the knowledge C database that aren't in the report that I've been able to locate and identify.
Okay, and we'll later on get to that, but we won't have to belabor it because we'll just sort of be filling in those gaps. But there are three phones here, Paul, Alex, Maggie, Murdaugh. What did you do with Paul's phone, if anything?
With Paul's phone, the extraction reports that I received, there wasn't much data after 8:49, somewhere in that time on 6/7. So I didn't really focus much on that one. With Alex's phone, that one reviewed the steps that were there in the Apple Health sections. And with Maggie, I really focused my attention on Maggie's.
Okay. And so we'll focus on her phone. Was there any GPS data on her phone?
There was GPS data, but there was nothing from 6/7.
Remember when the GPS data started?
It was 6/9.
And you mentioned when talking about, I think, your qualifications, Faraday bags or boxes. What are those?
So a Faraday bag or a Faraday shield is something that completely takes the device off the network. It also prevents GPS signal from reaching the device and changing data to the device.
You could describe your experience working with those in law enforcement?
Sure. So part of my responsibility as when I worked at the sheriff's office as head of the digital forensics lab was to make purchases. So I would purchase these Faraday bags for our patrol officers. So when they came out on scene and came across, if we had an instance of a crime where a phone was used and they needed to seize that phone, they had access to those bags, either in their cars or back at the office in the shared vault room where they could go in and put their evidence up. And if it's a good bag, which, if you buy the right bag and the phone's there the proper way, then it prevents signal from reaching the phone.
And then did you mention a box?
Yes. So it was a Ramsey's box is what I called it. The Secret Service provided that to me when I left. their training. And with that box, what I would do is I'd take the phone from the Faraday, or from evidence that was in the Faraday bag wrapped up, put it inside the Faraday box or the Ramsey's box. It has two gloves I'd shove my hands into. My computer and the forensic software would be plugged into the side of the Ramsey's box. It was a powered box. There was a light on the inside, so it had a window I could look into, and then I could manipulate the bag and open it up and pull the phone out and keep everything in that Faraday shield.
In your opinion, if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had been secured in the way you just described, would it have GPS data from 6-7?
It likely would have.
Can we show what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 278? Can we show what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 278, please? And can we see the top of the screen? Sir, do you know what the little arrow in the top left of the phone screen is?
That's the locations. I'm sorry. That's a location services arrow.
And I probably should have asked first, this was admitted as a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone in the lab before the extraction. Have you seen this before? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I have.
And again, that arrow indicates.
Yes, that location services are active on the device, even though the phone's in airplane mode.
Does that mean that right there in the lab, it's writing GPS data?
Yes.
You can take that down. I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 156. I'll ask you if you recognize that.
I do. This is Alex Murdaugh's steps and Maggie Murdaugh's steps from the Apple Health data.
Your Honor, I would offer, I believe, without objection, Defendant's Exhibit 156 in the evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Pull up, it's the Apple. I want to just ask you to explain what some of these terms are. How does, and obviously from the title, this is out in Murdaugh's phone. How does the phone come up with that steps number?
So there are accelerometers.
Mike,
I'm sorry.
closer, please.
I hope I sit up a little further. There's accelerometers inside the device. So whenever the phone is jostled or moved and there's the accelerometers move, then that accelerometer data logs a step. So independent upon where the device is, if it's on your waist or in your pocket, or you're holding it in your hand when you're walking, that movement of the accelerometer indicates those steps.
And what does, how does it come up with the distance that corresponds with those steps?
It uses the satellite's GPS.
And what does the start and stop times, what do they mean?
So in the Apple steps or Apple Health data here, you see, for instance, entry 26, that the between the times of 7:55:32 and 8:05:07, that 270 steps were taken during that time period.
Okay. Now, do we know when in that time period the steps occurred?
We know that the steps or the logging of those steps started at 7:55 and 32 seconds, but whether we don't know each individual step, when each individual step took place. We just know that sometime during that time frame, those 270 steps were taken.
And between the steps numbers and the distance, do you have an opinion on which one is maybe more accurate?
In my opinion, the steps are going to be more accurate.
Why is that?
Because of the accelerometer and the hardware in the phone, they're more accurate.
Does that mean that the distance is not useful information?
It doesn't mean the distance isn't useful information. I think the totality of everything altogether is what we have to look at here.
The second page. And is this the same thing for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
It is.
Before we get into time, just some other things to cover. There's been a lot of talk so far about orientation changes. You can take that down, that exhibit. What is an orientation change on an iPhone?
So an iPhone has two orientations. It has a portrait or up and down, or a landscape, which is horizontal or sideways. And whenever whenever the device is backlit, that's when the orientation change will log and show. Now, we're not specifically talking about like a phone. If you physically take the phone and you turn it like this, we're not talking about the physical.
I'm going to just interrupt for a second. I know they don't let you have a phone, but since you're gesturing,
thank you.
There's a phone that might.
So what we're talking about is not the physical positioning of the phone, but the orientation of the data that you're reading on the device, that orientation change.
And what do the start and end times mean for an orientation change?
So when a orientation change is made, a start time is logged. That's the start time of the orientation change that you're seeing on the device itself.
And for Maggie's phone, what was the last orientation change? When was that?
I believe that was 9:06 and 12 seconds p.m. on 6/7.
And when did that one end or complete?
I believe that was 9:06 and 20 seconds.
And at when it completed, what was the orientation of the phone for the rest of the time?
It was in portrait mode.
Okay. If the screen is off, can an orientation change occur?
If the screen is off, no, the orientation change.
If the orientation change happens in the database at the exact moment the screen comes on, does that tell you anything?
When I see that, when I see a orientation change at the exact time that the screen is lit up, if the device was in horizontal or landscape mode and then moved into portrait mode and the screen comes on, then all of a sudden, the exact same time, it changes into portrait mode. To me, that indicates that the phone was in a portrait mode position, and then the screen comes on, and then the orientation change takes place inside the phone.
So does that mean that movement when the screen is off can appear as an orientation change when the screen comes on?
When the screen comes on, yes. When the screen's backlit, that's when the orientation change. It cannot make an orientation change unless the back screen's lit.
So kind of moving on then to, we've talked about orientation changes and they don't happen when the screen is off, as you said. Can motion of the phone turn on the screen?
Yes. Very little motion can turn on a screen.
And what is the raise to wake feature on that?
So the Apple has a raise to wake feature that's set by default. Currently, this phone, and unfortunately you can't see there.
Well, could you, if the court's permission, could you come down to show the jury?
That's all. See that small movement. Can I put it right here? No? Okay. The slight raising of the phone will indicate. So when the phone's here, if you raise the phone, it raises the weight. So if you raise the phone like that, if the phone's flipped over, you flip the phone back over, it wakes up. If you move the phone from this mode to here, the phone comes on. So that's the raise the wake function.
And was this feature turned on Maggie Murdaugh's phone on June 7th?
By all indications on the database, there were that it was there. Yes.
Are you familiar with the location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was covered by law enforcement on 6/8?
I am.
And have you reviewed the recently received GPS data for Alex Murdaugh's Suburban when it was passing that location?
I did.
Okay. So do you know when the Suburban passed the location of the phone?
When it was leaving the house where the crimes took place. It was around 9:08 when it was passing the location where that phone was located. And then on the return trip back, it was 9:59, I believe 19 seconds.
Was Maggie Murdaugh's phone screen off during those times?
Yes.
Now, you're just here as a cell phone expert, right?
That's correct.
So can you offer any expert opinion on how a phone would tumble or bounce or move when thrown from a car going 40 plus miles an hour, into the brush in the side of a country road?
No, there's just too many variables, and I'm not an expert on physics. So.
Can you tell us how much motion would be required for the screen to come on a phone?
Very little. Just reaching and picking this phone up like I just did there, the phone comes on. So just very little.
And again, in the times that Alex Murdaugh's car was passing, the screen never came on.
That's correct. The database indicated it was off.
Turn to Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
Show you what's been marked distance in that's 158. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a PowerPoint presentation printed off that you put together, but it's based off of the knowledge seed database data.
And to be clear, I typed it into PowerPoint. Have you reviewed every slide in that presentation?
I have.
Have you verified the data on every slide?
I have.
And you've confirmed independently the data on every slide?
Yes.
No, Judge.
Your Honor, I would offer, it's been marked as defendants 158 into evidence. So I'm going to go through this. No, don't zoom the screen. So we're looking at just a very short period of time, right? Can you describe the time period we're looking at?
Yes, this is on June 7th from 8:49 p.m. until 9:07 p.m.
All right, so we're going to go through here and just see exactly what was happening with her phone on that time. So it's the next slide, please. What's happening here?
At 8:49:26.
You can pull the mic closer, please.
Sorry. At 8:49 and 26 seconds, that's the last text message that was read by Maggie. It was indicated read on the device.
Next.
At 8:49 and 28 seconds, the backlight goes off.
And what does that mean?
That means that
the
screen's dark. Yeah, sorry.
And next.
At 8:49 and 31 seconds, the phone locks and it remains locked until it's recovered by law enforcement the next day.
Next.
At 8:53 and 8 seconds, the backlight comes back on. The phone's eliminated.
And next.
And 8:53 and 12 seconds, orientation to portrait starts.
Next.
At 8:53 and 15 seconds, that's when the phone began logging the 59 steps.
Next.
And
it's on the screen. And
yep, sorry. And at 8:53 and 20 seconds, there's Siri usage. This was indicated in the Knowledge Seed database, and that can be done by squeezing the side button, holding on to it for a short period of time, and Siri activates at that point.
So this is a user interface,
Yes.
somebody
So
squeezing the
yeah,
button.
it actually shows up as Siri UI, so it's a Siri user interface.
Next.
At 8:53 and 24 seconds, the orientation to portrait completes.
Next.
At 8:53 and 28 seconds, the backlight goes off again, so the phone's dark.
Next.
At 8:53 and 32 seconds, the backlight comes back on the phone and eliminates.
Next.
At 8:53 and 44 seconds, the backlight goes off again.
Do you have any opinion about why it just popped on and off like that?
I mean, there were no indications in the Knowledge C database that any notifications came in or anything of that nature. The only thing I could think would be that the phone were jostled or lifted or somehow the light came on.
And next.
At 8:54 and 32 seconds, the backlight comes on.
Next.
At 8:54 and 34 seconds, there's an entry in the Knowledge C database about the camera usage, camera starts. So in that, there are, in that database, and if you don't mind, I'll kind of expand on this. In that database, the Knowledge C database is comprised of tables and rows and columns. And in that database, on that specific item where the camera was, there is another column that is called the Z structured metadata. And so if I follow the camera under the value string there, indicating that the camera was activated, if I follow that line all the way across to where that structured database is, structured metadata is in that table, I'll get a PK number, a primary key number. That number was 571. In the Knowledge C database, there's another table within the Knowledge C database called Z structured metadata. So if I go to that table, because I found that number under the Z structured metadata column, if I go to that specific table in the database and look for that primary key 571, and I scroll all the way out to the end, I'll see a description of what that 571 is. And in that case, here, it was com.apple.springboard.lockscreen.scroll, which would indicate that it was a camera function on the lock screen. And that when you press that button in the bottom right corner of the phone that has the little camera indication, it'll scroll over to a camera. Or you can swipe over from the left and then it indicates that there's a camera there.
So was this some sort of attempt by the phone on its own at Face ID?
It didn't indicate that it was a Face ID at all. It indicated that it was a camera.
And by indicated cameras, did it indicate that someone was a person using the phone activated the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
At 8:54 and 35 seconds, the camera use ends.
Okay. And keeping in mind the time stamp, go to the next slide.
And at 8:54 and 40 seconds, the orientation to landscape starts.
Okay. And so how long was that since the camera usage?
About 5 seconds since it ended.
Next slide.
And then at 8:54 and 44 seconds, the orientation to landscape ends.
And next.
At 8:55 and 4 seconds, the backlight turns off and the orientation to portrait starts.
Now, what's happening on this one? What's happening here?
So right here, the phone was previously in landscape mode, and it settled in at that landscape mode at 8:44 seconds. The backlight went off at 8:55 and 4 seconds. At that same time, the orientation of portrait starts, and this is indicative of what I was talking about earlier when you rotate the phone while it's in the screen's not lit, and then the screen comes on and the orientation changes once the screen pops on. It'll flip over to wherever camera or wherever the phone is turned to. At this time, the portrait ends at that time, and the orientation to the landscape starts at that time. So that's exactly what I was talking about. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
I'm going to kind of emphasize this. Could we go back 4 slides? All right. So when the camera use ends here, 8:54:35, going forward, one slide, we have an orientation change.
That's correct. To the landscape starts, yes. Orientation to the landscape ends at 44 seconds after.
And then the next slide. So now that the screen has gone off, how long has it been since the camera use?
Let me go back in my So it's 8:55 and 04. Since the camera use ended at 8:54 and 35, and then the backlight goes off at 8:55 and 4 seconds. So, what is that, a minute?
Is that 29 seconds?
I mean, hang on, sorry. Yeah, it's 29. I apologize. My math was terrible, wasn't it? Yes.
And then going forward, so what we had in that 29 seconds was an orientation change, and then the screen goes off.
Right, that's correct. Where are we going with it now? It just flipped the slide on me.
All right, so let's go back to the slide that's timestamped 8:55:32. Is this where we left off?
That's where we left off, yes. So here, the backlight's on, the orientation to portrait ends, and then the orientation to landscape starts immediately when the backlight comes back up on the phone. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
And the next slide, 4 seconds later.
4 seconds later, the backlight's back off again.
Okay. Now we'll go kind of quickly here. The next slide comes on.
9:03, the backlight's on. At 9:04 and 23, we have a missed call from Alex that starts. At 9:04 and 23, the backlight goes off.
But now let's go back to the previous slide.
One more.
The backlight went off at the exact same time that a call came in from Alex Murdaugh.
That's correct, yes.
And now the next slide.
And then we have a missed call from Alex that ends.
That's the
at
call
9.
we just saw, right, ending.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on why the screen light would go off pretty much right when a call comes in?
The only thing that I could figure is when the phone came in, or excuse me, the call came in, that the person hit the side button to turn it off and then put it down or flip the phone over.
Do you know of anything on the phone that would cause the screen to go off right when a call comes in and stay off during the call that does not involve human interaction with the phone?
No, I don't.
I'll go to the next slide.
9:05 and 44 seconds, the backlight comes back on. And at 9:06 and 12 seconds, orientation change to portrait begins.
Okay. And the next one, and we'll stop on that.
At 9:06 and 14 seconds, there's an incoming call from Alex that starts at that time.
And then the next one.
And then the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 18 seconds.
And the next slide.
And then we have an orientation change to portrait ends at 9:06 and 20
And
seconds.
stopping here, that call we just saw coming in from Alec, that was sandwiched within this orientation change.
That's correct, yes. It was in between them.
And next slide.
9:06:52, we have another incoming call from Alex that starts.
And the next one.
And then it ends, the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 59 seconds.
Now the last slide.
At 9:07, the backlight goes off and it remains off until 9:31 and 44 seconds.
And do you know from your review of the GM GPS data where the Alex Murdaugh Suburban was at 9:07?
Yes, at 9:07. He was like traveling from the house or from his home to the house in, I forget the name of the city.
Like right, precisely at 9:07, where was he at that moment?
The 9:07 would be the driveway, I believe.
Right, the driveway.
Yes.
And Maggie's phone, the screen did not come on again until 9:31?
That's correct.
And just one more time, how much motion does it take to turn the screen?
Very little. I mean, just the slightest lift of the phone turns the screen on.
Let the courts and build it. please answer any questions from the state. No further questions. And before, don't forget your phone.
Conrad.
Mr. Sturgis, how you doing today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Conrad. I'm well, thank you.
I believe at the beginning of your testimony, you testified that you felt it likely there was some location data stored on Maggie's phone from June 7th that potentially was overwritten. Did I understand that correctly?
I said that there was data that was on the phone from June 8th and that, correction, June 9th, and that data likely could have been on there had it been preserved properly.
And explain to the jury just real quick, how does an iPhone store that GPS information? In generic terms, and then if I need to get more specific, I will.
Sure. So the iPhone keeps that data and it uses the GPS location, the GPS satellite, triangulates with the GPS satellites and stores that data.
Right. And does it store it in a sort of cache?
It does.
All right. And when it comes to iOS, as opposed to, say, a standard hard drive, iOS keeps certain databases caches fairly limited, correct? And it doesn't allow them to access the entire memory available on a device at any given point, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you know, or at least in your training or your investigation, have you been able to determine just how big a typical cache is, at least would have been for Maggie's phone during this time?
No, I didn't research that.
Okay.
No, I didn't research that. No.
Okay. So you don't know how long Maggie's phone would have potentially stored GPS information at this during 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
No.
All right. And just so I understand correctly, you agree that a iPhone will not record an orientation change if the screen is off, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So I believe Mr. Barber handed you his phone to kind of demonstrate this lift to weight thing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know what model iPhone Mr. Barber has? Did you look at it?
Don't know exactly which iPhone he has.
Okay. And do you know what version of iOS is on Mr. Barber's phone?
I do not know.
And Apple updates its iOS fairly frequently, correct?
They do, yes.
Do you know, at least, we don't know what's on Mr. Barber's phone, but do you know what the current release version is today?
It's 16 point something.
Okay. Do you know in your review of Maggie's phone, what version was on Maggie's phone on June 7th of 2021?
I believe that was 14 point something.
I'm sorry.
I think it was 14.6, if I'm not mistaken. It was somewhere in the 14 range.
And are you aware that in some of these iOS updates, some of these sensitivities and some of these settings can change, correct?
Depending on bug fixes and things, yes.
And are you aware of a change that occurred in iOS 15 that changed how iPhones record orientation changes, or when they record orientation changes?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Okay. Can we go back to I forget, let's see, the PowerPoint? What exhibit was that? I believe it was it 155? Were there two? I just was aware of one. The 158? For this witness. This one. And this doesn't have slide number, so bear with me. But first of all, before we talk about Maggie real quick, you did review Paul's phone to a certain degree, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
All right. And do you recall from your review of Paul's phone when the last time his phone was unlocked on June 7th of 2021?
I don't recall. No, I'm sorry.
And we can find the state's exhibit if we need to, but would you disagree if I told you it was 8:49 p.m. or shortly thereafter?
If that's what's in the state's exhibit, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. And I believe one of your first slides here is that Maggie's phone locked. Let's see, go to 1, 2, 3 slides. One more. All right, back one. I'm sorry. 8:49:31, and in your review, Maggie's phone found that her phone was locked at 8:49:31. Correct.
That's correct.
And
Yes.
it was not unlocked until when? The next day.
The next day. That's correct.
All right, and that's when it was recovered by law
By
enforcement.
law enforcement. Yes, sir.
And did you review Alex's? You said you reviewed Alex's phone to a certain degree too. I think you said the steps, right?
The steps. Yes.
And in your review, did you find any steps on his phone between 8:09 and 9:02 p.m.?
Go back and take a look at that. (8:09 and 9:02 p.m.)
Correct.
Correct. No, I don't recall seeing that. I'm seeing the stuff in the knowledge C here.
Okay. All right. But Maggie's phone's locked at 8:49:31, and it does not unlock till the next day. Correct.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Paul's locks for the last time around the same time. Correct.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And Paul's phone, in your review, to recall what time the battery died on his phone.
I don't recall. No, sir.
Would you dispute me if I said, and we can find the exhibit if we need to, his phone shut down at about 10:34 p.m.?
If that's what's in the report, I don't dispute it. No, sir.
And would you agree with me if I said that Paul's phone locking at 8:49 and remaining on until 10:34? First of all, it's about what, hour and a half or so?
That's correct. Yes.
And do you know his battery state when his phone locked at 8:49 p.m.?
It was in low power mode.
So it was less than 10%, 2%, something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me when the fact that his phone remained on until 10:34 be indicative that it wasn't really handled much at all or used at all?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any other evidence of any usage on Paul's phone after 8:49 that you can recall?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when I say use, just so it's clear between us, I mean either answering a call, making a call, reading a text, sending a text, orientation change.
No user interaction with it.
All right. And so let's talk a little bit about the orientation change for a minute. So would you agree that the most likely reason for an orientation change is human interaction, meaning humans using the phone?
Yes.
Are there any other possible explanations when you see an orientation change, or any other explanations that you, in your opinion, that could explain an orientation change?
Only if a phone, was in one position, lit up, fell off, and landed in another position.
Okay.
But no.
And when you see a series of orientation changes, 30 seconds or a minute between each orientation change, it'd be difficult to explain that by a phone just kept falling on its own, correct?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
If you see a series of 3 orientation changes, just speaking hypothetically for a moment, if you see a series of 3 orientation changes, say 30 seconds worth of outs or a minute separate them, could you explain that? Would it be very likely that series of falls cause this?
Depends on how many falls it was making, but being jostled around in a pocket and the light on, being turned, if it's in a person's hand, being turned back and forth, and that would be the only thing I could indicate with an orientation change.
Okay. All right. Can we pull that slideshow back up, please? Let's go forward 1, 2. Okay, 8:53:15. There you go. And this is when Maggie's phone starts showing some steps, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And you would agree that the most likely explanation for this is the phone is moving in some manner, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those accelerometers are recording, or the bounces are jostling, that would most likely be explained by steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you can't tell us who's carrying that phone at this time, can you?
No.
All right, next slide. All right, and so at this 5320, you say there's some Siri usage and a squeezing of the side button. And let's just, is that the only explanation of why you'd see the Siri pop up on a phone, is the squeezing the side button, or are there other possibilities?
There's another possibility of her saying, hey Siri, and then that happens because it's a Siri user interface.
Okay, so there could be another explanation, but it's most likely someone squeezing the side button saying,
Could be a
hey
side
Siri.
button, hey Siri, but it's a user interface.
Okay. All right. Go next slide, please. Actually, let's go to 854.34, please. Should be one more. One more. There we go. All right, and here you say the camera gets activated, correct?
That's correct.
And you think the most likely explanation is somebody swiped the camera symbol on a locked phone, correct?
Right, either swipe the camera or touch the bottom button because it's coming from the springboard lock screen.
Okay, we say bottom button. Which button?
If you're looking at an iPhone and well, my most recent iOS, I think it's 16 point something, in the bottom right corner, there's a button that you can touch and hold and the camera comes on. But when that happens, it comes over from the left and the camera scrolls over.
Okay. And then next slide. And then 854.35. This is 1 second later, the camera use ends, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And so, in your opinion, based off the fact that that was used for a total 1 second, do you think that was someone intending to actually use the camera and take a picture?
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, that's just a.
But the camera's
1
only
second.
open for a second, correct?
Right. They couldn't have taken a picture in a second.
All right. All right, 855.32. Okay. And we see the orientation change here at 855.32. Next slide. And the backlight goes off at 855.36, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
We'll go to the next slide. And the backlight's back on 9:03:52. So that's roughly, how long is that? Would you, 8 minutes? I don't know if I'm gonna make you do math, but.
Yeah, about that, yes.
And so the screen's off for that 8 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
And so would you agree with me? It does seem likely someone's handling that phone Maggie's phone between 8:53 and 8:55, correct?
Yes.
All right. We see orientation changes. We see the potential button being pushed. Someone's got that phone in their hand, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell us who, correct?
No, I can't.
All right. Then at 8:55.32, we see kind of an 8 minute gap in activity, correct? Between
Yes.
8:55 and 9:03, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if somebody put that phone down.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Whoever had it, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell us where they put that phone down, right?
No, sir, I can't.
Could they put it in a vehicle,
I don't know.
a golf cart?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to 9:04:23. Yep. All right. And we see this incoming call from Alex. You
Yes.
said the screen turns off almost immediately, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your opinion, you think somebody actually hit the button to turn
Somebody
the screen
shut
on,
the screen
correct?
off, yes.
Okay. But the screen comes back on at 9:05:44, if we can go to that side, correct?
Yes,
And then 9:06:12, we see an orientation change, correct?
that's correct, yes.
And 2 seconds later, we see what? Next slide, please. What is this? What is
That's
this
an
indicate?
incoming call from Alex.
Okay. 2 seconds after the orientation change starts, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then go to 907. Okay, and the screen goes off at 907, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And stays off for what, roughly 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you just testified with Mr. Barber that Alex's car was sitting just outside his house, correct?
That's according to the documents that I reviewed. yes.
And I don't know if you have this information in front of you, but did you determine when that GPS data shows his vehicle start to move?
Yes, it.
After 907.
Oh, after 907?
Well,
the,
first of all, is his vehicle stationary at 907?
no, it's in the driveway at 907, but it's starts at the house at 906 and 52 seconds p.m.
When do you start to see motion? Or do you
906 and 52 seconds is where I start to see the motion there.
Okay. And 8 seconds later is when Maggie's screen turns off?
Yes.
For 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you agree that phone, at least with version 14.6, when the screen's off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And you agree with me that you don't know what version of iOS that Mr. Barber had on his phone that you just did that demonstration?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any tests with the phone with 14.6 to see what movement can cause it to, or what can cause that phone to the screen to come on?
I don't have any 14.6 phones.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Mr. Sturgis, you were asked about iOS version 15 and a change in orientation behavior. Is the raise to wake feature something distinct from orientation behavior?
No, the raised awake is a separate from orientation behavior. Raised awake's a separate application within.
Is raised awake the feature that causes the phone to come on with slight movement?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the raised awake feature that you've already testified was active on Maggie Murdaugh's phone works any different than any iPhone today?
I have no evidence to prove that, no.
And again, you can refer to your notes. When Alex Murdaugh's SUV passed the location where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered, the side of the road, was the screen up?
Screen was off.
It was off as he approached it?
Yes.
And again, how much movement does it take to turn the screen on?
Very little movement.
And this is a separate issue from orientation changes?
That's correct.
But we're talking about, are we talking about movement activating the screen?
That's correct, yes.
Are we talking about the screen being sideways or up?
No, we're not talking about the orientation. We're talking about the actual raised awake function on the phone.
The camera usage, and in fact, no picture was taken that you're aware of.
Right, that's correct. I didn't see any photographs there for that time.
But is it your opinion? What is your opinion about whether someone deliberately activated that camera?
I mean, they could have been an accident. I don't know. I don't know what the person could have been doing, but it was a user interaction with the device.
And there was talk about phones falling to change orientation. Can a phone change orientation without actually falling?
No, I mean, there has to be some type of movement for the phone from portrait to landscape.
Right, but you don't have to drop the phone?
No.
So
if it's sitting upright, I mean, if it's sitting on its side, I can flip it this way and the orientation changes.
If somebody's running with a phone, can it change orientation?
Yes. Those are user events that can cause that.
we pull up what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 45. This is, as I just said, previously admitted. Do you recognize this as GPS data in a cache database?
This looks like a, yes, cache for the ZRT cell location database, yes.
And what's the timestamp for the first entry?
It's 6/9/21 at 2:51 and 21 seconds PM.
In your opinion, would it be fair to say that if this phone had been extracted or put in a Faraday bag a couple of days earlier, we would have GPS data from 6/7?
And in my opinion, it's likely that we could.
We put up the step data exhibit, the Apple step data exhibit. Okay, we previously talked about this, Alex Murdaugh's steps. Between entries 27 and 28, you see those time periods? Just want to remember that and go to the next page. Here we have Maggie's steps. Are there any steps, periods of steps that correspond between Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh?
No, I don't see any.
So there's no period where both phones are stepping in the same period?
No.
Okay. And if we stay on this one, if we look at entries 5 and 6, the distance is almost identical, 31 meters.
Yes, it is.
Are the steps different?
The steps are different.
Is that a significant difference?
Not a significant difference for the 5 and 6, no.
So 59 versus 43, so is that 16? It took 16 more steps to go the same distance?
Yes.
So does that indicate shorter steps?
Shorter steps, yes.
Okay, just the final question is to emphasize here. You can't tell us what a phone would do tossed out a window. That's not your expertise.
No, I can't.
But you can tell us how much motion it takes to turn on the screen.
Yes, very little motion.
And you demonstrated that.
Several times, yes.
And that feature of the iPhone was active on her phone.
Yes.
And it is totally separate from orientation behavior.
That's correct, it is.
No further.
Anything further?
Just a couple of things, Aaron. You said you reviewed Paul's phone. Did you review the video that's been called the Kenneth video in this case?
Yes, I have seen the video.
And did you have any information that would lead you to disagree that video was recorded at 8:44, about 55 seconds on the night of June 7th?
No, I don't have anything.
And the location data, would you agree the location data for that video was recorded at the kennels on the Murdaugh property of Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Barber was talking to you about steps data. And just so it's clear to the jury, and I'm going to speak in hypotheticals here for a second, but if you see the iPhone record steps over an interval of about 5 minutes, for example, it records a certain number of steps over that 5 minutes.
Okay.
Does that mean, is that phone trying to tell you that someone's uniformly walking at an exact pace that keeps them moving over that entire 5 minutes?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. They could stop at some point in the middle of that. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so they could stop and pick something up in the middle of a period showing steps, correct?
That's correct. It's just the steps between those two times.
All right. So you can't testify, you can't tell us if between, pull up the steps exhibit real quick. Next slide. All right. And looking at entry 28 on Alex's phone.
Entry what? I'm sorry. Couldn't hear you.
28.
28.
Yep.
Okay.
And between 902 and 906, we see, what, 283 steps? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you can't tell us if his phone stopped at any point between those.
No.
What's
no,
that,
it's just
roughly 4 minutes or a little over 4 minutes?
No, just 283 steps between those two times.
So he could have walked 200 of those steps in the first 2 minutes and then only walked slow down for the rest of the 2 minutes, correct? Or it could have been vice versa.
Yes.
Or he could have stopped for an entire minute somewhere in there. You can't tell us any different, correct?
It'd be unlikely to stop for an entire minute. I think if you stop for that long a period of time, a new entry would be made. But
Do you know, is there a cutoff for iOS
no,
that would?
I think that just based off of what I'm seeing here, I mean, for instance, entry 29 and 30, you have about a 3-minute gap there. And
Okay.
yeah.
So maybe if he stopped for a minute, it would have started a new entry?
It
is
could
what you're
have.
saying?
It
All right.
could
But if
have.
he would stop for a shorter period of time, he wouldn't necessarily have. Correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. And finally, Mr. Barber has asked you about distance. And I think I want to make sure I understood you correctly. I think you testified that you would consider the actual steps count to be more accurate than the distance. Is that
I
correct?
would, yes.
Have you found any research or studies that has measured or the accuracy of steps or distance in iOS devices?
I have, yeah. And for instance, I've had cases where the step count and the GPS data is different sometimes.
Okay. And in your opinion, the steps count is probably more the most accurate?
In my opinion, yeah, the steps
Okay.
count is more accurate.
Okay.
You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Please do not discuss the case.
What? Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. John Conrad did a real fair job.
Case.
He did a really fair job.
Hey, what do you think about that, lady?
I don't know, but
Conrad?
Judge
Oh,
is
yeah.
still there. Why is he still sitting there? I'm waiting.
Anything further on this day?
Okay, here we go.
Nothing with the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll resume
Really?
at 9:30. My rule.
Did DH say nothing for the defense? You know what? That might be my closing comment about the defense. Nothing. I know I'm evil.
What's
There you go.
that?
I'm so evil.
I missed something
Anyway,
you
guys.
said. I'm sorry.
Oh, did you? Like, because you said, is there anything else? And Harpootlian said, nothing for the defense. And I said, you know what? That just might be my closing comment for the day on the defense. Nothing.
Nothing more for the
Nothing.
defense.
Nothing burger. Like, I mean, they had some good experts up there. And I think the state adequately proved that the experts were narrowing their focus to only part of the information. For one, expert 1 and expert 2 clearly only got partial information to make their opinions on.
Uh-huh.
And so that kind of
And
helps. If you tell a
the
jury,
old turtle-
well, I'm talking
The old-
about A to Z, but they only gave me A to J to look at.
Yeah.
How do you talk about A to Z? Eh?
Yeah, well, and that's the point I was going to say is that they gave him the old turtle man. They gave him his paperwork that day of. He doesn't have time to study that and make a conclusion.
Most of them, did you hear it? Almost every expert didn't even turn in their final findings until the last 2 days.
Oh my God.
And did you see that PowerPoint that the other guy Zercia put out? I put the tweet in the chat.
Yeah, I saw it.
It's I'm copying that link again, people. This is what they paid for, $350 an hour. And I'm telling you, a fourth grader could have made that.
So
I
funny.
was not impressed. And I have tech issues, right, Big? But when it comes to presentations and things that you actually want people to look at to make a point,
Yeah.
that was just
Yeah.
bad. That was just bad. Mhm.
Yeah. That is horrible.
So were the
Horrible.
slides from the cell guy. That was like an
Oh,
instruction. That was
I
like
must say,
an instruction of, let me tell you what to say. Here we go. Step 1, step 2,
I
step
thought you
3.
were talking about the cell guy. His
No,
presentation was
Zercia.
horrible.
No,
Oh, his
Zercia.
was bad too? Oh my
Yeah, I put a Twitter link down there in it that you.
I'm going right now.
Just like,
I have to go
Beck,
look now.
Beck, you got to keep up.
I thought
You're going to be
you
on
were talking
bear
about
time. All right, you
the
show up tomorrow, put on your skates.
names
Put on your
confuse
skates.
me. I am bad with names.
Oh. Didn't they, Jen, get ripped
Names.
off, man? They could have called me. I could have at least made it
Oh
colorful.
yeah, this one. Yeah, I know. What is that?
Yeah. What is that? It's ridiculous. And hey, Jen, I know. Oh, Kim, we should have hired your granddaughter.
I did
to
get
make it.
distracted for a minute there.
It's okay.
Yeah, I
I'm
know,
telling
right?
You, I'm telling you, Kim.
Totally.
I'm telling you.
She would only
yeah.
charge
And-
$50 for the whole project.
and this is it. I want to tell everybody in the chart, I was not arguing with Bearded Heretic. I agree with everything he says psychologically. I'm just sticking to my story. I could take everything he said psychologically and still apply it to my scenario, because Alex Murdaugh's psychological mind and whether he could kill something has nothing to do with whether that's an accidental shot or a purposeful shot. Bingo. Nothing about his state of mind proves either of those scenarios, and I'm sticking to it. You guys can't prove that first shot wasn't accidental. Regardless, you could prove that it's possible that it could have been like he purposely meant to shoot him and it didn't go off right. That's what his statement proved, but his statement did not disprove that it wasn't accidental.
Yeah. Did you see what I typed in the chat at you? I said maybe he went to shoot him and thought and couldn't do it, but then pulled the trigger by accident and already had it aiming at Paul and was pulling away from him.
Well, then that would be contrary to your other theory that nobody would have that bad a trigger finger.
No, that's not what I said before. I said no one picks up the gun off the floor leaning somewhere in the shed by the trigger.
Right, and then by the trigger. That's right, and it wouldn't be that bad.
That's
not
what
the
I said.
trigger
I didn't
finger,
say anything
but
about anybody
use of
having
the
a trigger finger.
He wouldn't mishandle the gun that right. You're right.
Yeah, and nobody's
isn't
gonna
it,
bend
Pete?
that. I mean, I picked up guns for years that we had leaning against the front door on the wall by the front door. We
But I
always
don't
grabbed
know-
it by the
I
barrel and then
don't know
pulled it
where
up
you're-
and then grabbed it by the.
Where are you
the
getting at the
handgrip.
guns on the floor anyway? I never said that for the accidental shooting. I never said
Well,
that.
somebody said, "Oh, I don't know." When we were talking about that before, I thought
My
maybe it was you.
scenario and
Someone
Colin's
said
scenario
that
involves both of them holding guns.
Okay, you're saying you guys are
guns.
saying that before any shot was fired, the guns were in people's hands already. Is what you're going with.
Exactly. And I
Okay.
still
Well, that
think the
changes
shot
a
was-
lot then.
I still think the shot was accidental. I'm not talking about him being on the ground or anything. I'm saying he ends up on the ground. And I'm saying Bubba has a story to tell and we need to hear it because Bubba is directly involved in the events. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody's looking at Bubba. And that's what makes me really focus on Bubba. It just sticks out to me so obviously. Now, yes, he could have led them into the room. It still would have been about Bubba. He was led into that room because of Bubba. Maybe Bubba was acting up.
Yeah.
Maybe Bubba ran in the room because he heard Paul going in there for the food. And Bubba's a bad dog. He went in there.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Alex is already pissed at him about the bird. And I know there was no chicken feathers, so he didn't was eating the chicken in there. And I know I said that before. He was probably enjoying the chicken in the corner. But
Well,
he
Maggie
could have
could
went in
have went
there.
over there, got it out of his mouth, and then he ran back to the feed room because
Mhm.
she was over in that direction by where he was with the
Because
chicken.
here's the thing. Maggie is taking care of Bubba somehow. She's
Yeah.
going for Bubba. That's Bubba's cage over there. She was trying to either get Bubba the chicken or get it away from him, whatever. Bubba's running around like crazy at the time. There's no reason Bubba couldn't have went all the way around the kennel and ran into the kennel the feed room to hide from Maggie even. And
Yeah,
Alex
sure.
is getting pissed off. Alex already has his gun. He go playfully shoot at the dog. He aims at the dog, and Paul, who already has a gun with him, just raises it up and goes, "Oh no, you don't!" Startles his dad. That's how I think accidental shot happened. Then accidental shot became, "Well, I was going to do this anyway, dude. There goes your head."
Yeah,
I'm
I see what
serious.
you're saying. I mean, I'm
Okay?
not saying your theory is implausible. It's absolutely plausible. I just think of
Because
it
I
differently.
absolutely agree with Pete that there was some thought to how this was covered up. This
Oh,
had
yeah.
to have been in his mind because of the steps that he took. I don't think under the pressure that he was in, he could have came up with all of these things and all of the things that he did that quickly because of the time frame. So it's like I agree with a piece of every single one of your stories, and I just took them all and made up my own. And Bubba is the key factor.
Yeah.
Give Bubba a gun, and I'd be blaming the whole damn thing on him.
Yeah. But
Seriously.
Anjur does have a good point too. She said, remember, Alex was a drug user back then. His aim could be shit at that point.
Yeah, it could be, but he was still
He could
only
have
3
came
feet.
home, popped a bunch of pills because he was about to lose his whole entire
Yeah,
everything,
I'm telling you.
his credit in the community, you know,
Mm,
how people looked
I
at him, the money, the
True,
stature,
true, but I'm telling you, 3 tequilas in, and I still could have hit him spot on with a spitball from 3 feet. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
well,
Well,
you're
I
a
don't
little
think it
bit
could be.
more spicy.
How can I be spicier than Alex Murdaugh? Come on. Like, there's no way that I'm spicier than Alex Murdaugh. There's no way. That guy's got a tale to tell that's like never gonna run out. Bubba
Right.
is the key. All right, Liam. Now you definitely win hashtag of the day because I really like the other one, but this one's even better. Bubba
Yeah,
is the key.
did you guys know that Bubba originally Buster had him originally? There was pictures in front of the girlfriend's condo within the first couple weeks after the murder, and or some months or something, I can't remember, but close
Yeah.
to the time of the murder. And Buster had Bubba, and then somehow Blanca ended up with him. So
Bubba bestest. Wait, Pete,
I
did
bet
they
you he
actually?
didn't want to keep him.
Oh, wait, Pete, did I miss that? Did someone actually testify that Alex put Bubba in the kennel before, that he wasn't running around? Did that happen before 8:49? Because then I'm going to have to change my theory. Because that would be a
What?
solid fact I got to deal with, Pete.
Yeah.
Is that
Where did he
solid
say
fact?
that? I don't see that.
He says A took care of Bubba before 8:49 into the kennels. And I
Oh,
want
I
to
see
know,
it now.
yeah,
Okay.
I want to know if that was in testimony, because if it is, I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to have to change my theory a little bit, because I do like the idea that Bubba's running around. Maybe Bubba ran. Okay, here's your missed shot. It's still a missed shot. Maybe he meant to shoot him, but Bubba knocked him in the back of the knees.
Absolutely could have. Anything like that could
Okay,
have happened.
you're
He
all
could have
missing the
tripped
Bubba
over the
factor.
threshold. He could have bumped into the doorway because the doorway is so small and he's a big
Oh,
dude.
I did
He
hear
could
that.
have. I mean,
Pete.
I could come off with all kinds of
Yeah.
could haves.
Pete, he
Oh,
did.
he said not officially. Oh, damn.
No, Pete, he said, "Come here, Bubba." I did hear him say that. I also heard him being nasty about it, and I knew Bubba wasn't listening. So that's why I'm thinking that Bubba is related to Alex going after him. Yep.
Exactly,
Yeah.
MC.
Mhm. Yeah, I know, but you know
Opioids
what?
is not the same
Yeah,
as alcohol or pot or
but let
anything
me
else.
remind you all how long he'd been on them. We're not talking about something who was shaking on opioids.
Oh,
We're
no.
talking
No,
about a
no.
well-managed, hidden drug problem for epic amount of years. That
Yeah,
man
but
wasn't
that's
as out of control as you all think. Mm-mm.
no, I'm not
I'm
saying
serious.
that. Well,
Mm-mm.
I'm not saying that the normal drugs he would take would do that, because no, he's
Mhm.
absolutely stable. He's used to it. His system, he couldn't live without it. That's why he had to go through rehab and detox,
Exactly.
because his
And
body is so
we
used to it.
just
But what?
we just heard testimony he wasn't without it.
Wait,
That's it.
wait. But my point is that he did have drugs in the house, and if he came home and he was just fed up with everything, he could have popped a couple extra thinking, I got it. I'm Alex. I've been doing this for years too. You know, so either one of that, he could have not taken any, or he could have taken some extra
I think
or his
pattern of
normal amount. But
history.
it's
I think
also
pattern.
it's also a possibility.
It's possibility, but pattern of history disproves it, because you cannot be a drug addict for that long and then get a little upset and decide you're going to take a whole bunch more right away. not Alex's MO. He was a successful attorney while addicted to drugs
Oh,
and
I didn't
stole
mean
money
to.
for 10 years and no one
No,
saw.
that's all I'm
And so
saying.
there had to be stressful days. No, let me finish. There had to be stressful days. So I don't think his go-to would be to pop more, or that it would affect him that drastically, even if he took an extra.
I understand that, but you're talking about a different situation than his past. He was in control. He had everything the way he wanted it. Everybody were puppets, and his puppets came off their strings and said, "Motherfucker, no more," on that same day.
Let me
So
just
that is
ask
not
you
the
this.
typical day for Alex Murdaugh, who's always in charge.
It kind of sort of is the way I look at it, because here's a man who had the brass balls to take a year-old canceled check that he actually asked to be voided and reissued, and walked into a bank cold cocked and got it fucking cashed.
That
Do you know what
was
kind of balls that
before they
takes?
said to him, "We
I
know
know.
about your shit."
I know
So
that, but
different
you
circumstances.
no, do you understand the balls that takes? That is all evidence of a trail. That is proof document. He was actually creating a scenario himself where if anybody looked at it at any point, the partnership, the bank, or the person it was originally addressed to, which was his brother or his father, there were so many points of him actually being caused. What I'm trying to prove to you is that Alex himself put so much pressure on himself to actually get away with all of this that he was kind of used to that kind of pressure. I'm just trying to tell you that I don't
I
think he would have
understand
ran
that,
into
and
the
I
room
put that.
and took more pills, because he was so
I
damn
put
used to that kind of pressure of getting caught.
I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying it's a possibility because somebody brought it
It
up.
is. It is. I just think
I mean,
patterns.
anything's a possibility at that breaking point because it's not
It is.
just oh, they found out about the money. It's his wife recently caught him with pills. It's she's staying away from him. It's she doesn't want to come to the house and be near him.
Mhm.
He thinks she's cheating because he was a cheater, and cheaters always think the other one's cheating, whether they are or not. It's, all this stuff coming up, the Gucci
Mhm.
purse, maybe Maggie was like,
Yes.
"What the fuck? Who did you buy this for?" And so that caused more problems in their marriage. Remember, Maggie said to her sister, "I'm afraid that he might, she's worried about the cheating thing again. Not necessarily that she was afraid that he was doing it,
Or
but it
she
was
bought
on
the
her
purse.
mind, like something
She
was
bought the
going on."
purse and she knows the check's going to bounce because it's only $57 now in your account. And she just found out. Like, she just wrote
That's
a
true.
check
But
for
I'm
that
just saying there's a
purse.
lot of other
Yeah.
movie, even if you just ignore the purse, all the facts that we know for sure that were going on
Okay, then let
is
me
a
ask you this.
big change of pace from Alex Murdaugh is always in
Mhm.
charge. And
I
now
know.
all of a sudden it's failing and he's feeling like he's going to lose it. And
True.
for a
And I don't
narcissist,
think he
that's
would have
enough for
took
them to blow their
drugs.
brains out.
And I don't think in that scenario, everything you're telling me would actually make me think he didn't take more pills. Because if he wants to resolve this situation to the best of getting the hell out of it, which would be his end
Right.
goal, would you agree? Then he needs his
Oh,
wits about him.
absolutely.
And the last
It
thing
would be
he's going to do
stupid
is
for him.
go into that house and take more pills so that he can make a bad shot, like you said.
No,
I'm
no, I
saying.
agree with that. You're absolutely
Okay.
right.
There.
It would
Okay.
not make sense at all for someone to go out there planning. And that's why I said if it's
Thank
accidental,
you.
if it started out accidental, maybe he didn't go out there thinking that. Maybe the
No,
guns
no.
were
I
already
never
out there.
said the
Maybe
whole thing was accidental. I'm saying the
no,
first
I'm
shot.
saying the first shot. I'm saying the
Right.
first shot being accidental. It absolutely could be. Maybe he took an extra pill to relax himself and didn't plan it at all that night. And the first shot went off. And like you said, he just kept going. And
Yeah.
that's absolutely, people do that sometimes.
I just think point to carry, he wouldn't be taking extra drugs under the circumstances.
It wouldn't make sense.
It
No,
does not
it would
make
be
sense.
stupid.
And I do agree that he planned it. Things he did afterwards absolutely prove it. And I don't think that he could have done the stuff to cover up the crime had he taken extra drugs at the time to deal with a nervous condition to get himself
Yeah.
ready to kill them. I do think he was of the mindset that this was a scenario he put it in his mind. If things got this bad, I think he's
Yeah.
smart enough to know things were eventually going to get this bad. And
Of
he's been
course.
thinking of that exit plan all along. Only
Yes.
thing that I go back on is that first shot, because it wasn't to the head and it wasn't a heart shot. It was like to the fatty part of his shoulder and blew out all over there under his arm.
Yeah. it
There's
was like
no
where that
way.
crook in your shoulder is between your
Yeah.
bone and your
It makes no
breast.
reasonable sense to me. And I'm sorry, no matter what scenario all of you have thrown at me, and you're all really smart and you're all really giving me scenarios, but there's something about the fact of where that shot is, how close that rifle is, and the whole dynamic that makes me say, nope. There, if it was intended to kill him from the start, I mean, I think it was in the back of his mind. But that shot, something happened. Somebody knocked into him. The dog tried to trip him. Paul startled him by coming at him. Something made that shot go off accidentally to where it was placed. That is all I'm saying.
Oh, Pete has a good point. Well, A had to deal with cops around 10:30. It could be nice to fool friends and family, but cops drugs was low that night. So now, Pete, if you're saying that maybe he backed off on the drugs, so he would be clear-headed and they wouldn't realize he was doing any drugs in the background, then that could put him more on edge because he was using those as like downers to
Well,
calm him
that could
down.
account
So
for his
if
darting
he
statements
did
and his
take 'em,
shakes. He was very
yes,
shaky,
exactly my point, because he
but he
shakes
wasn't
and he rocks and
confused.
shit.
He was
No,
not
I'm not talking about
confused.
confusion. I'm just talking about how his body was acting at that moment if
Mhm.
he didn't have the drugs in his system.
Yeah, because
I
we've
just
got
thought
all
about
those
reading that.
interviews, every single one of those interviews. That's not a
Yeah.
confused man. I'm watching a
No.
man put information in front of them where
No.
he wants them to
Yes.
go.
Very
He
planned.
he is he is leading them. He is dropping information that he wants them to look at. He is answering questions before they get answered. I mean, he's answering them before they get asked. He's
Yeah.
talking about who could kill Paul, everything. He's dropping it all so that they sniff after it. It's ridiculous. Like I see the whole manipulation there. Pretty
Yep.
good. Yep,
Oh,
perfect
Turtle,
storm.
I did bring up both of those points. Yeah, you're right. Drugs
Mhm.
and the partners with the money and the boat case and
Mhm.
Buster got kicked out of school for plagiarism and Paul's
Look
going to
at that.
jail and
See
we're
that?
gonna
By
see the
the end
shit
of
out
the
of him and Maggie
stream,
and Buster and
I
that's a
could go
lot.
away happy. I'm going to end the stream now because I successfully got you after a whole day, all of you telling me there's no possible way that could have been an accidental shot. The first one. Now you all kind of agree that it's pretty plausible. Like, and it goes with all of your statements, everything you guys are saying, except for that first shot. That first shot's off. It doesn't fit
Well,
any of your scenarios.
Well, like I said, any of our scenarios are possible because we've all
Mhm.
given plausible scenarios. So I mean,
Mhm.
really, it's just a matter of opinion and who's the most hard-headed around here, and that's me
Well,
and Claire. So
that would
we
be
will
me.
disagree
Yeah.
right to the
Right
end.
to the end. Yeah, we'll go be going until the jury says otherwise,
But
and then one of us is going to say the jury got it wrong. There's just no way the jury got it wrong. Like, yeah.
whoever
It's like,
loses,
whoever
watch it be
loses.
me. Watch it be me and Claire's right because my life, I
Wait.
always lose in everything
No, no,
except for
don't.
duo.
No,
But
you
I
don't.
always lose in everything in life, so I'm probably wrong about
He's
this.
working on my empathic nature, and he's like making me throw the whole thing now, even though I am like undefeated in debate.
Liam said he was on the accident first shot last week.
Yes, you
He was
were.
right
Yes,
there.
you were, Lee.
Yep.
All of us were. And I can't say that I won't change my mind when I hear more evidence. I haven't heard everything from the defense yet, nor have I heard the closing statements. I'll make my
Oh,
final determination at the closing statements.
I'm gonna strongman you right now. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
I just remembered the kid's mom, the old caregiver, housekeeper person that fell and died, right? She got knocked down the
Satterfield.
stairs by
Mm-hmm.
Bubba because he rushes around people. So he was
Bubba
rushing around
wasn't
her
on
at the top of the
vacation with them.
stairs.
Bubba wasn't at the house, although I would have
No,
already told you that.
Somebody said that we're talking about the dog. Where did that come in?
The
If the dog
dog,
tripped
there
her.
was a dog that tripped her at the house.
Oh, it wasn't
Alex
Bubba.
Murdaugh did say it, but he never said it was Bubba. If he said it was Bubba, I'd be saying that all over. That would prove that Bubba had something to do this. If
Yeah, well,
Bubba,
that's what I'm saying. I probably was him. He was the troublemaker. Nobody
I don't.
complained about Grady. I can barely remember Grady's name
No,
because
I don't
nobody
think it
bitched
was
about him.
any of the hunting dogs. I think this was a smaller dog that was on vacation with him. I will have to look it up.
No.
Always, we're gonna have to
Bubba
find
and
out.
Grady are not hunting dogs. They're Maggie's personal dogs. The other
I'm
dogs in
saying
the kennels
at
are hunting
the
dogs.
Satterfield, when the Satterfield died, nobody
Uh-huh.
mentioned any of those dogs. If they did, it would be in the articles, don't you think?
Well, no, I'm not saying they mentioned it. I'm just saying that if it was a
Mhm.
dog, it could have been Bubba, you know?
I'm gonna have to find out.
All I know is it was a
Kim,
dog. I'm not sure if
Kim,
someone said Bubba or not.
we need to know the identity of the dog that is being accused of interfering with Satterfield's going down the stairs
And
inappropriately
causing her to fall and die.
and
Yeah.
causing her death. Yeah, I wonder if
I
it's
would
in
love
that
to know that.
case. I have the Satterfield case. I guess I'll go look at it.
Whatever, Liam. I don't debate. This is why I don't know any of those terms. You're right, steel man. I don't know why I said strong man.
It's
It is
okay.
steel man.
You don't
I
have to
don't
know the
debate.
terms. You don't have to know
I'm still
the
I'm
terms
I'm
to
actually
debate.
learning them this year. I've actually been currently just trying to learn some of them because I didn't know what any of them meant.
Yeah, I
So
know
I
they
was,
were still kenneled there. But I'm saying Bubba was running around free at the time of the murders, I think. That's
well,
what
he
I
was
know.
definitely out of his cage at
Yes. And I do
8:44.
remember the other housekeeper, the Moselle housekeeper, who said that Maggie at the time of the murders, within that week or so, she had already started to take one or the other instead of both with her. So one of those dogs was always kenneled at the house. But if she was there, both dogs were there. I know the turtle moves. Was it a dog or did Alex Murdaugh just say it was a dog? Exactly. It could have been him for all we know. I don't know. That's
No,
speculation.
Liam.
I'm not accusing him of anything.
Liam, don't you dare go back in your box. We like you in the chat right where you are, buddy. I have no problem with someone correcting
Yeah,
me. I'm
you
cool when I'm
can't.
wrong.
Yeah, you can't, Liam. You got hashtag of the day. You got to stay front and center now.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. That's right. I
You-
do find it interesting that when the chat was talking earlier about the cremation versus Mr. Murdaugh, Randolph being buried, but they cremated the victims. That's interesting to me. Because you
Yep.
know who was in charge of calling
Mhm.
that? It was Alex.
Of
course.
Always Creative says there's no way it was Bubba or Grady because they would have been kenneled just like all the other dogs. Like there's no way that they would have been in the house.
Huh.
on
I
this trip.
wonder, it might have been her dog. Might have been
I
the
don't know.
housekeeper's dog.
I don't know. We're gonna have
I
to
don't
look
know.
more into it.
I don't
because
remember
I
anybody
don't want
mentioning any other
Bubba
dogs
being
that were in the
slandered
house.
on top of everything else. I don't want Bubba being slandered unnecessarily. Bubba's getting a bad rap.
Right. Well, but I find it weird though because they were kenneled while they were gone, and they said that normally they didn't let the dogs in the house because they were,
Mhm.
dirty and shit all the time.
Exactly.
So
That's why they
why
wouldn't
was
be
there a
there.
dog in the house at all that day? Whose dog was that? It had to be like somebody else's dog they brought there.
Or Bubba was out about again causing trouble like usual. Who knows?
Well, the housekeeper could have well, no, she did say she was taking care of Bubba and Grady and taking them on walks and stuff.
Mhm.
The latest housekeeper every time Maggie was gone.
Yeah, and if
So
you think if either of those dogs had anything to do with the other one falling down the stairs, you think the housekeeper would be being nice to them and walking them and stuff? She'd be like, "I'm a housekeeper. What the dog got something against housekeepers? No.
yeah, but would
I'll
they
stay
tell
close
her?
to them." Well, I think it was everywhere. These aren't private cases. Civil lawsuits are not private.
Well, that's true because they're so popular in the community. Everybody knows them. Everybody's like watching the news every night, waiting for another Murdaugh article.
I
I'm
do
sure.
always. Did you guys see on Twitter they got a bubble with a chicken? They also have a Creighton waters and a Harpootlian crochet dolls that they put next
you
to
kidding?
it. And they had Bubba in the middle with the chicken. I was so cracking up. I'll have to go find it. I'll show you the tweet tomorrow.
I would
I'll-
love to see that.
I'll put it in the Discord for you later. But on that, I'm gonna go take a nap, everybody. I think I deserve one, don't you?
I'm ready.
Can I
Yeah.
still go take a nap even though I was so late for my own stream? And
I
by the
think
way,
you
thank
should.
you.
I'm going to. I'm tired.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for joining. And we'll see you tomorrow. And I will try to be on time at 9:00 with hot coffee and apologies again for the delay. But at least we made it before the stream, before they went on, before the judge hit the seat.
You
We were
picked the
live.
perfect day to be late because so
Uh-oh.
were they.
Yeah, no, they're always late by a couple of minutes. Not that I want to count on that, but that was a fluke. And I
Yeah.
want to thank my friend again for helping me out and make sure I got everything taken care of. And for all of you that sent me messages to make sure that I was okay, thank you much. I'm sorry I worried anybody. Not my intent at all, but all's well that ends well. We had a good stream.
Yeah.
Go
Well,
take a
good
nap.
good people worry about good people. So yeah, but thanks
Oh,
you
thank
guys
you.
in the chat, and I love the discussion, and thanks for being nice as you're correcting me, everybody. I appreciate that too.
That's
So,
it. It's not correcting, it's informing.
no, I'm glad. I want to
Yeah.
be accurate. I want to be
Right.
corrected if I'm wrong. I'm
Exactly.
totally okay with it.
They're a tough
I-
bunch. That's why I tried it. I like these murder minions. They're on point. They are.
Yes.
We like it that
Yes.
way, but that keeps us challenged and keeps it on. And it is like I just want to keep the best information out there that we can while we're doing it. It's
Absolutely.
pretty cool. So, yep.
Yep.
All right, I'm going.
Let's do it.
Y'all have a good
Peace
one.
out.
Thank you, Beck, again. And
Thank you, Claire, for having me again.
Oh no, anytime. It's fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like it.
Good night, everybody.